Bounce pass in deep. Okongwu, jump hook over Podziemski, short, and the rebound to Draymond. To Podziemski, sidesteps Young, on the go, all the way to the cup, feeds over to Moody instead. It's a corner three, and it's good! 115-107, the Dubs aren't done yet.
Oh, but they were, Tim. They were. We just didn't know it. 124-115 the final. Hot Atlanta taking care of business over the Golden State Warriors. Joe Shasky, I say good morning to you. Good morning to Carter. Good morning to Sam Lubin. Good morning to all of you. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school, getting ready for whatever you want to do. Maybe you're just up and about and you're an early riser. To which I say good morning. And you know what? It's going to be a beautiful day in the Bay today. And tomorrow it's going to be toasty. It's going to be hot. I think in East Bay it's going to hit the 80s. Yeah. On March 24th, there's going to be some 80-degree days here in the Bay. Can't wait for that. It was beautiful yesterday. I walked around the beach, and I enjoyed myself, but I did not enjoy watching that game on Saturday. There was a lot of March Madness I enjoyed watching over the weekend, although my guy and our guy, Aura, a.k.a. Amir Khan, had to bow out with McNeese State, but I guess he's taking his talents elsewhere, part of a new NIL trade deal. He's going over to NC State, so good things for him over there. Good morning, Joe Shasky.
Little Wolfpack?
Little Wolfpack. I'm not mad at that, but I was mad at that performance in that first quarter. 40-23 in that first quarter for the Hawks. You just can't do that. No Stephen Curry, and yes, big problems there. To everyone that told me it was a blessing in disguise, Steph's going to be out. Hey, you know what? We'll see. Jonathan Kuminga, I don't know. Maybe this is good for him and Jimmy. Well, Jimmy showed up. Moses Moody showed up. Brandon Podziemski showed up. But that first quarter, the entire defense didn't show up, and it was a problem.
Yeah, the sense of urgency just wasn't there from them at all, and it was very frustrating to see their effort level. I thought all the others for Atlanta showed up. Karis LeVert making plays. George Niang. Okongwu. Just absolutely destroying them. Again, another guy who's a rugged dude who wants to play in the paint. That has been the big bugaboo for this team. There's no other way around it. And I thought Moody played well. I thought Pods played well, at times. I thought that Jimmy had moments, but you just didn't see that same unity and intensity from this team from the jump. And then I get right into, Jonathan Kuminga. I thought he was all right in the first half, even though he was, one of your leading scorers. And then in the second half, he was, almost unplayable, right? And so they've got issues. Now, it's one game, so we're not going to lose our mind in one direction or the other. But for a team knowing that they didn't have Steph Curry, it's the beginning of a road trip. You can lose to Atlanta. You can't lose that way and not be ready to roll. That's what it felt like. It was like, oh, we're not even ready to roll.
Yeah.
And that's the part that really was tough to swallow.
And lucked out yesterday as the Clippers. It was a really good game between the Clippers and the Thunder last night down in Los Angeles at the Intuit Dome. Thunder pulled away there and won, I think, by 2 points. So it was a really good back-and-forth game all around. So the Clippers right now are actually the 8th seed in the West, still a game back of the Warriors. And now the Timberwolves have jumped back up to the 7th spot. They're a half game back. They have one more loss than the Golden State Warriors at 41-31. Warriors still clinging to that 6th spot in the West, 41-30. Man, that's not how you want to start the road trip, though. And obviously, we're going to be talking ad nauseum about Jimmy Butler's return to Miami, which is tomorrow. Is Stephen Curry going to be there, though? Like that. Now I'm officially a little concerned if Steph has to miss that game about this offense. And by the way, I don't know if you guys watched the Miami Heat and if you've been taking tabs on them. They've been awful, but Andrew Wiggins was not. You told me this morning, he dropped 40 points in a win over the Hornets. Now it's the Hornets. They stink. But nonetheless, they're going to be feeling confident heading into that game tomorrow. I know they're going to be fired up for it. I know Andrew Wiggins is going to be fired up for that game. He might not show it emotionally because that's just kind of the guy he is, but I know he's going to be fired up for that game. There's revenge factors for everyone in that building tomorrow, so I can't wait to talk about that game. But just overall, the urgency I saw was just non-existent on Saturday. It's frustrating because you want to take all that positive momentum you just had at that homestand. You were 6-1 at that homestand. And did they just think without Stephen Curry, they could just walk into Atlanta, who is a very good offensive team? Like, I know we were talking about it like, oh, it's the Hawks, but the Hawks can score. They're one of the best offensive teams in the league. Now, the bugaboo about them is they don't defend. But you were the team not defending, and they were defending in the first quarter, and you were playing catch-up the entire game. Bonte joined us in studio on Friday. I thought it was a great point because he was talking to Chris Mullen, who's on the pre- and post game for NBC Sports with him, and he was saying, Now more than ever in today's game, the first quarter dictates the entirety of a game almost. Like the first quarter could dictate everything. Pace of play, intensity, all of it. Now more than ever. And I thought that first quarter, it was night and day from the team that I saw on the entirety of that homestand. Like there has not been many, games, if at all, that weren't tight. Like I know it was single digits, but I never thought at any point in that game that the Warriors were really going to win it. Like I haven't felt like that at all to Jimmy Butler. When Jimmy Butler plays, they have a chance in almost all of these games. All of them. That was the first time in Atlanta, albeit without Stephen Curry, I didn't think they had a chance of winning that game in the Jimmy Butler era in Golden State.
Well, there's no doubt the sense of urgency in that first quarter was atrocious. Like everyone was kind of pulling their hair like, what are we doing?
They're lazy turnovers, lack of just intensity.
Well, and to your point, I thought the third quarter turnovers and the way that Trae Young kind of stabilized the game and then George Niang having a monster third quarter, like that wasn't on my cue card.
One of the ugliest shots, but it worked for George Niang. It just, I know I have an ugly shot. It's an ugly shot, but he was 6 and 9.
Guy, a thicker guy who can kind of like use his shoulder to get off of
23
people.
points for him off the bench.
Yeah, he was great. Kerr, is a funky scorer who talks a lot of smack, but he was great in this one. And Okongwu, I go back to Okongwu, and if I'm mispronouncing it, I apologize.
Okongwu, yeah.
Him, we've now seen the kid in New York. Come on, name's evading me.
Which one?
Not Karl-Anthony Towns, the other one that got paid, who was in Toronto.
Mikal Bridges?
No, he was in Toronto before.
OG Anunoby?
Thank you. OG Anunoby. We've seen Aaron Gordon, like that particular guy, somewhere between 6'8", 6'10", the modern power forward, but way more rugged, who's not going to necessarily be a stretch for. He just wants to get in and bang and be a load. Like those guys destroy the Warriors. And again, it's the dribble drive penetration out on the perimeter, allowing people to get 2, 3, 4 feet into the paint, and then they can get anything they want. And I thought their help defense wasn't as good either. And it wasn't a great Dre game. And Dre's been great for weeks on end.
There's some bad turnovers. Yeah.
And so, they were playing catch up all day. I thought Moses Moody looked good. I thought Quentin Post had a moment or two in the game, but overall, they just weren't playing like a cohesive unit, and they lacked some outside punch.
I thought Quentin a few times in that game got kind of bullied defensively. He just was the frame. He just exactly. And again, this guy's been playing NBA basketball now for just a couple months, so he's gonna have some good games, he's gonna have some bad games. But again, that's going to be a point of emphasis come playoff time. I'm looking at these bigger, stronger, athletic teams like I was watching last night between the Clippers and the Thunder. Like we're all talking about this Thunder team, and maybe we don't give them the respect that they deserve. Maybe they have to earn that, obviously, with a deep playoff run. But, I look at that Thunder squad and what they were able to do yesterday, and I watch what the Warriors put out there on Saturday, and I was like, Warriors could absolutely just lose a series and get boat raced against that Thunder team that I saw last night and that Warriors team that I saw on Saturday. Absolutely they can. Now, Stephen Curry, and again, not like we underrate his value, because his value is just, it's you can't quantify it, what he means to this organization. But that being said, even without Stephen Curry, I thought Jimmy Butler was great. Obviously, I don't want him shooting 7 3-point balls, and he feel like he had to do that because they were playing catch up for most of the game.
Nobody was open on a variety of those shots where he was kind of like I better settle for this because nobody's moving around.
Which, again, it signals all you need to know about the lack of just ball movement, the lack of just stagnation that was there. Spacing. And I give Hawks credit because they were playing tenacious defense, and Quinn Snyder's team was ready to play. Quinn Snyder, by the way, I see James Bond villain whenever I see that guy on the sidelines. He just looks absolutely unhinged. The glasses make it look even worse. No, the guys, the hair, everything. The guy's he should be a European football manager is what he should be, because he definitely dresses like one. But he looks completely unhinged whenever I see him. He might be a nice guy. I'm just calling it like I see it. He does.
Well, I have a theory that what's the detective show that was on HBO Max back in the day?
Oh, True Detective.
True Detective.
Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey.
Season 4, Season 5 has to be Tibbs and him.
Tibbs,
right? They look like they are overworked district attorneys or overworked homicide detectives. Do they not?
No, Tibbs absolutely.
That's the look.
No, Tibbs absolutely. He's wearing the suit, but the collar's a little ruffled. The tie's a little loose.
He needs the Marlboro 100s.
No, he needs the Marlboros in the back pocket, but he also needs a mustard stain because he's eating a bagel sandwich right? If he's
No,
gone
he's
from the
going
deli.
straight to the glizzy.
The glizzy, the hot dog.
When did that become a thing?
I
I'd never heard the term glizzy until
I don't
about
know.
6 months ago.
I don't know. You were telling me something, and we're going to get into a lot today because we have March Madness happening. We want to have conversations about arenas and stadiums this week because I did go to the Oakland Roots game on Saturday. I was watching that Warriors game, but I was getting ready for the kids as well because we were going to the Roots game. It was their home opener, their first game ever at the Coliseum.
Okay.
It was really fun. It was a sellout. They had 26,000 people there. It was a great time. Benny had a blast. Nora had a blast. Too short before at halftime. It was sick. I had a great time there. If you want to bring your kids, your family, like everyone's just having a blast. And I know it's the Coliseum. It's been there forever. It's a dump, but it's our dump. But there is still something to be said about the ingress egress of just going and parking at BART for free and just walking over there in the BART walk. It was still great.
Easy.
I saw everyone. I still saw all the vendors that are always there. They're selling their Modelo's, they're selling their whatever, all their knockoff merchwood like
Bacon wrapped hot dog, which smells amazing.
Oh my God, there was like 10 of the carts there too.
You regret them almost immediately.
And I would have gotten one too with the kids, but I was holding one of them because Benny was like half asleep when I was walking him back.
Yeah.
He just was talking about the laziness of kids today. He didn't want to walk. The kid's 5 years old. I was like, Dad, can you pick me up? I was like, no. I was like, I have a 2-year-old here. I was like, you're gonna make her walk? He's like, yes. It's like, all right, God. Anyways, that was standing. I wanted the hot dog, but I wasn't able to get it.
So you had 2 torn labrums.
Yeah, no, I was feeling my biceps. I was feeling it. It was a good workout for me. But it was so fun just being able to do that. And you brought up something to me this morning because I was talking about Atlanta. I was like, oh man, like Atlanta would be fun to go to, like as a sports town. And I was like Mercedes-Benz Dome, and you're saying like, yeah, nah, you're not into that. That's where the Falcons play, and that's where I believe the Georgia Bulldogs play.
Yeah.
And you have no desire to go there.
Georgia Bulldogs only play certain games there. They play at the Hedges.
Okay, no, the Athens.
Yes,
right? Athens.
yes.
Yeah.
You got to go to the Hedges,
but
bro.
they play the SEC championship game there, correct? That's where they play.
And sometimes there'll be the biggest cocktail party. I don't think they're allowed to call it that anymore. Florida, Georgia.
Oh, okay.
Would be played there at times.
Okay, all right, there you go. But I thought that was interesting. I was like, okay. I was like, so I am curious. Joe Shasky has his thoughts on what makes a good stadium in today's game.
Yeah.
So I want to get into that at some point. Plus,
I have no thoughts of ever going to Atlanta to go to a Hawks, maybe a Braves game. I don't need to go to the Hawks arena. I'm sure it's lovely, but I have zero desire. Like it's not on my bucket
Magic
list.
City? No.
And the Mercedes-Benz Dome might be excellent. It might be awesome. Like if I'm going to Georgia,
It looks really cool though.
Yeah, okay. But if I'm going to Georgia, I'm going to a Georgia Bulldogs night game.
Okay.
Like that's what I'm doing. I'm doing the Hedges.
You're not going to a Falcons-Niners game.
No, I might go to a Georgia baseball game before I go to a Falcon game.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm dead serious on that.
Okay. Even with Michael Penix, big Penix energy out there.
I'm just saying, like, we're looking at stadiums.
Stop it.
I could probably list 7 or 8 SEC venues in multiple sports before I want to get to Atlanta.
By the way, how many SEC schools are still there in the Sweet 16? We got Florida, Todd Golden's team. We got Bama.
Former USF coach Todd Golden.
Todd Golden, that's right. We got Tennessee, Kentucky. That's going to be a fun match. We got Ole Miss. So SEC still dominating there. By the way, still dominating is Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, which we are streaming on Joe Shasky. Shout out to those watching on those platforms. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And I say good morning to all of you as we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I know Laughing Monk is killing it during March Madness season. Go out there and support them and watch your favorite team. If you're an Arizona fan, they edged out Oregon, Michigan State. I had Michigan State making a deep run this year. Tom Izzo and them boys. I just respect good head coaching, Joe Shasky, when it comes to March Madness too. And that's why I never really like, and again, it used to be the players that you gravitated to, right? Like I'm going to go on like Cooper Flagg was a big reason I think a lot of us picked Duke.
And Duke was up 20 late, and that game was kind of boring.
It was kind of boring, right? And I can't wait. Duke, Arizona is going to be a sick matchup. That's going to be on Thursday. Cannot wait for that.
1997 on that one.
There you go.
Love it.
It's great. It's a throwback one, right?
Love it.
Shout out Maryland and who was at Colorado State. Just an insane game as well.
Yeah, but
big
Joe,
shots.
isn't there a big indictment on the tournament and this is just me, casual, I'm not some diehard, I'm not betting on every game. When the biggest star of the entire couple of first 4 days or whatever, is a trainer coming out with a boombox.
Team manager.
And look, I'm rooting for them, young man.
I don't think he's a trainer by any means.
What is he? A manager?
I'm just looking at.
Well, like in high school, they call it the trainer. Like they tape up ankles.
I think he's the team manager. Basically.
Team manager. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Fine. I apologize. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
No, you're not disrespectful. It's just
when that's the biggest star, like
this is Aura right here.
This is Aura.
I mean, I think we're in trouble, right?
Yeah, the fact that he's the biggest storyline, but that's a fun part of it. But we used to root for teams like that had certain styles. Remember when VCU was doing it, and it was Shaka Smart, right? The head coach. Yeah. It was not Shaka Khan, but it was Shaka Smart, and it was Havoc defense. So they were just all constantly just ball pressure. Remember Dunk University, Dunk City, Florida Gulf Coast? We all remember them. Like, how fun was that? Like, we don't have that this year. No. I feel like we haven't had that for years to come. Cardiac Kemba. Like, that was a fun run. Where UConn. I know you scoff at that. Like, Kemba Walker was sick. He was one of the all-time runs. He was. I picked UConn to win it back. That was my senior year of high school, and I won a bunch of money from a pool and that we did in high school. So, we don't have that right now. It doesn't feel like we do, and it's hard to gravitate towards just like Florida, okay. Like, they're not a historically, like I know they've won titles with Billy Donovan. Like, they went back-to-back, which is an incredible feat. The first time that happened since Danny Hurley obviously did it recently, but prior to that was...
Well, that's the guy I've been rooting against.
Danny Hurley.
The number one guy I'm rooting against right now is Dan Hurley. I'm so sick of him. He's insufferable. Get him off my television. He's complaining in the tunnel. I hope you don't get as many bad whistles as we did. Dude, shut up. Take your ball and go home.
You don't like Danny Hurley?
I'm over him. Ever since the whole Laker thing, I'm in, I'm out, I miss, I'm that. I've had about enough of the whole Hurley family. I'm so mad at Dan. I'm mad at Bobby.
Yeah, what did Bobby do? Is he still at Arizona State?
I'm over him, dude. Like, these coaches are just insufferable.
Insufferable?
No, he is.
Well, it's funny.
I'm a Mick Cronin guy. I like Mick.
Well, he was going at you think insufferable? A lot of people say John Calipari is insufferable at times, and they got Calipari, and you got him going up against another guy a lot of people thought was insufferable.
Yeah, the vampire,
Rick Pitino.
Yeah,
that was a fun matchup. By the way, my brackets.
Did you see the scarf?
My bracket's busted. He was my championship.
Did you see the scarf he was wearing over the weekend in the stands? He looked like a vampire.
He is. I love me some Rick Pitino. I don't care what anyone says. He has great quotes after the game.
He's going to coach forever, right?
He is.
How many different programs for Rick Pitino?
Well, I know him from Louisville. And then he was in Iona for a second. And then prior to that, I know he's Boston Celtics. And he had the famous
everywhere.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door speech,
He's been everywhere. He thought he was getting Tim Duncan with the number one pick.
Kentucky?
Yes.
Correct? Okay,
yes.
But that was a little bit before my time.
Johnny's.
Okay, yeah, the St. John's, obviously. So there you go.
They're just all ridiculous.
Providence?
Maybe. I don't
way back when, wasn't he like, that was in the 80s or whatever? And that was with... Again, I mentioned Billy Donovan. I think he was on the team there. Yeah.
Speaking of SEC venues, like Rupp Arena, I would rather go to before I go to the Hawks Arena.
Okay, sure.
You know, like that's got more nostalgia.
I know. We're talking about all that. So there's still stuff to talk about. You were rooting against Danny Hurley. So
I was.
That's a good villain to have still.
But when I'm flipping over to golf and the Valspar final at the end, and instead of I'm not even trying to shove golf down anyone's throat. I'm just saying. I was so bored with the action yesterday. I flipped over to golf, and it was like, I was falling asleep more during the basketball.
Oh my God, that is not good.
Maryland game was fun. Colorado State had a little lefty who was like they said he's 5'11", like that guy's 5'9", and I loved it. I loved every second of it.
There's no team 11th seeded or higher now remaining in the Sweet 16. So no true, I guess you would say, Cinderellas like Arkansas. As coached by John Calipari. I'm not calling them a Cinderella. They're a very well-coached team. And that's been a program, whether it was Musselman.
So you're telling me 68 teams isn't enough? We need to get to 115?
No, I'm just saying, people root for the Cinderellas. And
that's true.
It was a conversation we were having.
I would agree with that.
We were having before it started is do we really like Cinderellas? And I think we do. Because that was the conversation we were having prior to the tournament starting. It's do we want the Blue Bloods to be there at the end? Do we get mad when the Dukes of the world get eliminated too early, or North Carolinas? And I was like, there's a good give and take there. You want ultimately what you want is the Cinderella to be playing. You want Butler versus Duke. That's what you want. That's what we got a decade plus ago. We want the Gordon Hayward. We want Coach K. We want the young hotshot Brad Stevens. That's what we want. That's why we love March Madness. BYU is the 6th seed. They're not they're the Jimmer run. So maybe they're kind of a program we don't really view as a true blue blood. Ole Miss, so we have a lot of these SEC schools that I don't associate with college basketball. Like, do you associate Ole Miss with college basketball?
No.
I don't.
No.
So it's a fun story there, but at the same time, it's a big brand. So that's kind of lost on me a little bit here. Like Maryland, maybe I'm rooting for. Like
Duke, for me, the Duke intrigue, I'm not a Duke fan. I don't pretend to be some, like, I don't hate
K
them.
was a big part of that for a lot of people. They liked root.
Yeah.
Like they were the villain. I don't think they're quite the villain anymore because Coach K isn't there.
Yeah, but
and
I was
Cooper
watching
Flag
them
is
for
fun.
Yeah, but I was watching them for Cooper Flag.
Okay,
See,
yeah.
I wanted to see more about him.
Yes.
And then Proctor, and then the big 7-footer. Like, they've got a lot of fun players, and I do think that they play a fun brand of basketball. And just Cooper Flag in general is a fun player.
He is fun.
He is.
29 minutes for him, 18 points, 6 assists, 9 boards. He's going to be the truth, man. Like he's like when I saw him ball out against the Olympic team for the NBA select
he's
team,
legit.
I know he's like as a 17 or
He's
18-year-old. Excuse me. I knew he was going to be a baller. Shout out to those watching again on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, and shout out to all the guests today that appear on 95.7 The Game. And the guests are you, the people. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're rolling here on a Monday morning. It's going to be a beautiful day here in the Bay, but it was an ugly game and Saturday to start this road trip. How concerning was that loss for you, Dub Nation? Was it just a one-off, no Steph Curry, no problem? Or was there more lingering issues? In the Jonathan Kuminga conversation, are we starting to get a little nervous around Jonathan Kuminga and his level of play right now? 16 points for him, 22 minutes off the bench, 6 of 14. Didn't really play a lot in the fourth quarter there.
No, he was essentially put on ice.
How do you feel about that? Steve Kerr's trust level in Jonathan Kuminga right now is what? I'm starting to be concerned about that. I don't know if the trust is very high with JK. And do we revisit the conversation if he continues to struggle, how important he is for a quote-unquote deep run in the playoffs? I do want to explore that. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up next. And it's being brought to you by Saramani Ford.
Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Big Pun? Big Pun loves hitting up the Insta DMs with Sopranos clips. We appreciate that, Joe Shasky.
Who doesn't love a good Sopranos clip?
And you know what? You can hit us up on Instagram as well. If you have some rejoins that you want to give us, just, screen record it like Big Pun did there and send it via Instagram. We will play it. It's got to be clean. And if it's not, maybe we'll have to bleep it out, but that's okay. Do your best rejoin, and you might be featured here on 95.7 The Game. As I say, good morning to all of you lovely people. Hope you had a great weekend. We're rolling here. Warriors had a very disappointing loss on Saturday to start this big road trip, monster road trip. Just in regards to the standings, look at the Western Conference right now. Still the Thunder at the 1, Rockets at the 2, Nuggets 3, Lakers 4. By the way, LeBron did come back over the weekend, so LeBron's back with the Lakers as they got absolutely destroyed against the Chicago Bulls, who are not a good team. But the Lakers get humbled there. The Warriors get humbled. And you can't afford slip-ups right now. The Grizzlies all of a sudden have lost 3 in a row, Joe Shasky. You're fighting Memphis Grizzlies. They're 43-28. They're clinging to the 5th spot. You're only a couple games out of there, 2 games back of them for that 5th spot. So I'm very curious to see how all of this shakes out. But I teased before the break, Jonathan Kuminga. And his game on Saturday was a mixed bag. Again, I think we've just been saying that. Started off good. His first game back was that against the Sacramento Kings, and he looked pretty damn good. He looked sure of himself. He looked confident. That was a total team win. Everyone looked confident top to bottom. But since then, it's been, like I said, a mixed bag of, okay, show some flashes, couple nice assists on Saturday, nice finding the open man in the corner. I was like, okay, good. I like that. He was dribble drive penetrating and kicking it out. I liked what I see there, but a lot of the times, and I think I could say this for a lot of the offense, it just got stagnant. And with JK, when it gets stagnant and the ball starts sticking, that's when problems start to arise. He just gets ball happy, ball dominant, tries to find a shot, and he can, he has his ISO game's not great, but it's solid. But I feel like he gets way too comfortable doing that. 6 of 14 overall. Wasn't a great 3-point shooting night for him. Hasn't really been a great 3-point shooting season thus far, since his return, I should say. Where are you at with Jonathan Kuminga since coming back, Joe Shasky? Is it too soon to start saying, maybe the concern level's getting a little higher for some of us fans? Like, because I'm starting to get concerned a little bit. Is that too strong?
What are you concerned with?
I'm concerned if this guy has to be the 3rd best player, 3rd best scorer for this team to go on a deep run, if he could do that. I don't know if he could do that. I don't know if I can rely on him. I don't know if Steve Kerr can rely on him. And I think Steve Kerr's showing right now his trust level is teetering with Jonathan Kuminga right now.
Well, the whole angle on Steve Kerr and the trust level is a valid one. Like on any given night, Pods or Moody could score 20 right now because they're both kind of firing on all cylinders. Buddy can go off on any given night.
I mean, they both did basically score 2019 for Pods and 20 for Moses.
But they were chasing the whole game.
They were chasing though.
But like those guys can give you, good production here. Like the Kuminga thing is interesting. He needs to look at what Okongwu and guys like that are doing, OG Anunoby, but they're thicker than he is, and they're dedicated to not catching the ball out on the perimeter and being relegated as a playmaker. I think that this goes back to Steve Kerr and some of their offensive sets and their philosophies. I don't want JK catching the ball with 10 seconds to go on the shot clock, and it's like, everybody move out of the way, ISO, let him cook. And I feel like that happens way too often. Mm-hmm. And people point to JK and they blame JK. And I'm like, well, is that on JK or is that on, like, what are we doing here? Yeah. Make a play. And I think that they need to run more high pick and roll sets by design. They need to get him in movement by design. They need to get him flowing downhill by design, being a corner 3 guy who's crashing to the block by design. Now, some of that is he doesn't have great feel for some of the half-court offensive sets, Joe.
Yeah.
But I just feel like too many times he catches the ball somewhere near the elbow extended, and it's like, everyone get out of the way, ISO, cook. And that's just a very low percentage play for him currently. He's not great at putting the ball on the floor, creating for himself, other than just crashing into the lane. He's not great at setting up for others. And what it ends up doing is taking him away from the paint where he can use his athleticism to rebound. And so, yeah, I just think right now it's very clunky. It is for JK. I'm still patient, though.
How long are we going to be patient? Because this was a loss. And again, this team's been winning. They just win during the Jimmy Butler era when he plays. This is only, their 3rd loss. when Jimmy Butler is playing and starting for the Golden State Warriors. So, there is a part of that, but when the losses start to stack, if like they lose again to Miami and let's say JK does not have a great game, like that's when I think that, no pun intended, the heat is going to start rising a little bit on this Jonathan Kuminga thing. And is that fair? I mean, I don't know. Like, there's part of me where I want to give him the grace, Joe Shasky, of like, okay, it's been a couple games here. Like he dealt with a really severe ankle injury. Let's give him that grace. How long before those training wheels have to come off and say, all right, let's go. Like come on.
Here's the problem.
Like 10 games, 11 games. Well, like when are we going to start getting to that point where it's just like we can start critiquing this guy in his quote unquote fairly? Because I think some people say, oh, you're being unfair to him. I was like, no, I'm just calling it like I see it. It's been a little disappointing so far. I think that's okay to say. It's been a little disappointing.
It has, but I also think his role has changed dramatically. He went from being like, you're a forefront scorer. This is 2 months ago, even though the team was losing, to now, no. We want you to be a version, and I'm just going to throw a name out, of Jared Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Like, that's what people are asking. Those are two dramatically different things.
Yeah, no.
Being a scorer, right, which is kind of how Kuminga views himself, and then being more of the glue 3-and-D guy. He's not a three-point shooter, but being more of a defensive, cut to the basket, play without the ball more guy. Like, those are dramatically different roles. And can we acknowledge that?
Well, yes, and also the Lakers can have a Jared Vanderbilt and have him just stay in that role if you have three great shot creators and shooters.
But Jared has also accepted that role.
Correct.
And I think Kuminga views himself, and I'm not knocking
I think the Warriors don't. I don't think the Warriors can afford to have him be a Jared Vanderbilt role though. Like they need him to be a legit scorer. Like the Lakers can afford to have a Jared Vanderbilt because they have Doncic, Reeves, and LeBron.
But if you're gonna,
I have Jimmy, I have Steph. And sometimes I have Draymond, who's been great. Okay. Sometimes I have Moody. Sometimes I have Pods. It's a mixed bag after that. I go back to the mixed bag. There's a lot of mixed bag talk here, but I'm saying that because that's kind of what the Warriors have been with the Jonathan Kuminga experience. I don't know what I'm getting. And I think
But he also doesn't know what his role is. Like his role, just think about this, a young man, off the bench.
Score.
No, okay.
Right?
Okay.
He scored. Like he's not doing that efficiently.
Well, again, who's the point guard that he's playing alongside that's setting him up right now?
Well, it's like Jimmy's been the ball facilitator, right?
Right.
And if that's not working together, then that's a problem.
No doubt. But I would also say that like your offensive philosophy needs to slightly alter when he's on the floor. Like if you know that the guy sees himself and is going to gain more confidence via scoring, you run things that he can run. Right now, they're running a lot of stuff that's not accentuating his skill set. His skill set is not give him the ball and say, hey, JK, just go at it. And I'm not making any excuses for the guy. What I'm doing is I'm explaining to you that, like, he's a limited player currently offensively. He's a above-the-rim player, cut without the ball player. He's not a guy you could throw the ball to on the block. I don't think that's a great play for him. I think he's a face-up guy. You want to get him the ball, and I would tell JK, stop backing up, guys. Turn around and face them up so you can jab step. That's what he needs to do.
Does he really have that good of a first move, though, and dribble, drive, penetrate? Like,
it's better than his back-to-the-basket game. Yeah. And then the problem is also that he gets a lot of grenades thrown to him. What I mean by a grenade is 7 seconds or less. Shot clock. Here, let me throw you the ball. Make a play happen. And when you're with that second unit, you don't have a lot of playmakers. When you play alongside, and just throwing out different names, Kevon Looney, or you're alongside GP2, or you're alongside Guy Santos, those aren't guys that create off the dribble, right? You would like him to play with Pods a little more, but with Curry out, Pods is starting. So I just think that the lineups have been a little clunky, and we're asking him to do things that I don't think accentuate his skill set.
11 games left in the season, Joe Shasky, before the playoffs start. Can the Warriors afford to be patient with Jonathan Kuminga right now? Do they have a choice? 888-957-9570. Like, when Steph's out, obviously, you're going to try to feature him, but 22 minutes off the bench in a game you're getting blown out, and you take him out for the fourth quarter. I get it. You felt like you could still win that game. I would have liked to see more of him and have him learn through some of this stuff. Kind of like, the Quentin Post, like getting pulled too early. Like, are we pulling Jonathan Kuminga too early now? Not giving an opportunity to Steve Kerr just yank him and say, yeah, I've seen enough? Like, are we at the point where
he didn't play well in that game? I'll defend Kerr. Like, he didn't play well in that game, and a lot of guys didn't play well in that game.
The entire bench really didn't play well in that game. Gary Payton did.
You're searching, you're looking for a way to try to, make things happen. Like, I'll defend Steve Kerr in that thing. But there's some give and take here, right? Like, Jonathan has to accept a different role, and also that's hard.
Buddy Hield attempted 1 3-point shot. One.
Buddy hasn't been great.
One 3-point shot attempt for Buddy Hield. Come on, like that. And I see 7 for Jimmy. Like, and I get it. You mentioned like there was a lot of those where he felt like he had to just hoist it up. But I need more from Buddy Hield, who, again, by the way, Anthony Slater dropped a really good piece on Jimmy Butler. I want to get to at some point today via The Athletic. Anthony Slater covers the team, R95.7, the Game Warriors Insider. A very in-depth piece on Jimmy Butler. Coming to the team, coming over from Miami, how he's fit in here, Stephen Curry's angle, all that. And Buddy Hield's name has been coming up a lot in regards to best teammate award on the Golden State Warriors, which is fascinating to me. And I kind of want to dive into that at some point. But obviously what Jimmy Butler also had to say in regards to that article, I thought was very interesting. His mindset coming over to this team. But the question right now is patience level right now, Jonathan Kuminga. Where is it at with you, Dub Nation? And can the Warriors afford to be patient with these growing, again, I'm calling them again because they are growing pains with Jonathan Kuminga. Can they afford to do that? 11 games left. You're clinging to a 6th spot right now, half game ahead of the Minnesota Timberwolves. I know it's really more than that because you have a tiebreak over them, but it's just a game over the Clippers who do have the tiebreak over you. So there's a lot baked into that. We're up against it. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back. Plus, I want to have a conversation about a player for the San Francisco Giants, one Kyle Harrison, who is not going to be with the big club, Joe Shasky, as he got optioned down. And I do think there's a conversation in regards to him. And I'm going to tie it into Jonathan Kuminga. And that's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is Big Pun, and there's only one way to start off my morning, and that's with the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Back-to-back big puns? Let's go. Let's go. It is Spadoni and Shasky coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk brewed righteously here in San Francisco. Also out in Sunnyvale. We love some Laughing Monk. We were laughing big time this morning. I'm not going to bring it up on air because I don't want to make embarrass anyone, but the extracurriculars here at the station are something else. Shasky, Big Boss Man just came in here. We were talking about it. He's a little concerned. When Big Boss Man comes in concerned about one Stephen Curry and this team, that perks my ears up a little bit. One Matt Nahigian. And Stephen Curry is making the trip to Miami, Joe Shasky. Those were the reports. So he missed the game. He didn't make the trip to Hotlanta, but he is making it to Miami, and they're going to be in Miami. Bonte is telling us on Friday when Bonte joins us each and every Friday at 9 o'clock in studio, host of Warriors Pre- and Post Game Live for NBC Sports Bay Area. He was saying that they're going to be in Miami for 5 days, which there's a lot baked into that, just Miami for 5 days. Have you ever been to Miami, Joe Shasky? And would you like to stay there for 5 days? I'm sure the answer is yes.
Been there, loved it, and yes, I would.
And there's a lot of action there, I'm assuming. There's a lot you can get in trouble in Miami.
Ocean Drive's pretty fun.
Yes, there you go.
There's a CVS right now where the old Scarface shootout happened.
Oh, really? CVS there now. There you go.
Yeah, at least there was a CVS when I went.
There's a long
5-6 years
the
ago.
receipts are still like 2 feet long. There you go. When you
I actually watched Warriors Rockets over there when we went.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was terrible. The game started like, I don't know, midnight or something. It's horrible back there.
Midnight?
No, maybe it's 9. The games go till midnight.
No, they go super. Well, the Warriors play 4:30 tomorrow, I believe, local here. So it'll be a normal 7:30 start over there. Andrew Wiggins' revenge game withstanding. Can't wait for that, by the way. But, we were talking off air just now about not wanting, and this is what literally Sam Lubman and Matty, he's like, I don't want this to turn into the Brandon Ayuk talk when we talk about Jonathan Kuminga. And I thought that was interesting. I was like, Now, there was a lot baked into Brandon Ayuk and how we talked about him and how we covered him. And I think a lot of that stemmed from the contract. We're not there yet with Jonathan Kuminga. Now, when the contract started bleeding and it started getting nasty and started getting ugly, he finally got paid. And then the production level wasn't there early. That's when the fans started to get upset. The production wasn't matching the contract, and fans were getting very upset about that. Now, there's no contract involved yet with Jonathan Kuminga. Now, it's maybe baked into some fans, but I don't think that's it. I think where fans are getting a little frustrated here with JK, and maybe frustrated strong, but just, they're waiting for him to explode. And I don't think we're going to get this consistent explosion that maybe we saw prior to Stephen Kerr, or prior to the Jimmy Butler being here, because those weren't really translating to wins per se. I think a lot of people are jaded with how well he was playing, but let's remember that they were a 500 team, even when he was playing well. So let's not act like him playing well was necessarily translating to wins. So him playing better now, like we're waiting for that, is that going to translate to wins? So let's say he goes off tomorrow and there's no Steph, but they lose and they're still not translating to wins. So that could still be a realistic possibility. I just want the team to be flowing with him involved in it, and I don't see him being involved in the offense given the flow of the game. And I don't know if I'm going to see that. And I think where fans get a little apprehensive is I get Anthony Slater on these airwaves, and he's telling me as a fan, Joe Shasky, that they need Kuminga to play at a high level for this team to go far in the playoffs. Like, they need that from him. Like, do you believe that, first and foremost, that he needs to be a big, consistent playoff performer for this team to go far?
A team that just lost to the Hawks without Steph Curry, they need Jonathan Kuminga to be an
I don't know if a
player.
lot of fans agree with that. I don't.
What kind of offense do the Warriors run?
Ball movement, just 3-point offense.
Okay. Who's thriving? Moses Moody.
Yes.
Catch and shoot guy, right? A little off the dribble. Catch and shoot guy. Who else is thriving right now?
Pods is playing well. Draymond Green was prior to this game.
Pods is a high IQ. Yeah. Pass it, move it, can dribble it, can get to his spots, and his shot looks so much better than it has before. I will say GP2's playing really well right now, but there's been long stretches, and I'm talking months on end, where GP2 was almost unplayable. I mean, before the recent run, about a month and a half ago, when they went on that big road trip, he was not a very good player for them.
He was dealing with some injuries too, though. I'll give him the grace. We're going to give everyone some grace here with the injuries. You know, Pods is dealing with injuries, obviously Kuminga, but Gary Payton was. But he's been playing a lot better. Again, a clean slate for me as far as I'm concerned during the Jimmy Butler era. He's been great. He's been great.
I think GP2 is kind of the template for what the Warriors want from Jonathan Kuminga. And I go back to GP2 and I say, all right, well, he moves really well without the ball. And he does a great job going for all the hustle plays. And he's really good around the rim, right? With the unorthodox finishing for a guy who's that small.
His defensive IQ, I think, is just his leaps.
I'm talking about offense.
Okay.
Just
all right.
offense.
All right.
Just
all right.
offense.
Fair
I'm
enough.
going offense.
Fair enough.
Right? And then decisively, he's hit that corner three a lot more. And I just don't see, Jonathan Kuminga running to the corner. He doesn't go to the corner. On this offense, for whatever reason, he stands at the top of the key. Elbow extended, top of the key, high arc player. I don't think that's where he's going to thrive. I think he needs to be a baseline guy. I think he needs to be corner three, baseline guy. Now, he doesn't have a great shot either from beyond the arc. It's flat. It's very, very flat. But when he's at the top of the key, you've got 5 sets of eyeballs waiting to collapse on you, and they don't think that you're a great passer. And they're going to trap you, and they're going to make it very difficult for you to finish in the rim. He doesn't move well without the ball right now. And so the combinations that you play alongside of him really, really matter. Like they really do. When you're a guard and you're Jordan Poole, you're bringing the ball up the floor. Naturally, the ball is going to continue to find you because you're a guard. So even if you give it up, it will come back to you. You can create for yourself. Jonathan can't create for himself like that. And so for him to get buckets and get points, it is relying on where he's at on the floor, who he's playing alongside with, and then the big component, effort level. And I think at times he spends a little too much time arguing to the officials.
I was noticing that, particularly in that Atlanta Hawks game, as they were reacting to the Hawks' 124-115 victory over the Golden State Warriors. Warriors fall to 41-30, 18-16 on the road. They are still the 6th spot in the Western Conference, but only a game ahead of the Clippers and only a half game ahead of the Minnesota Timberwolves there. So, yeah, Jonathan Kuminga, like the urgency level from the fan base, maybe I have a hard time here, Joe Shasky, because part of me really wants to, I'm not going to crush the guy, but I want to be able to take the kid gloves off and just critique what I see. And I just haven't seen a very great basketball player since he's come back from this injury. But I need to be fair to the guy too, because he's been dealing with a horrible ankle injury. And how much is that baked into the confidence level and him wanting to push and push and push?
And the team's a lot different.
The team's a lot different right now. And him just, I have to try to give him that grace. But how, at what point can I do that when they don't have Stephen Curry? I'm starting to get a little nervous right now, Joe Shasky. And for Steph, do I need him to come back immediately? Just is one game just enough where we're just okay, Steph, you need to come back right now? Him dealing with this sore, this bruised contusion, whatever it was that on his tailbone, this pelvic contusion, do we need him back right now is what I'm kind of trying to get at, because I thought Jimmy Butler was going to be that Steph Curry insurance policy. So Steph's out. I was great. Now we have a number one guy that can win us games when Steph is out of here. Well, that was a game where I thought we could go in and win to set the tone of this road trip. No Steph, no problem. We were all talking about on Friday, hey, this is a blessing in disguise. And I was cautioning. I was well, it's a blessing in disguise until you lose. And then it's not a blessing in disguise. And then they lost the game 1. And now we're starting to panic a little bit here. Maybe panic strong. But I am starting to get concerned if Steph misses tomorrow's game. Is this offense good enough now with Kuminga being up and down, with Jimmy Butler having to carry such a load? I know he's not a good three-point shooter. They're going to let Jimmy shoot all they want. And they're going to target all these other players. And is Moses Moody going to beat me? Is Brandon Podziemski going to beat me? They both had 20 points and it wasn't good enough. I'm starting to get concerned. I say all that to say about Stephen Curry and whether this team can truly miss him for more than one game. Can you afford to rest him a couple more games at this point? 11 games are left, Joe Shasky.
Okay, but there's a risk and reward. So why are they doing this? Well, the reward, right? Why would you risk Steph's health? Well, the reward is you get an entire week off if you're in one of the top 6 slots, which to me is worth whatever risk, right? You're weighing these two things. Yeah, newsflash. Superstar, top 10 player, maybe of all time, is out and the team misses him.
Well, you made this trade with Jimmy Butler, who is number one on a team.
Yeah.
We call it 1A, 1B. So I've seen the Lakers.
How'd the Lakers look without LeBron?
Well, they were winning without LeBron.
They played a bunch of games. This is one game.
I know.
This is one game.
I can only react to what I've seen.
Okay. What was their record without LeBron?
I don't know. Let's look it up. Hey, could we get the Lakers record without LeBron James?
Since the Luka trade.
Since the Luka trade, exactly. Because they had Luka and
how
Austin
did
Reeves.
Dallas look without Anthony Davis? They were free falling before Kyrie got hurt. So, like, this isn't an exclusive Warrior conversation. Like, go around the league. You take away the best player. Let's take away Oklahoma City. We took Shea off the floor. How would they look? A lot of teams are going to struggle. It's one game. If it was 2, 3, 4 weeks of sample size, my God, the sky's falling. This team wasn't great before Steph got injured. Like, they were battling for the 6th spot.
I mean, no. This team, before Steph got injured, they were what? The Jimmy Butler era when Jimmy
I'm just talking about for this
14
season.
14-2.
I'm talking about for this season.
Okay. All right. I'm only talking about what I've seen the Jimmy Butler era. When Jimmy Butler plays, more often than not, they win. This is only the 3rd loss they've had now? Like when Jimmy Butler, yeah, I'm a little concerned that
we faced the Knicks, who are a good team. You think the Knicks are a good team?
They're a good team.
Okay,
yes,
so we
but they didn't have one of their best players.
We played them without Jalen Brunson. We played them without Karl Anthony Towns, and we won both of those games.
Yes.
They're not the same team without one of those guys on the floor.
Correct.
All right, so I don't think this is only a Warrior conversation. Of course they need Steph Curry.
But that was them going up against a Golden State team that obviously had all of their best players
full
healthy.
firepower.
I'm going up against an Atlanta Hawks team that's 34-36.
They just lost to the Denver Nuggets with Steph. And they didn't have anyone.
That's a good
So,
point.
I mean, look, you can lose to anyone. It's the NBA. It's like, how many days off did the Hawks have prior to the Warriors coming in? 3? They looked fresh. We looked terrible. It's not an excuse. It's just we looked awful.
No, but you literally had you're gonna look back if you don't make the playoffs, you make the play-ins. That Nuggets loss first and foremost. I know the Hawks one was awful because they put up a 40 spot in the first quarter. That just cannot happen. That can't happen when I have Jimmy Butler, who prides himself on defense, and Draymond Green, who prides himself on defense, and Moses Moody to an extent. That just can't happen. That can't happen, especially just starting this to set the tone on this road trip. You come out like that, it was very disappointing. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We have some calls that want to call in, Joe Shasky, and chime in. I thought that was a very disappointing loss.
Oh, of course.
I thought it was a loss that, that causes me to recalibrate some things. You might say that's an overreaction. I don't think so. Not with the loss that took place on Monday against the Denver Nuggets. Not how you looked at them when they didn't have Jamal Murray. They didn't have Nikola Jokic, and you lost that game. I don't care that you won against the Bucks. I don't care that you won that final spot against the Toronto Raptors, where that game was in the balance, and that Raptors team stinks. And then you lost to this Atlanta Hawks team that's not very good. So they haven't been playing their best basketball the last week, and that's been
I agree with.
It's been concerning for me,
that
to
I
say the
agree
least.
with.
And I feel like we do need.
But they were
Steph
on
Curry
fire
back
for 3 weeks, right? So they were eventually going to kind of taper down.
4-4 without. So the Lakers, we got
there. We go.
Lakers,
All right.
they're 4-4 without LeBron.
All right.
So they're a 500 team, but they were, again, for them that was fine. They were treading water because they've already had 15 games over 500, whatever they were. Mark is in Berkeley. Wants to join the conversation. What's up, Mark? How you doing this morning, man?
You guys got to realize this is the NBA. It's a long season. And right now, this part of the season, you don't look at this game's going to be a win. That game's Atlanta's got their backs against the wall right now. I expect us to win the rest of our games. That's how confident I am. We're going to get up against these good teams. Watch. Memphis will beat the easy teams. You guys have to have more faith. The team was tired. If we're going to play without Curry, we need to play without him for a few games to adjust being without him. It was one game. And just watch. You'll see what happens.
Okay. Thanks, Mark. Turn the radio off next time. They had 2 days off. I don't want to hear about cross-country games are tough from Steve Kerr after the game. Like it was this real. They had 2 days off.
Well, no, there's no. I mean, they didn't play well.
I don't want any excuses. Were they at Magic City the night before? Like, come on.
I don't care what the excuses are. They didn't play well. They didn't have the same kind of fire. They didn't look cohesive. It was a bad game. They have to show up in Miami. They do. I mean, there's really no other way around.
I'm not listening to the Hawks had their backs up against the wall. And I was like, stop. The Warriors have their backs up against the wall. They have 11 games left. 11 games left. And you go out and have that stinker. I thought the urgency level was just piss poor. And that goes from the head coaching. That goes from the players. That goes from the leaders on that team. They are resting on their laurels on Saturday. And I was very disappointed with that. Very disappointed. Oreo Cookie is in Oakland.
Hey, Cookie.
And he's concerned as well with some of these slow starts. What's up, Oreo Cookie?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, yeah, you're right. It is concerning. But once again, we're here complaining or saying stuff about Steve Kerr's rotations. And I get Kerr doesn't shoot for us. He doesn't turn the ball over for us. He doesn't have a bad game like that. But what he does control is the starting lineup and who finishes the game. So to start the games, we've been having slow starts all year. This time it was offensively and defensively. We can't be giving up 40 points in the first quarter trying to come back the rest of the game. These are NBA players, and we're on their home turf, so we can't be doing that. So my solution to that, take the gloves off, let Kuminga go, let him start. That takes a little bit more defense on the court for us to start the game and some offense as well, and it gets them playing with Jimmy and the guys that are going to be important to us. So that's what I have. Kerr has to step it up. That starting lineup last game was not great. I love you, Post, but your offense is ahead of your defense.
No, that last part's accurate, Oreo Cookie. And then he was getting picked on a little bit with some of those bigger, thicker Atlanta Hawks, Okongwus of the world, right?
So right now,
I thought Risa Shea looked pretty good too. Their
he
first
was
round picks.
good.
He was very good.
Yeah.
The Frenchman.
So they started Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Quinn Post, Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski. That's what they went with to start in Atlanta. So his suggestion is starting Kuminga. That would probably put Draymond Green at the 5.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, yes, and again, this is just a 1-game sample size if Steph comes back and then we're all back to. But
you
again,
can't play Dre at the 5 all year.
No,
but I do think we're at a point now because of the severity of the schedule, the season, where you're at in the standings. I get maybe you have to do it more than you want.
And who they are going up against Adebayo tomorrow? Like that'd be a tough. Like that would take a lot out of him, like defensively in that game. And he's been playing so well offensively that kind of Again, he didn't have his greatest offensive game on Saturday. He didn't. 2 of 7 for him, 1 of 4, just 5 points for Draymond. Wasn't his best game. 3 turnovers. I thought they picked on him. They stripped it a couple times from him. They caught him sleeping. It wasn't just a good game defensively, top to bottom from the entire team. And he is the tone setter. We're talking about DPOY. And I guess, is he the leader in the clubhouse now, I want to say? A couple markets. Draymond Green.
I thought that he got bodied by a Okongwu in this
No, he
game.
did. I didn't think it was.
I'm not trying to, look, the guy's been brilliant. He's had a phenomenal couple of months here. That wasn't a great matchup or a great game for him. And I think that Miami, whether it's Jovic, Jaime, they've got a lot of players that can space the floor, that are long, that are shooters, that are highly skilled. This is not an easy matchup coming up tomorrow.
Call him Jaime. I kind of like that. Jaime, but it's good. Jaime. It sounded like Heine. He's great. He's awesome. He's got the great flow too. I love long hair.
Internet rumors did you see the internet rumors?
Well, you got to be more specific. Did you hear the internet rumors?
Don't talk about
What's the internet spewing out these days, guys?
That Hawkes was maybe having a relationship with Spoelstra's ex-wife.
No!
I don't know if that's real or not, but that's what the internet was saying.
Sports.
And then she addressed it.
Sports Illustrated right here. Eric Spoelstra's ex-wife addresses Jaime Hawkes Jr. cheating allegations.
It's a wild sentence.
Miami Heat, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow.
He's getting a lot of playtime considering.
You know what? Just got to play through it. Steve Kerr after the game on the overall defense.
I didn't feel good about it tonight, but we were the second-ranked defense in the league coming into tonight since we traded for Jimmy. So overall, the defense has been really good, right at the top of the league in deflections, forcing turnovers. Didn't happen tonight. The biggest thing is we got to respond, bounce back. We got a big game in Miami. It'll be a great atmosphere. You could lose a game like this, you got to respond, and especially where we are. In the playoff picture and with everybody right there in the West. So we got to bounce back.
Again, 11 games to go here in the regular season. You can't afford to have stinkers like you did on Saturday. I was very disappointed overall there. And your concern level with a loss like that, does that force you to recalibrate, Warriors fans? Like, Steph needs to come back now. Like, he needs to come back like tomorrow. You can't afford to rest him another day and have him wait. Are you there already? 888-957-9570, because your next game would be Friday. So you'd have basically the entire week off. He would have rested.
The fact that he flew out all the way.
It makes me feel a little bit.
I think he wants to play. I think he's ready to go.
But do you protect him from himself at this point, Joe Shasky? Do you say, you know what? I feel better if we lose this game tomorrow against the Heat, or do I feel good about my chances against the Heat tomorrow? Who, let's just call it. The Heat have been awful. They've been horrible. They've been like the worst team in the NBA.
This is like their Super Bowl.
Is it?
I mean, it's Jimmy Butler, Wiggins.
We'll get into it more tomorrow, I guess, who's this game bigger for, because it does feel like it's bigger for Jimmy than everyone else. Like, again, going by.
This is a big homecoming. And for both guys, right? But so I don't know. Here's the thing I look at it. Joe, Steph could get hurt. He could roll an ankle, okay, on top of the butt injury at any moment, at any time.
That he doesn't.
Right? There's a risk-reward thing. The reward is this. You get a top 6 spot. You get an entire week off. What team of going into the playoffs has more older players that could use a week off than this team?
You told me you weren't worried about the play-in, though.
Well, now I am.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I'm not trying to be like a jerk about
I'm just
it.
recalibrating.
No, okay, all right. Reacting to new information. That's fine.
Like, I don't want to play the Clippers in a 1-game play.
Okay.
I don't want to play Minnesota in a one. Like, they're going to take a chunk out of you, and you're going to exert a lot of energy, even if you win one or you lose one and win the next one. Like that. That's going to take a lot. And this team needs the rest. I think the rest is more important for them.
It would be a huge win if they were able to get it without him. Then you feel great. It's like, wow, wasn't that a great decision? But it's risky. There's a lot of risk involved in all of this, and I think he is going to play tomorrow because just the severity of the injury, you can't hurt it anymore. So if it's one of those where you can just take some like painkiller, put some cream on it, I don't know what you're doing. But if you could just do that, if there's no risk of exacerbating the injury, then play. Get to take something, the Toradol. They're not taking Toradol these days. Whatever. Put some painkillers on, take some ibuprofen. I don't know.
The other thing is this team hasn't had a lot of practice time together, even though they've been on fire. Having that week of practice, I think with full strength would really benefit this team. It really would. They need it.
Man, it is crazy how much this, like, the end of the season is sneaking up on us here. Obviously, we're less than a month here to go. The last game of the regular season is April 13th. And again,
I mean, we're like a week and a half.
Again,
2 weeks.
It's against the Los Angeles Clippers at home, and that could be for a play-in or a playoff spot.
And if you lose that, you'd play either 2 days later or 3 days later, depending on where you're at.
And it's probably going to be the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I don't want to play Anthony Edwards in a one-game situation. Yeah. I'd rather not. Jimmy's a Bayview. We're going to get to you on the other side, Jim. Plus a super chat. I'm going to tease a super chat in there. Because it's about Jonathan Kuminga and one Karis LeVert. I want to get into some of the trash talking that took place over the weekend. 888-957-9570 is the number. Your concern level right now with that loss on Saturday is what? And does Stephen Curry need to come back sooner rather than later with this team after that loss? And also the patience level of Jonathan Kuminga. There's a lot baked into that I want to get to as well. Plus, I have a conversation with one Kyle Harrison of the San Francisco Giants we want to get to at some point today, as he was optioned back down to the minor league club. He's not going to start with the big club, it looks like, to start the season. We'll get into that. Plus, more March Madness thoughts. And Joe Shasky has some thoughts on the NFL draft. And you're not going to want to miss this. You might be looking quarterback in a certain round. Yes, quarterback. I thought they already had a quarterback. That's what's coming up next, brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
Oh, you can't say that on air, Carter. You can't say that on air, but that was really funny. Oh, it's an inside joke, a geography joke. You had to be there.
So I'm getting an email right now.
Oh.
Steiny has a 100 score on the KPIX College Bracket Challenge.
Wow. That sounds about right, because he went chalk all the way, probably. That's Steiny in a nutshell.
Vern Glenn, 98. Shasky, myself, 98. Daryl the Guru Johnson, 98.
Ooh.
Paul Hagen, KPIX, 96. Gianna Franco, 96.
Hello, Gianna.
Matt Lively, all the way down at the bottom.
Okay, let's...
All the way down at the bottom.
All right.
Low man on the totem pole. Or I guess it's high man, because I heard that... Anyway, regardless. Joe Spadoni, score 84.
I'm not last place. You made it seem like I'm last.
What?
I'm like fifth to last, okay?
I'm talking about 95.7, the game employees.
Oh, well, Mark is like 2 points ahead of me. Relax, guys, okay? Hey, I got Duke going all the way. I'll be fine. It'll get me all the way up
I bet
there.
we all have Duke going all the way, which means you're in trouble.
Well, I don't know if Mark does. But you know what? That's okay, because knockout tournament, you can't get mad at me, all right? See, that's the thing with the bracket challenge. You can't get eliminated right away. Like the knockout tournament, Joe Shasky got eliminated right away. I made it to the championship round. Like, so there's levels to these things, all right? So we'll see.
I love how I should just have my wife and LJ's picture on there, because that's who helped me pick my bracket.
Oh, exactly. See,
So,
there you go.
I don't know anything.
Well, none of us do. And speaking of March Madness, it's been kind of just March like dullness. Like it hasn't really been like a lot of like upset alerts like that. We've been like St. John's getting upset. I was like, okay, but like Calipari's a really good coach, and Arkansas has been a good program. I don't care that they're a
Calipari's a great recruiter.
He's won a title.
Okay, he's also left so many on the table.
Okay, but do we realize how hard it is?
No, I'm not
for the
saying-
amount of one and dones they had for him to be competing every year, and we just expect, they get all this talent, all these one and dones. Like, you're a coach. You know
Skill
how hard
sets are
that is?
completely different. No. I view college as, are you a great recruiter versus an in-game tactician? There are different skill sets, and he's a great recruiter. As an in-game tactician, I don't think he's that great.
I'm saying it's hard to be an in-game tactician head coach when you have so many one and dones all the time. Those kids are going to be making mistakes. And true freshmen make a lot more mistakes than like a Syracuse team, like a Jim Boeheim when he was there, that were there for 4 or 5 years. Like when you're going up against those teams, like that happens. So I never really faulted Calipari that much. I know everyone wanted to crush him because he always had the number one recruiting classes, and they sometimes were like 1 or done or 1-2 or Sweet 16 and done. Like he was great there.
The entire landscape currently is all transfers and people coming in at the last second. I don't know.
I think he's built for the NIL era personally too. Maybe. I think Calipari's like, he's really good. Like, and he's showing at Arkansas. Again, Arkansas going back to the Sweet 16. They did it with Musselman a couple years ago. I think they went the Jalen Williams, right? Moses Moody obviously being a part of that team. So yeah, March Madness is in full effect, and Sweet 16 begins Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. And they're going to be over at Chase Center, right? Who do we got there? Do we know what matchup is at Chase Center? Florida, Maryland. There you go.
Will Mr. Chase Center be there?
Oh, which one is that?
Bonte.
One Bonte. Well, it's businessman Bonte Hill. Of course he's going to be there.
Yeah.
He's going to be dapping up. Whoever the top recruits are at Florida, he's going to be dapping up and say, he's going to be like LeBron James. I knew this kid when I saw him at Chase Center. He was going to be great. He's going to do his Bonte LeBron James.
So is Todd Golden, is the Florida team coming to
just well-rounded.
Chase Center? Because, that would be a return back to the Bay for Todd Golden.
That would be a return back to the Bay with Todd Golden. A lot baked into that with Todd Golden.
He got frustrated with me when we had him on the air a couple of years ago.
Oh, you did?
And yeah, we had him on air, and I said something like, all right, Todd, so like, when are you leaving USF? It was something to that effect. And I don't think he was
laugh it off where
it was like so obvious. Like, if you're at USF, it's like, come on, the SEC money came a calling, and I would have left too.
Wait,
you don't have to ask that again.
Who was the coach of McNeese State who had accepted the North Carolina job already? But only when McNeese State lost, then he was leaving. So he was acting like he wasn't going to be the next head coach. It was very odd, the whole thing. But he took Aura with him, Amir Khan, the legend that is Amir Khan. He took him with him to NC State. So there you go. And thus concludes our March Madness 5 minutes on 95.7 The Game. And by the way,
Steiny 100% score. That's kind of incredible.
Don't sleep on it. Hey, he knew Dalton connected. I'll give him credit for this. He called Dalton Connect last year. He was going to be a serviceable NBA player. He said he wasn't going to be amazing. He said he was going to be a rotational
SEC
NBA
player of the year. Was he not?
Yeah, but a lot of people thought he was just going to
going
be
out on a limb
1
there.
year. Okay, he fell all the way to like the 20th pick. Like
He's also bragging about calling upsets when he was a 10 seed versus a 9 seed.
Yeah, they'll call that a coin flip there, buddy.
Hey, Steiny, if you're listening, I have your back. These guys are trying to like bring you down. I got your back, brother.
I don't have his back.
I always have his back.
He's never brought me any food. Every day I go out into that the break room, and all I see is this guy have a beautiful croissant and ham and cheese sandwich, and I go, that smells delicious.
You want him to bring you one of those?
Have you ever asked him to bring you food?
No, but you know what? I've brought donuts for the crew. I've never seen Steiny bring
There's
donuts.
a difference between bringing everyone a ham and cheese croissant.
I didn't ask for that.
And
I said
donuts.
bring food.
Oh, okay. Well, he's
I'm confused. Do you want him to just bring anything, or like do you want him to bring something specific?
He's not a
comes
donut
in
guy.
at a time where there's more restaurants and more shops open than when we do. He should, come with gifts every now and then. That's all.
Are you done? You feel better?
Steiny, if you don't show up with croissants today, it's going to be a lot of disappointment. Because I know he's listening right now.
888-957-9570. You know who didn't?
Guru brings vibes. I'm expecting Steiny to bring a little something.
You know who didn't have their donuts on Saturday? The Golden State Warriors.
No, they threw up a donut.
Or they ate too many donuts.
Yeah,
That's what they
there
did.
you go.
Yeah, and Bob's Donuts, if you will. And I can go for some Bob's Donuts right now, Joe Shasky. Or I used to work near or live near a Dick's Donuts. Love me a Dick donut. Yeah, they're pretty good. And by the way, relax on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest lines. It's time for you to discover the islands. River Islands Lathrop. On Mondays, you guys are the guests, and I want to hear from the people. How frustrating was that loss on Saturday for you? And that loss opened up some eyes for you, saying like, you went from blessing in disguise that Stephen Curry had to miss time.
Well, you're talking yourself into it.
To what?
When someone's out, you're talking yourself into what could the silver linings be.
Well, stop doing that.
Why?
Just say you have 11 games left in the season and that there is no silver linings. You need Stephen Curry. Well, this team's not good enough to win without him.
Of course, like both can be true, but also the competitor and you's like, all right, somebody else step up. That's called the Patrick Ewing effect. Going back to Bill Simmons, like this is a thing. We see this in sports sometimes. Teams galvanize behind an absence and they play well for a couple games. And then things regress back to the means.
But what if Steve Kerr just said it was, a cross-country game and it was hard?
These games are tough, when you fly across the country and the team's waiting for you and, they've been playing well and they just blitzed us. It's disappointing. You want to have a better effort coming out of the gates, but I've been in this league a long time and I've seen this an awful lot. Tough to get the legs moving and the mind working. First game, we had this earlier in the season, I think, at Charlotte. Terrible first half. It's not an excuse because it is what it is. Everybody deals with it. And they were by far the better team out of the gates, and that set the tone.
Cross-country games are hard, and they're tough, Joe Shasky. That's what I got from there. That's not an excuse when he had 2 days off. Like, I'm not hearing that. He's not, it's Steve Kerr, he's the head coach. He's trying to say, what, guys, we'll take this one, wear it, and then we're on to Miami, if you will. But at the same time, and I'm trying not to overreact after one game. I'm really trying not to overreact to one game because I feel like that's what I'm doing right now.
It feels like you're reacting pretty severely.
You have 11 games left.
Uh-huh. Did you think they were going to go 12-0 on the
I didn't think they would
12?
get dropped 40 in the first quarter to that Atlanta Hawks.
Sure, I didn't either. And that
not when you have the guy that's saying he's going to be a DPOY, who says he is the DPOY, and Draymond Green, and he didn't look like a DPOY on Saturday.
I didn't have George Niang scoring. Let's see. Let me just look at how much he had. George Niang. Oh, he had 23. Yeah, that wasn't on my bingo card. Was that on yours?
No, but that goes back to defense. Transition defense was bad. How many times were they just playing catch-up? They were just playing catch-up defensively the entire night.
Yeah, but they let George Niang get anything he wanted off the dribble, from deep, in the paint. He was making plays for others. Like
the scouting report was there on this team, though. They're like one of the top three most scoring offenses in the last, handful of months. Like this team is really good offensively.
And there's no doubt. It should not have crept up on them, but they outplayed them, and they just did. And all of their role players outplayed even your primary players. Like Jimmy Butler, I didn't even think he had that great of a game, quite frankly.
Well, that's what I wanted to get at, too.
Like
the Jimmy Butler angle to this, I know the stats will show he was the only one in plus figures and the plus minus. Yeah, we love the plus minus. He was a plus 11, 25 points, 8 assists.
A lot of it from the free throw line.
He had 14 free throw attempts.
Yeah,
he missed 4 of them too. I'm kind of a little concerned by the way Jimmy Butler at the free throw line. He's been missing like 3 or 4 on a given night.
He missed 2 the other night, like in a row.
Yeah,
bang, bang.
Yeah. I'm a little concerned about that. Just a little bit. Shout out 50 Cent. It's not 50 Cent Friday, but just a little bit concerned. 1 of 7 from beyond the arc. 7 of 15 overall for him. The shot still. I'm worried about it. I am. Not the 3-point shot. I don't really care about those. It was probably way too much for my liking. But if Steph is going to not be there, or if he's going to have a bad game and he's going to have an off night, Joe Shasky, and we have seen him step up when Steph's not having the greatest night. But when he was out altogether, I expected more of scoring output from him to just, you know what? Instead of 15 field goal attempts from Jimmy Butler, give me 20 plus. Give me 25 plus. Just go playoff Jimmy for me. I don't care. Have the ball in your hands constantly and just go after it. He did play a lot of minutes. He had 38 minutes, so he had a lot of wear and tear there. I understand, but I would have liked to see him take over the game a little bit more. And I wonder if the fans were feeling that too at 888-957-9570. I would have liked to have him even have a bigger imprint on that game than he did.
Pods was hitting threes. I thought that Moses Moody, though he hit a couple threes, the shot has just been a little off for him. Even though I thought he had a good game. I thought Moses had a really good game. But right now, the 3 ball just isn't necessarily a strength. And so going 3 of 8, I'll take it because he has not hit. I can't remember the last time he's hit 3 out of 8.
No, it's a good point.
It's been probably a couple of weeks. But like he had a really good game. Outside of that, nobody else was hitting. And it just felt like the team was very, I've used this term a lot, constipated in the half court.
Constipation.
And they settled for a lot of bad late shot clock spots. And just, it didn't look good. And credit to Hawks. I thought they made a lot of winning plays, both offensively, defensively, and in transition. And then what they do really well, Okongwu destroyed them underneath. Yang destroyed them underneath.
And does that come to focus here now? That recipe from the Atlanta Hawks on Saturday, does that give you a little bit more concerned to some of these younger, big athletic teams? Again, no Stephen Curry, but the fact remains, even if Steph was there, like that's a defense that I feel like still would have gotten shredded. Like Steph's not adding much defensively if he was out there. But like, is that something you're starting to like in the back of your mind creep up? Like when I watched the Clippers and I watched the Thunder last night go back and forth, like high level basketball in a given series, like I do still think as a fan base, you know, we're sleeping on the fact that, yeah, those types of teams are out there in the West and in a series, that's going to get exploited. So that does cause me to have recalibrations. When you have a loss like that, it does cause me to step back and say, deep playoff run? Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Like if I'm playing like, and again, I know the team's struggling. I seem to think everyone thinks that the Grizzlies, no one's scared of. I know you and Bonte poo-poo him. You guys sleep on Taylor Jenkins, just say he's a bad coach. That's fine. I know like they have some athletic big freaks though on that team at times. A Jaren Jackson Jr. Particular. I know he's hurt right now, so we'll see.
Well, they've relegated him to being a 3-point shooter at times in a series, so we'll see. But you bring up the Clippers, like Zubac kills the Warriors.
Kills them.
I mean, so
that's another guy, big size.
They didn't have Quinn Post, so
Kawhi, if he's held like again.
Yeah, but Kawhi's also got to guard, Jimmy Butler, so that should take a little bit out of him.
Sure, maybe, but Jimmy Butler's not like his lateral quickness isn't going to be so much so where it's going to be.
No, but it's the more foul trouble and the energy exerted.
Sure.
But Zubac, the interesting thing with him, like if you're looking at a matchup, we haven't had Quinn Post in the last couple of times. So we played them early in the season. What would it look like with Zubac having to guard him out on the perimeter a little and maybe wearing him down? Because we know he will get in the lane and kill them.
Did it look like Quentin Post was wearing anyone down on the Hawks? No. Like that's kind of where I'm getting at. Again, that's.
But I like that they stayed committed to playing him, even though not down the stretch.
They made and he was part of that little mini run they made at the start of the third, which he's been able to do sneakily. By the way, I feel like every single time I watch the start of a third quarter, it starts with a post hitting a 3.
Yep.
And it changes the momentum. It really does.
A high one.
Yeah, and they always like the I don't know if it's a play that Steve Kerr's calling out of the break, but it always
fall
works.
asleep early in the half. They forget their assignment and they forget that this guy can shoot. He's not at the top of the charts in terms of scouting report.
I don't know why that is. Like the guy's 7 feet. Like he's
number one thing is
the sexiest jumper. Yeah, exactly. He's always. I feel like when he is taking a 3-point shot, it is going in, and that is confidence right there. Still, Quentin Post. 28 minutes for him in a starting role, 11 points, 1 assist, just 4 boards. Again, 7 feet tall. I'd like to see more of the boards getting controlled there. They got dominated on the glass, 46-38 overall and 36 to 32 on the defensive boards, and 10 offensive rebounds for the Atlanta Hawks. A lot of second chance points. And again, just attacking the paint. They were doing that offense. How many times I see Trae Young he does those lackadaisical, just like running floaters where it's just like, oh, I'm just going to just lay it in.
What he does is travel all over the place.
I know you love Trae Young's game, and he had a tremendous game. 25 points for him, 9 of 15. The 3-point shot wasn't there for him. He didn't need it. 6 of 7 at the line, but
he's
10
a
assists.
foul baiter. It drives me nuts. He'll get around a guy and then
He's a really good
stop.
player. He's a really good offensive player.
Okay, great. I think he's a losing player. I think he's a high volume player.
He was a winning player on Saturday.
He traveled like 7 times and they didn't call it once.
That one was egregious.
No. I'm not even talking about that one. That one was obvious.
Gerald was going absolutely insane.
And he's right about that.
He did a walking in Memphis little line, which
Corey
I very much
Maggette
appreciated.
thought that was a travel.
Yeah,
for old school Warrior fans. Like it's just I can't watch him play. He's so annoying.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't hate him as much as you do. Like certain players really bother you, and Trae Young's one of them.
Michelle kept saying, "What is with the hair?"
Well, the beard is the patchy one.
What is going on? What look is he going for?
Yeah, it was not. Yeah. Well, he needs to go to Turkey. Is what he needs to do. Go to the Turkish flight. Get the plugs. That's okay. You know, I have a back shoulder fade going up top. It's okay. Go to Turkey if you really feel like that way. He has the money for it. Why not?
You enjoy. I'm being serious for just a split second here. You really enjoy.
I enjoy his offensive game. I thought he was a really good ball distributor on Saturday. He had 10 assists. I thought he had some running floaters that were nice. I like his swagger in games because I know he's not going to back down. And he plays to the crowd, which I appreciate. He's a fun player to watch.
He plays to the referees. See him, Lowry, CP3 at times.
So you forget that run that he had against the New York Knicks in that playoff run.
Great. Yeah, he won a series. Yeah, it was great. It was amazing.
No, he won 2 series. It was very fun.
The guy gets around someone, stops. Not to make a basketball play, but to get a foul.
Is he a really good offensive player or not? You don't think
he's solid? He's solid.
Okay.
He's solid. I think I really do think he's a high volume, high usage player who I don't think is a winning long-term basketball player. He doesn't make others better. Yeah, he gets a lot of high assist counts because the ball's in his hands and he's throwing it to people late.
Part of being a point guard is passing the ball and getting assists. Yes. That's what he was doing on Saturday. I don't want to see like I'm this Trae Young truther, but he's a good player and he showed it.
He's fine.
And but real quick, Trae Young showed, and if you don't think much of Trae Young, that's fine. But do you think of the John Morants of the world? Do you think highly of him?
I would take John Morant over Trae.
Well, you might be playing him in a playoff series, and I know what Ja can do.
Day.
Okay, and again, I know what Ja can do in a playoff series, and I fear Ja way more than I fear a guy like Trae Young.
Agreed.
And again, that highlights some of the deficiencies defensively of the Golden State Warriors, specifically in transition, where Trae Young was killing them yesterday. Steve Kerr spoke about that.
40 points in the first quarter. We were swimming upstream the rest of the way, and I love the way the guys fought after that, but it was a layup line in the first quarter. Transition defense was awful. Give them credit. They were ready. They came out smoking hot. But at halftime, I think they had 23 assists and 3 turnovers. We didn't impact the game defensively until it was far too late.
23 assists and 3 turnovers. So you look at the turnover battle, like it wasn't like outrageous. They had 9 to the Hawks 14, but it was the ones that killed you off the points off the turnovers, as Steve Kerr is saying. Like it was just, they were backbreakers in the first quarter. When you get down 17 points, like it's so hard on the road without Stephen Curry.
This team doesn't have the offense to play catch up in a game like that, nor do they have the defensive stoppers. No. If you're going to play Buddy Hield and you're going to play Quentin Post and you try to get back into games.
That's another guy, Buddy Hield, man. Like 1 3-point attempt in a game like that when you're down 17. Start chucking them up.
I know.
Just start chucking them up. Well, like, why not do that? That was frustrating for me, like the Buddy Hield angle.
But they also know that he's trying to shoot, and I thought they did a good job running him off the line, and he was making the extra pass.
Yeah, that's fine. But 17 minutes.
No,
two shot attempts only. 2 shot attempts.
He's out there to shoot.
That's literally what he's out there to do. I get it.
Guy Santos too was really bad in this game.
4 minutes.
He has not ever since JK's return. It feels like Guy hasn't been able to find his footing, but. I would argue that, like, I like Guy, but he's a 9th man. Like, ideally, he's a 9th man.
He's a lunch pail guy. He'll try to make it a little bit better.
He'll get a couple extra possessions, and if he knocks down a 3 or 2, like, it's found money. But without Steph Curry, you're hoping that Guy can hit a couple of threes, and he didn't, you know?
The fact of the matter is the Jonathan Kuminga, Jimmy Butler tandem has just not been great.
No.
It just hasn't been. And that was a game I felt like fans wanted to look at and say, yeah, like, Steph's out, okay. Let's watch JK and let's watch Jimmy Butler. Let's watch them. Let's watch them get on the same page. Like Jimmy was so like, I really appreciated the leadership of Jimmy, because how much did he say when JK was out? Like, hey, JK, just come back. You play your game. Draymond Green, same thing. Just play your game. Hey, Steph, just play your game. Well, playing his game, I guess, and it really hasn't translated. And if you're Steve Kerr, and there's a Steve Kerr angle in all this, like, when do you start like reeling it back a little bit and like maybe you do feature? Because Steve Kerr was staunchly saying like, no, we got to have minutes for Guy Santos, even with JK coming back. We got to find minutes for Guy Santos. Like,
I think Steve needs to do some stuff that'll actually help JK and Butler.
What are some of those things?
Overlapping minutes, number one, which there have been few and far between. Number two is stop the your turn, my turn. Like, as in throw it to JK, like, all right, JK, do your thing. Right? I think JK can be extremely useful in a Jimmy Butler high pick and roll. How many high pick and rolls has JK and Jimmy Butler run together?
Yeah, like none.
I don't even know if there's been one.
Yeah, I haven't seen any.
So, like, that's what I would like to do. But you have to have the appropriate spacing alongside those guys. So you do have to play a Buddy Hield, and you do have to play a Quentin Post alongside those guys to have some stretch shooters, a Moses Moody. I think that lineup would actually work not bad. But here's where Steve goes, I got to have a ball handler. Yeah. Well, Jimmy's your ball handler. Right, that's where I
view him as the point guard when he's out there. Like,
well, especially with no Steph.
Exactly.
And if you're not going to get
with Steph, quite frankly, he's the ball distributor.
I agree. Yes. And if you're not going to play Pat Spencer, I believe he got a DMP in this game. I don't remember him playing.
DMP.
Yeah. So if Pat Spencer's not going to play at all, then Jimmy's got to be your backup point guard. And in that situation, like, run some high pick and roll stuff. We know Jimmy, like Trae Young, is going to stop on a dime and get a foul, right? And then you have JK as your roller. I would like to see more of that.
I actually want to play this sound. It's on my board still, and I'm glad it is. It was actually from last week from Anthony Slater.
I'm still hopeful that JK can turn this thing around. I am. But I'm still patient.
Absolutely. I think this was Slater from you and Evan, but he was talking about why Jimmy and Kuminga don't play together often, and it was very interesting to me.
Yeah, it's early, and, Kuminga, they're still kind of, was 20 minutes, 20, then like 27, 24, so I think that kind of limits it, but they should put that combo more. There's spacing concerns, but to me, sometimes I think they're a little bit afraid of it, like they were afraid of Wiggins and Kuminga, and to me, you don't have the similar problem as you had with like kind of the Wiggins-Kuminga pairing because of Butler's playmaking and his ability to lift others up. But I kind of think it's more been about who's in and out of the lineup and Kuminga's minutes restriction than them not wanting those two together. And I think you will see them together in lineup combinations plenty in the next few weeks.
That was Anthony Slater, excuse me. I have my mic off. Last week with you and Evan.
So, like, think about it right now. Like, your point guard currently with no Curry is who?
Point guard with no Curry? Well, it's Podziemski.
It's Podziemski.
But,
right? So now, who's your backup point guard? Well, if you're not going to play Pat Spencer, which is fine, it's got to be JK.
Yeah.
Excuse me, JK. It's got to be Jimmy Butler. It's got to be Jimmy Butler, right? And so,
God, not Jonathan Kuminga.
Like, JK needs to play alongside Jimmy Butler, but you also want Jimmy Butler playing those starter minutes and the overlapping stuff. And when you don't have Curry, right, his minute allocation changes and the combinations that you're playing with him, he's now the forefront scorer. So, like, they're just, everything's out of whack right now.
Like,
it's one game, too.
And why are they so afraid? Like, I saw Jimmy Butler maximize Gabe Vincent and Max Strus and turn them into, like, high-quality players. Like, I know he could do that for Jonathan Kuminga if given the opportunity. But again, it goes back to urgency with this team right now, Joe Shasky. 11 games to go. Like, there's part of me where I understand Steve Kerr's like, I can't be tinkering and experimenting. Like, we got to win these games. But at the same time, you kind of got to do the tinkering and experimenting now because you're not going to be able to do that in a series. Like, that's done. Like, if I'm playing the Rockets in the first round series, like, and I lose game one or something, it's like, yeah, I can't start tinkering right there. Like, it's too late for that. So, like, you got to start doing these things now. And I thought it was a prime opportunity with Steph out to feature that tandem more together. And I just thought, again, whether it was the high pick and roll situation, not utilizing that enough, I don't know what it is. And that comes down to head coaching. And that's what it comes down to Steve Kerr with me. And we talked about it. Him being able to thread the needle with this team when Jonathan Kuminga comes back. It's going to be a lot on him to be able to do that. I know JK to an extent has some culpability because he's the player ultimately. But Steve Kerr's going to have to figure this thing out because we know come Western Conference playoff time, like the Thunder of the world, the Rockets, the Grizzlies, young, big, athletic teams, you are going to need Jonathan Kuminga's presence in a lot of minutes here, whether it's 22 minutes, 25. I don't care if he's starting or not. I just need him to be comfortable on the court with Jimmy, with Steph, with Draymond, and hopefully Steph comes back sooner rather than later.
Well, they played different combinations with JK. The one that I just doesn't work, and I know that they got off it almost immediately. JK, Looney, Draymond. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. There's too many non-shooters. It's not going to work for you. The other one that is clunkier is JK, Kevon Looney, GP2. Clunky. Not a lot of shooting. The other one is GP2, JK, Draymond. Like those were the combinations, and if Buddy Hield's not going to take shots, you're making it a lot worse.
That was honestly
right. So
the more I
know
think
we
about
can
it,
point the finger at JK, and we can blame him for this and that, but combinations of who this guy plays with matter. He's not a point guard. He's not a give me the ball, let me facilitate, let me get mine within the fabric of the game. You got to get him to the ball on certain spots on the floor, and so I do think that the spacing you have alongside of him is extremely important. But he's also he's got to take a little bit of onus on his own career, and he's got to stop complaining. And that would be one thing I would say is, hey, JK, every time you take a possession and you're sitting and turning in, you stop playing basketball and you argue to the referees and put both arms up. It kind of drives me crazy.
Well, that's the Pajemskis of the world, the Kumingas of the world. Like that's just what the young kids do now these days. Unfortunately, that's part of it.
But here's what I'd say.
It's just what they do.
I
feel like I'm an old man. I'm 31 years old.
You're under
that's what the young kids are doing these days.
But he's under the microscope.
Yeah.
And he needs to acknowledge that. And again, you have to take onus of your own career, right? This is his own career. And I would say it would start with stop complaining. Play through the contact. Look at what GP2 is doing without the ball and moving and creating shots for himself by just being active and aware, not waiting for the ball to come to him. That's the role that he needs to embrace a little more. And the harder you play on defense, the more the ball will find you on offense.
Well, did you hear when Slater said, who covers the Warriors 95-7 the game, we just played that cut from Anthony Slater, and he was likening to, he's like, maybe they feel like they're a little scared of Jimmy and JK like they were JK and Andrew Wiggins. I was like, Jimmy Butler's is just a completely different player than Wiggins. Like it's totally different.
But Kerr does have certain philosophies that I don't know. There's certain things he's stubborn on that I don't agree with.
Like the vision of a Jimmy Butler as a passer, infinitely better than what Andrew Wiggins ever was.
Yeah.
Like that's why it's so much different to me. Like I feel like Jimmy's the perfect player to unlock. I really believe this, that Jimmy Butler is the perfect player to unlock Jonathan Kuminga. We just haven't seen it yet. And will we ever see it? And can we see it soon enough to the point where, we feel good about him and Jimmy being on the court together and being a positive on there? Because right now it hasn't been a positive, and that's what's frustrating.
And they're missing, I'm telling you, like with Curry out and Pajemski now in the starting lineup, they don't have that backup point guard to set up that second unit. That second unit is bad.
11 games off. They need Stephen Curry back. I think he's going to play tomorrow.
Right now, do you trust Kevon Looney off the bench?
No, I don't. He doesn't play enough for me to trust him right now.
Okay, do you trust Gee right now?
Not really, because again, confidence is so huge with these guys and matchup given. Let me backtrack on Kevon a little bit, depending on the matchup. I know what I'm getting from him. I'm not questioning
it today.
No, right now. Like I don't question.
Things change.
I don't question his mental, like the IQ and the mentals there. Like the physicality though, and like he's a slightly diminished player than what he once was. I know he's going to be a gamer. He's going to try, but like, is he going to be a winning player on the court? I don't know. Like I don't know.
Right. Like I trust GB2 right now. I
don't trust Buddy Hield.
There you go. Right.
I don't trust Buddy Hield.
So they're playing different.
For him to game I trust, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. He needs to shoot the ball.
But Joe, you're playing Kuminga alongside three guys no one trusts at times. Not long times, but at times.
And how could Kuminga trust them in a way too?
Right? Yeah. So like you're looking at a ball stopping situation with a bunch of non-shooters and guys that aren't great.
No, it's a good point. You know who is great? It's a great caller. It's Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina.
What's up, Tim?
What's up, Timmy? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Hey, Shasky, man, that's why I love you, man, because you know the game and you see it, right? Like, I mean, everybody knows that we need the absolute best version of this guy to kind of maximize our talent, except the coach. Like, we are literally making some fictitious thing about Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga that's not even there. You just said we haven't seen one pick and roll. We haven't seen any of that. Like, it is absolutely mind-boggling when we see some of these things, and I have no idea why. I quite honestly, man, I'm to the point now where let's get through the season, let them lowball off of this kid, whatever they're going to offer, and get him out of here, because playing under this coach, and listen, it's just not there. I mean, if you can't put a guy in a position to be successful, especially a 22-year-old who's coming back to a whole new team, that when he left, it was being ran through him. And leading up to his comeback, all he's hearing from the coaches, it's not going to be ran through you, and actually it's going to go through Jimmy, and you better be ready to adapt. Like, I think sometimes we don't understand, like, the mental aspect of this thing, man. So it's just not going to work, man. I'm ready to let's lowball offer the kid over the summer. Let him move on, because honestly, I'm a fan of him, and I want to see what he's going to do with a coach that's going to empower him and want to get the best out of him. All of his success, Shasky, all of his success, man, has come from him being like self-made and having to just go get it. It hasn't come from them really putting him in a position to be successful. It was right before he got hurt, and that was reluctantly.
Yeah,
Tim,
let me get in here. I want to hear your point on this. Don't cut him off, fellas. When they run an offense basically 4 out and one guy who's either in the dunker spot or he's triangling up to the elbow, back down to the other dunker spot. They run GP2 in that role, depending on the lineups that they have. They'll put Kavan in that role, which because he's not going to stretch the floor. They'll never put Kuminga there. They always have Kuminga out on the perimeter. And I'm like, that's not where he's best utilized. Put him in that dunker spot alongside the appropriate 4 on the outside as we go. Like, it's not a 5-out offense. They run like a 4-and-1. I never see them do that with him. I never see him be the lone guy to come up and set the screen. Like, there's things that you can do, subtle little things that you can do to utilize the skill set that he's got, and I don't see them doing that. Tim, are you still there?
Yeah, man. You remember Shasky, they running him out there with Gee, Looney, GP. I mean, Shasky, do you remember the Clippers game when every time he was catching the ball, he was on the move? Yeah. And it was just like it was like poetry in motion. And like even against the Suns, it was just poetry, man. But who he's out there with matters. We haven't seen him out there with Jimmy, Dre, Post. Like, I mean, we were envisioning him out there with a stretch 5. So pick and roll with Post. So now when he comes off, if that guy doesn't help, Post is wide open. We haven't seen it, Chuck. So if you can see this, well, you know what we will see, Shasky? We will say, when everybody on the team was a minus going into the fourth quarter, but they had an opportunity to make their minuses look better, but his minus, he didn't have a chance to make his look better. So what we're going to see, he was a minus 18. It doesn't work with him. But that's what we're going to say,
it's unfair.
man.
It's unfair. Tim, it's unfair.
It is. That's the why the plus-minus things are all, I don't, it's whatever. Like it could, like any stat, there's positives and negatives with it, like a plus-minus. Like how I did that? Like, minus 18 overall. Like the whole team, they were down 40 in the first quarter. Like the whole team stunk. Sorry. 888-957-9570. It kind of leads me to this question. We've been like tiptoeing around it. Like, the success of Jonathan Kuminga, ultimately, it's on the player, right? Like, or is it on the head coach at this point, putting him in a position to succeed? Because I do think a lot of fans feel that it's on the head coach, and he's ultimately going to be the one that decides the success of it. No, it is both, Joe Shasky.
I think it's both.
But I do think there's a question.
That takes JK off the hook.
But I do think that it's a question for the fan base at 888-957-9570. Is the success of Jonathan Kuminga on Steve Kerr? Like, is it on him to like have this kid succeed? Like, I do think a lot of fans feel that way, and I'm curious to see if there are fans that feel that way. 888-957-9570. By the way, Steve Kerr on today on our airwaves, 3:00 with Willard and Dibbs. You are not going to want to miss that. Courtesy of the River Islands guest line, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, joining the boys at 3:00 today. You're not going to want to miss that because I do think they're going to ask him the Jonathan Kuminga question, and it's an important one.
Well, okay, so before I answer your question, why do we do this with this Warrior team? Like, and I know we do this in other sports, but like this Warrior team a couple years ago, it's all because of Kevin Durant. He's a jerk. He's this. He's that. Get him out of here. And we ran, not everyone. I'm talking about a small segment of fans ripping KD at every turn. Oh, the real Warrior basketball is when he's not on the floor. Okay, whatever. He's not one of the greatest players of all time. Got it. Okay, right. Then it was
that's the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard in my life. Real quick. Real Warriors basketball is when Kevin Durant is not
but that's not
on
everyone.
the floor.
That's not everyone. It's just this weird segment. And then it's like, oh, Jordan Poole is so bad. He's the worst. Look, and I was frustrated with him too. Like I was the biggest JP fan. Love Jordan Poole.
Party. It was fun.
I thought he was going to be the next to get the baton at some point down the line. You know, who knows? But like, he's the reason why we're not winning. Like, okay, he's not good right now, but he's not the only thing. They couldn't stop anyone, right? And there was a lot of issues. Then we ran him out of town after running KD out of town. And then it was Klay Thompson. Klay's the worst ever. And look, I had some criticisms for Klay, but I didn't think it was all Klay's fault. Nor did I think Klay's the X, Y, and Z reason of why that team didn't go farther. They weren't good enough. Now, did I want him to have a different role? Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. But I wasn't running him out of town, and I wasn't disrespecting him at every single turn. But it was Klay's fault, and then we got rid of Klay. And now it's like hyper-focused after, by the way, we also had Wiseman somewhere jumbled in there where it was his fault. Mm-hmm. Now it's Kuminga's fault. It's like, guys, everybody, it's not one player's fault when a team wins or loses. It's not one player's fault when you don't win at all, okay? It's just not. We did this to Harrison Barnes at one point in time. We did this to Monte Ellis at one point in time.
Tart.
We've done, but I'm talking about Warriors.
I know.
Warriors land.
I'm just saying, I'm just goes with sports in general.
Sure.
We always want to blame one player.
We isolate one guy on the floor. Mike Dunleavy at one point was this guy for the Warriors. Troy Murphy was. Like, it's just, it's exhausting. And I'm not saying that Kuminga is the end-all, be-all. Believe me, I see the flaws. Like, there's a lot that frustrates me with Jonathan Kuminga. I also see the talent, and I see the flashes. And so there's a happy medium here. But he's not the worst player on the planet.
No, he's not.
I don't get why he's so
polarizing. We had this conversation.
It drives me crazy.
Because Joe Shasky, because it's patience level with fan base, and it's also what we have been promised, not promise is strong, but what we have been told from certain members of the media and how important he is for a run for this team. So if he's going to be the difference between winning and losing in the playoffs, if he's going to be the ultimate decider. So if we got Steph, we got Jimmy, and then we need that third score. And if we all think it has to be Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not saying that's what it's going to be, but it has to be him. Then yeah, people are going to be frustrated when they don't see the consistent scoring during the regular season. I was like, this guy's supposed to help us. That guy's supposed to help us. Well, I don't see it against the Hawks. I didn't see it against the Knicks. I didn't see it against the Bucks. Like, that guy, really? So that's why fans get a little frustrated and get a little peeved.
Well, frustrated is one thing. Like, I think running, he can't play basketball at all. It's like, all right.
Well, fans get angry. That's what every knucklehead fan base is going to do that. Like, we know he can play basketball. We've seen him play good basketball. But right now, there's no patience for it because there's 11 games left in the season and you're clinging to a 6th spot. So people are going to be a little, they're on edge.
I understand.
They're on edge, Joe Shasky. They should be on edge.
I've seen this script before, and it bugs me that we have to isolate one guy, and the reason they lost to Atlanta. No, I'm not saying this is extreme, but there's a second. It's because of Kuminga. It's like they lost because nobody showed up.
No one showed up.
Kuminga included.
They didn't. 888-957-9570. We're going to hit the injury report here in just a second. Oscar in Stockton, Ryan in St. Louis, AJ in LA. We'll get to all of you on the other side. They want to talk Steve Kerr. They want to talk Jonathan Kuminga. And that relationship right there is what I want to dive into and what we have been diving into. Is Jonathan Kuminga and his success, is a lot of that on Steve Kerr? Is it on the player? Where's the happy medium between that? I think I know the answer. I think Joe Shasky knows the answer. What say you, though? Let's hit the injury report. Steph Curry is back with the Warriors, but not necessarily on the court. He will join the Warriors on the road trip to Miami and could suit up depending on how his pelvic bruise responds to treatment over the next 2 days. An MRI on Friday revealed no structural damage, and Steph will be reevaluated later today. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's AJ in LA. It's Oscar in Stockton. It's Ryan in St. Louis. It's Joe Shasky. It's Joe Spadoni. It's Carter. It's Loveman. It's all of us talking Dubs after a disappointing loss on Saturday. Come on back halfway home on a Monday here in the Bay. Good morning to Phil Mo, Mike. Good morning to all of you getting up here. We are live from the Laughing Monk Studios here in downtown San Francisco. It is beautiful. The sun is shining. It is a Monday. We love Mondays here in the Bay. Tuesdays stink, but I like Mondays. You know why? Because I get to react, Joe Shasky, with you, with Carter, with Sam, with everyone to the action that took place this weekend. There was a lot of action happening this weekend. Warriors take a big fat L in Atlanta to start their road trip. It's time to rush Stephen Curry back. Blessing in disguise my ass. We need Steph back and to help in a big, big way. Jonathan Kuminga been struggling a little bit since coming back from the injury. Draymond Green didn't have his greatest scoring output. There's a lot baked into there. There's a Steve Kerr angle. March Madness is upon us as I almost smacked my mic and hit the cover off. I went to the Oakland Roots game over the weekend. They had their home opener at the Coliseum. That was a lot of fun. Took baby girl, take baby boy. We had a great time. 2 shirts before it happened. Anytime 2 shirts performing, you know it's going to be a banger. It's going to be fun. And it was loud. Everyone was rapping. Everyone was having a good time. It was great. And the weather, again, is going to be beautiful today and tomorrow. So that means, no, you're staying in your cars, but you're just going to have the top down if you have a convertible, and you're going to be blasting 95.7 the game. And it does feel like Miami weather, not quite with the humidity, but the next 2 days. And they're going to be in Miami for these coming days, Joe Shasky. And will Stephen Curry be joining them to play tomorrow? We know he's joining the team, but will he play? And that urgency level after that loss, does that ramp up for you, Dub Nation? Is it time to rush Stephen Curry back to play with this team after that loss on Saturday? 888-957-9570. Good morning, Joe. How you doing today? You got sprayed, by the way. Joe Shasky, real quick, pulling the curtain back. We were going, we have like a lot of like loose like glasses and like spoons and like knives and forks just in the studio, which should not be the case, but you know, people like to leave their crap here for some reason. So Joe Shasky was being the father of the station, be like, no, I gotta go put this back. So he took a fork that wasn't his, that was just in here, and was trying to go put it in the dishwasher, like a responsible person does. So what does he do? He opens up the dishwasher and absolutely gets land-basted like a super soaker in the summer, just sprayed with water everywhere, just reacted like, oh my God. And he closed it accordingly, but he wasn't looking at the sign on the dishwasher that said running. So you got sprayed, Joe Shasky. You got woken up there. I'm so sorry. And it was in front of a couple people. Did you feel embarrassed?
No, it was just more like, gosh, no good deed goes unpunished. That's what it felt like, you know? Yeah, everyone's been there. Like, oh, okay, so you guys are just going to leave forks and cups and stuff here in the studio? Well, I'm going to go put it away and be a good citizen. And the next thing you know, I'm the one who gets sprayed in the face by the dishwasher machine.
And you're going to be doing that for the rest of your life with baby LJ. And you're going to be cleaning up his messes, right? I heard you on the call yesterday. It was funny. He was calling me. And he's like, no, don't touch that. Don't touch your hair with that. That's all I heard in the back. Dude. I was like, either his hands were full of like peanut butter or something, because it had to have been a certain substance that was very difficult to get off of hair. We've all been there. It's like, you saying that is basically you also saying, I'm not trying to give you a bath right now.
No.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
Cheese tamale.
Oh, that sounds delicious, actually. It was delicious.
We went to the farmer's market at Stonestown in the morning to grab a couple of quick things, and the tamales were there. I love fresh tamales.
Oh, they're so good. And it's because it's especially during Christmas time, because that's what they eat. Mexico, so traditionally, there's a lot of tamales during Christmas. Love me a tamale, pork, chicken, doesn't matter, or cheese or spinach. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, and shout out to those eating tamales. So brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union.
He had spinach, cheese, stuff all over his hands. He does this thing. So like, I'll feed him because the last time that Dad and him were eating, this is a couple weeks back, he dropped the spoon on the ground. The dog swallowed the spoon, and it cost me thousands of dollars to get his stomach pumped. Long story short,
throwing it up, right? The dog, he was okay.
Yeah, he threw it up, and then I threw out those little nubbed silicone.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So now I try to feed him, but he does this thing where he'll eat it, stick it out of his mouth, pull it into his hand,
it's gross.
Throw it back into his mouth. Gross. It is disgusting. And then he like starts like combing his hair almost, if you will, with the spinachy cheese hands. And I'm like, dude, stop.
Just wait until they start eating it and tasting a little bit, and then they try to put it into your mouth. Like, here, I have some, and they're trying to be cute. You eat some too. And then you just give him that stiff arm. Cha! Get that ass out of here, kid.
He drops it on the ground, looks over his little like area to see the dogs eat it up as fast as possible. He gets a kick out of it.
Because he gets a reaction. That's what kids love. They want a reaction, Joe Shasky.
And then he looks at me like, you like that? I'm like, no, I don't like that.
No, I don't, because that dog's going to be farting all night. It's going to be laying in bed with me. And there you go.
What do you think's cleaning up that mess?
And there you go. We got some messes to clean up on the phone lines because there's a lot. It's packed right now. 888-957-9570.
I love a good tamale.
I can go for some like right now with some salsa verde. Sounds maybe some tapatio. A little tapatio.
I think
on
they
there.
were called Donnas. I think it was called Donnas.
Okay, that's
in Martinez, California. I'm trying to think of the name. So
Donnas
shout out Donnas
or Doñas.
Yeah, if I pronounce it wrong, I apologize.
It's okay. I just got to get those little enyes on there.
Yeah.
It's a nye.
I don't know if it had that, but it's fine.
It's all right.
Delicious.
Oscar is in Stockton, wants to join the conversation. We love Oscar in Stockton, 888-957-9570. What's going on, Oscar? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, what's going on, Joes? Hey, man, I'm just getting tired of everybody calling in about Steve Kerr. I mean, and Jonathan Kuminga. Let me say one thing. The guy in North Carolina, I know he got passion. I've been coaching and doing the same thing for a long time. With a championship organization like the Warriors, you got to understand, Jonathan Kuminga just got back on the team with an ankle injury. So my thing is that he has to get back to the floor of the game. And with the way Jonathan Kuminga plays, he has to understand the isolation game you got to do within 0.5 seconds. And when he gets the ball, he holds on to it. Jonathan's going to be a good player. We got to get him at least 10 games, but we don't have patience to allow for mistakes to come and mess up the karma. So people got to understand Steve Kerr is going to coach this team like this, and everything is going to go through Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, because this is not Washington Wizards. This is the Golden State Warriors. It's unfortunately that the young players come in at a young age, straight out of high school, the AAU ball, and they doesn't have all the things that Brandon Podziemski is possessed with, or Moses Moody is possessed with. So he got to understand he got to kick back and take a step back, which I think he will, and let Steve Kerr coach him. So people got to understand he's going to be a valuable piece to us, but he's got to be a valuable piece to the way we have to use him. So he's got to understand he got to get to the rebounding, and you got to start playing defense. But we're going to need Jonathan Kuminga, and Jonathan Kuminga is going to need Steve Kerr. So people stop calling in about Steve Kerr, one of the best coaches there is in basketball, and he's a player's coach. On that point, man, the Warriors is going to be the top 5 seed, and if Kerr got to sit out this next game, so what? He has to sit out this next game. We're going to need Curry for the next 4 or 5 games in the rest of the season, man. The Warriors are in good shape, man. Calm down, and Kuminga is going to do a good job. At that point, Joe, you guys are doing a great job, man, and keep it up.
Appreciate
Go Warriors.
Thank you, Oscar.
Again, I understand him saying calm down to everyone, but there's 11 games left in the season, and you're clinging to the 6th spot right now. You're Donovan clinging to the 6th spot right now. I give myself a 4 for that reference. But I understand what he's saying, where it's like, let's all just take a deep breath on the Steve Kerr, Jonathan Kuminga. It's only been a couple weeks now, but a couple weeks turns into 3 to 4 to months. And then it starts becoming a trend. Like, well, at one point is this starting to say, like, you know what, the JK thing, like, can we continue to look at him as this team's 3rd best scorer if that's what he needs to be for this team to make a deep run? Or do we start looking elsewhere on the roster and saying, you know what? Draymond Green was scoring at a very high level the last few weeks. And during this Jimmy Butler era, Joe Shasky, he's been one of their most consistent and best scorers. He's been shooting that 3 ball. He's been chucking that thing. Didn't have a great night Saturday, but overall, the totality of Draymond Green, the scoring experience has been great the last few weeks. Like, maybe we start need to recalibrating when it comes to who needs to be that 3rd scorer come playoff time. And I get it. Maybe Draymond's consistency won't be there because he's going to be battling some really, really tough offensive players, and it's going to take a lot out of him on the offensive side, what he has to do defensively. We talk about that a lot. The team's hunting Steph on the defensive end, right, and trying to wear him out on the offensive end, vice versa. So there's going to be a lot of that baked into it. And Jonathan Kuminga, I do think he's going to be getting some good looks still, because you're going to be forced to honor the Jimmy Butlers and the Stephen Currys. I question whether we should start looking at it as, JK having to be the team's 3rd best player in a playoff run. Like, maybe he doesn't. Maybe it does need to be Draymond. Maybe he does. Is that fair? Or is that too of a quick reaction of the last few weeks of Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond Green offensively?
No, I think there's a direct correlation. Like, they look their best when Dre is hitting some shots. I think that's necessary. third best scorer, I don't know. Like that's asking a lot from him. 15 a game, that's the sweet spot. To me, like 13 to 15 a game, if I was knowing that I was getting that from Draymond Green every game, wow. I mean, how different would this offense look?
Maybe not third best scorers, not the best, because that involves like points and how many points are you scoring, but definitely like the third option of like, I need the consistency from this guy.
Yeah.
Like
that I'll buy. I'll buy.
That's like the
So
consistency of a Draymond Green offensively.
Let's talk about this last game. I didn't think his offense was that great. I didn't think his defense was that great. I thought he was a sluggish version of Dre. But to be fair, I feel like I've gotten a version of him for about a month and a half now where it's turned back the clock.
The body of work.
Yeah. So, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, right? But there is something to be said. They're these bigger guys that want to bang and are younger than him and way more than him.
God, do they want to bang?
They're crushing him right now. The thing with Kerr, like, if we critique something about Steve Kerr, that doesn't mean he sucks. We're nitpicking here, but that's part of kind of the job. So, like, for example, Willie McCovey, one of the greatest players of all time.
Hall of Famer.
Okay. This guy, Orlando Cepeda, came up, and they both played first base.
Heard of him.
They threw Willie McCovey in left field, and he was like a fish out of water. He was not a left fielder. All right, he's a Hall of Fame first baseman. I do not think Jonathan Kuminga is a Hall of Famer. Oh, that's not what I'm saying. But what happens in the Kerr offense is you're asking him to basically play left field, right? That's this read and react, make decisions, be a passer, take a dribble, kick it here. Like that really doesn't accentuate what he does well.
No, honestly, it was a perfect team to play against because I think he'd excel great in an Atlanta Hawks system.
Totally agree.
He'd be perfect.
He'd be like John Collins was a couple years back, right? Like, how he was just ripping, dunking, doing all that. So I would say that, like, asking JK to play the read and react exclusively alongside a bunch of non-shooters is really basically like asking him to play left field, they're the equivalent, right? And so it's the same thing like with Brian Hoyer. Would I want Brian Hoyer running read option?
Oh, God.
I watched Kyle Shanahan run that play a couple times, and I was like, what are you doing? I watched him run
with Trey Lance, and it still didn't work.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing, right? And so when I see JK being asked to do a lot of that read and react stuff, you're asking for trouble. That's not what he does well. So now I go, well, Steve, you are a really good coach. Let's just run a couple high pick and rolls with Jimmy and Kuminga, and let's just see what happens.
Well, that's why I don't think, and Oscar, he
like
brought
there's
it
a
up.
happy medium.
Well, exactly. I don't think it's this. I don't think people are like, and there are fans, so I don't want to say that are really angry at Steve Kerr, and they just want to see players be put in positions to succeed. That's all we want as fans, and sometimes we don't feel like that's done. And sometimes the coach will own that and say, I need to do a better job, and sometimes they'll say it was the player's fault. Like, again, I'm not saying it's a like-for-like comparison, but the Trey Lance thing, the big part of a lot of fans' vitriol and being angry at Kyle Shanahan, going back to Trey Lance getting drafted so high and trading all that draft capitals, they didn't feel like he was put in a position to succeed early on.
No.
They didn't feel like the head coach had trust in him to do the things that he did well in college, whether I was ripping the ball deep or doing they thought like, wow, we're doing quarterback option runs up the gun, like gun runs. Like what, that's what we're doing? Like, then he gets hurt, and then he's like, see, I told you this is what's going to happen. So fans just want to be, showed from the head coach and from the coaching staff that these players are being in position to succeed. So the problem with that is, like, you got to take the training wheels off at some point. The player has to also show that he could do the things that you need. Like we've learned, Trey Lance just might not be good at football.
No doubt.
I mean, it might not be good.
And Kuminga, I don't think he's an all-star level player by any means. But here's what I would say to you. Like, they run the same offense without Curry like Curry's in the game.
And you can't,
you just can't do that.
Yeah.
You just can't do that.
There's no player that has the gravity of a Stephen Curry out there. That's just going to...
It's like asking I don't even know who's the backup to Lamar Jackson. Play exactly the same way as Lamar Jackson.
Oh, didn't they just sign someone new?
It doesn't matter who it is. You get what I'm saying. There's only one Lamar Jackson. Yeah. And so, like, when I'm telling, like, a lot of Warrior fans...
That's right, yeah.
Who?
Cooper Rush.
Yeah, exactly. And he's not going to play anywhere like Lamar Jackson. So to think that the Warriors are just going to roll out against Atlanta and run the exact same offense throughout the entirety of the game that they do when Steph Curry's out there, well, I don't think that's smart. I actually don't. I think that's pretty silly. And, like, I would adjust based on the personnel I have out there. Why do you think they settled for so many late in the shot clock shots? Bad shots.
Bad shots.
Because you're waiting for someone to come off the screen who's not playing.
Yeah.
The way you were playing basketball with Steph is not the way that you would play if Steph was out for 2 months. You would adjust the style. So with him being out, I thought that their offensive sets were lackluster.
Is that the most like the final piece to the puzzle, if you will, right? You talking about this puzzle, this Rubik's Cube, Tetris, whatever reference you want to use, a jigsaw puzzle, like all this mixing and matching since Jimmy Butler's here. So we got Jimmy Butler, we got Draymond Green, Quentin Post has been playing well, Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski, Guy Santos here and there, Buddy Hield, I want some more consistency there, but he's shown some flashes. Gary Payton's been playing well. And Steph, obviously, he's had some big games, big performances, and needed some rest, and he was hurt. Like, if you're Steve Kerr, is that the final piece to this puzzle? Is the Jonathan Kuminga aspect to it? Or is there something that's even more important that we're not talking about when it comes to whether it's the minute allocation with the older guys, whether it's rest, whether it's this Stephen Curry rest angle? Like, I'm trying to...
The final piece of the puzzle is a personnel move probably in the offseason to get him a big that would really match
this year.
Yeah, this year, like, I think they're making the most of it. The problem is that you're relying on Buddy Hield to provide certain things, and he's inconsistent. You're relying on GP2 to stay, solid from the outside. Moody, whose shooting hasn't been as good. You're relying a lot on him being a great catch and shoot player. Not good, great. Right, like in his limited amount of touches, you need him to be great. And you're asking Draymond Green to go back in the well and be a 15-point a game scorer. So I think they're asking a lot from the current roster, and then you're asking even more when Curry's not on the floor. Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Ryan in St. Louis wants to join the conversation. What's up, Ryan? You're all Spadoni and Shasky. How you doing, man?
Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing today?
I'm doing good.
Great. It's beautiful out here in the Bay.
Awesome, man. Happy spring to everybody, too, as well. I want to talk about, y'all remember Moses Moody, maybe, 2 months ago, he couldn't get no consistent playing time, right?
None.
But until the trade happened, he was able to get a role. And for years, everybody was like, hey, Steve Kerr, play Moses Moody more. And same thing with J.K. as well. And I know we look at the team now with Jimmy Butler, and we like, oh, the team has transformed. But because of the GM trading 3 or 4 guys out the way, it shortened the roster and kind of forced Steve Kerr to give these guys roles, right? And so then everybody started seeing Moses Moody go out there and play better with a consistent role and also consistent minutes. And now, even though Buddy was playing horrible, a lot of fans was looking at Steve Kerr was like, how is it that Buddy can play consistent minutes for 3 months straight, shooting 20-some% as a sharpshooter, and then when other guys get in the game, fans pacing for J.K. like, bro, he been back for 2 weeks after been gone for 30 days, and we saying he's terrible, he can't fit in. But we sat there and watched for 30-some games, Buddy Hield play horrible and still always was relied upon. And so what I'm just asking fans for is this, man, let's keep that same energy for J.K. Allow this man to understand he's an athlete. You know what I mean? He's a springy guy. When he did play well, if you look at his career with the Golden State Warriors, every time Andrew Wiggins was missed or a couple players were hurt and he was forced into a role, his game accelerated. He gave you 18 points consistently. The more time he got out there, he was more trusted. And I think the same thing has to happen to him, but he's trying to conform to a whole new roster for him as well. We was begging for a stretch 5. Quentin Post didn't start playing until a trade happened. Quentin Post should have been playing on this team a little earlier because we was needing a big guy, and now we have one. Jonathan Kuminga has never played with him as well. So he's coming into a whole new situation. It's like, man, I was playing good. Now all of a sudden I have to adjust how I'm playing with a guy like Jimmy Butler too. And so I just hope Steve Kerr sit back, take a seat, like, hold on. High pick and rolls. What did J.K. do in the end of the 5-minute game against the Clippers, like Spadoni said earlier, that made him successful? Let's get this guy's confidence back, because that's what he needs, because he feels everybody looking at every little moment, every little move that he makes, and like, oh, am I going to be on the bench, or am I the reason why we're losing? And that's not what you want for a young guy. You know what I mean? We need to empower him and give him that confidence, and also empower Steve Kerr to go out there and let him make a couple mistakes, because you're going to need him. Draymond Green is not going to consistently be that shooter or that guy to average 18 points. We know that's not even the role that he wants to play. And so in order for this team to have the long-term success we might need to make a couple mistakes here and there, but the long-term, Jonathan Kuminga is somebody that we're going to help us against those athletic teams like the Houston, athletic teams like Denver, athletic teams like the Clippers, because we can't beat the Clippers to save our lives. I don't know why we can't. Like, we're going to need this guy. And so I just hope J.K. and Steve Kerr and Jimmy Butler get together, man. We're going to be all right. We just got to give these guys confidence, man, and encourage these young fellas to go out there and be the best they can be.
There you go. That's Ryan in St. Louis right there. How about you go over there, Ryan? I'm going to actually fly you out to Miami. You can give him a pregame speech. You guys seem to go out there and be the best that you can be. All right, there you go. You know what? I like that positive mental outlook from Ryan at the end there, because I do believe this team, top to bottom, like they can be a very tough out and can make a run in the playoffs if things are clicking on all cylinders. And I do think Jonathan Kuminga needs to be somewhat a part of that. I'm questioning now how big of a role that's going to be going forward.
What do you want his role to be?
I want him to be able to come off the bench and ball out and be that guy that could score. I just want him to go out there and score. If I get anything else, that's great.
So if he's playing 20 minutes a night, like hypothetically, you expect him to score how many points?
18, 20.
How many guys in the league score a point per minute?
888-957-9570. I don't have that in front of me right now.
I mean, even the best scorers in the league don't score a point per minute. That's what I'm saying. Like, I get what you're saying, but like when we peel the onion back a little and we look at like how many shots you take, how many minutes are you playing, like we're asking almost unrealistic numbers here.
Well, kind of, but like 16 points. I didn't think that the points were like, it goes back to efficiency at the same time. Like if it looks good,
okay,
like I can deal with 15. Like same with Draymond, right? Like his 10 points are not what Jonathan Kuminga's 10 points usually are, because Jonathan Kuminga's going to be taking a lot more shots sometimes. But lately, Draymond has been scoring more and shooting the ball more and being more aggressive, and you just want that overall mindset. So, yeah, I say maybe, and maybe that was strong, 18 to 20 points.
I think a lot of people agree with what, like, maybe not that exact number. Exactly. I think a lot of people agree with you, like he should be near 20 points a game. And my thing to that would be like, if you're only playing 20 to 23, 24 minutes a night, we're asking this guy to be a prolific scorer.
And I just don't want it to look clunky. Like, that's really what it is. So, like, he could score 12 or 13 or 10 points. Like, and if it looks fluid and within the offense, like, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Because that means the whole team is flowing and it feels good.
Do you know how many minutes a game right now, MVP, the leader in the clubhouse, plays per game? Shea.
How many what?
How many minutes a game
does Shea play? I'm going to guess around 34.
So he plays 34.3 minutes a game.
Look at me.
He scores 32.8. Okay?
It's pretty good.
So I want people to understand, like, you're asking JK, some people, not everyone, like, literally score a bucket per minute. It's like, or excuse me, a point per minute, which would be one of the highest clips in the league.
Well,
so
a lot of people think he should be getting more minutes and should be starting. So that's baked into it too. So a lot of people think the 20 and 22 is not a lot. So I want him to score more. That means he has to be out there on the floor longer.
No, but I think what my thing would be like, I would take scoring off the table, because I do think that he's fixated with my impact comes via scoring. And I would say to him, no, Jonathan, where your impact would come in is I want you to just be a hellacious defender, and I want you to be a hellacious rebounder and a boxer outer. If you're doing those things, the points is all gravy. And I think that's the difficult thing right now is everyone else wants him to score and do all those things, and I don't think that should be his role. I think the scoring should be secondary, and I think what I would be asking for him is to be the second or third best defender on the team while simultaneously being one of the second or third best rebounders and boxer outers. And the area where Wiggins made the biggest jump in the playoffs for that run when they won a championship was not offensively. It was defensively and rebounding. We didn't know he could rebound like that. And so I would take a page out of the GP2 book and say, I want you to be better at everything of those little things that we're looking at. And the scoring stuff would be secondary. I know we're all looking at scoring. Scoring's going to come. It's the defense and the rebounding and the boxing out. And if he does those little things, all the money in the world would be coming to him. All of the shots and everything. We can live with all the other stuff. Do those things.
Biggest area improvement you'd like to see there for Jonathan Kuminga, 888-957-9570. And is the defense more important than the offense at this point for JK? If he wants to have that minute allocation come playoff time, I actually do agree with that, because the one part that was slept on that entire run, it was two-way Wiggs. And again, two-way Wiggs, we kind of laugh at it now, but it was a real thing in that stretch, him going up against the Lukas of the world, getting switched on the Tatums or the Browns. Like, that was such a huge part. When your best player really doesn't play on that side of the ball, and Steph Curry, like, he tries. I'm not trying to like poo-poo. He tries, but like that's not his strong suit. Like, you better have someone else there. And that's why the Jimmy Butler move was so huge. And having Draymond Green there, and if you could add Jonathan Kuminga into that, and they have been one of the best defensive rating teams in the NBA during this Jimmy Butler stretch. So I do want to make that clear, but it could be even better if Jonathan Kuminga can emerge there. And that is the great equalizer in a playoff series. If I'm going up against a Thunder and I can get that defensive tenacity going with JK up against those Williams guys or Shea Gilgeous, like, yeah, that unlocks a whole lot more. Real quick, Joe Chester, we'll pick this up on the other side. BPA, Mo and SF, we'll get to you. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Honda of Vallejo. I've been up for 5 hours now already, so I deserve these.
So you guys all look at me like I'm crazy when I'm eating bananas and oatmeal.
Who said we looked at you crazy?
Avocados.
No, we didn't say that.
I bring food every day.
Who makes fun of you?
Starving.
No, it's the fact that you have to say that. I'm starving.
I am.
It's when Spadoni says I want sushi at 9 in. That's too far.
Well, like I could go for some right now.
I said to my wife yesterday, and I mean
California
this.
rolls? Let's go.
I mean this with all my heart.
It's not real sushi, but
I can eat Mexican food every single day of my life.
That's not sushi, but I hear you. Yes.
No, I know, but we're just like saying like anytime, morning, day, night, don't matter.
I could do Mexican. I could do Italian
Chinese
all the time.
food too.
Chinese food. Low key, the power rankings for Spadoni in the Bay Area just has so much good options. Indian food's rising through the ranks, bro. Tikka masala with the jasmine rice. I know the spices hurt you, like anything, like
the
pepper,
curry.
like
the curry.
Well, no, Steph Curry. We love Steph.
No, I don't love curry.
Why?
I just don't like it.
I think you haven't had good kind. That's why you're scared.
Sure,
You're scared from the spices.
You haven't had good hummus. That's why you don't like hummus. You haven't had good hummus.
You don't like hummus?
No, it's okay. I like certain kinds.
You're very elitist, Joe.
No,
Shasky.
I don't want your crummy, adding a ton of artificial flavors hummus. I like
REL
throwback, the good stuff.
Relax.
Gotta have the good
hummus hummus is made out of? Do you know? What is it made out of? Chickpeas. There you go.
Thank you.
I
thought you were going to say something like,
well, you just
I never would have guessed that, to be honest.
You literally just said, he's like, I want the good stuff. I was like, do you even know what it's made of? You're like,
no. You'll get like the flavored, you'll get the flavored ones, right? Like there's like basic hummus.
Yeah,
and
they
then
have
there's
like
all
the
these
roasted
different
red pepper, the Sabra hummus, that's what you're alluding to. Yeah, which is fine.
It's
but like,
okay.
Yeah, you can make your own. All you have to do is get the chickpeas, you get some garlic mashed up in there, maybe some minced garlic, and you mix that, and then you get some olive oil on top, and then you get the peanut bread, or get some tortilla chips if you want to do multi-cultural.
You could pretty much dip anything into hummus.
Anything.
I will allow
get some
that.
Doritos in there, right there. Just dip it in there. Is that? Yeah, but then the dust gets in there. That is tainting it a don't want to do that.
I don't know.
Don't
Dorito. Double dip. That's
don't stick your Dorito in my hummus. Am I right? Brian in Palo Alto wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Yo, good morning.
You big hummus guy, Brian?
No. my wife is. I am not, to say the least. I think I don't know that there's any historical precedence for a fourth-year player just with the absolute the number of excuses made for Kuminga for what he is almost a year out from half a decade in the NBA. I don't know there's any historical comparison. You're talking about, if he does all these things, he's going to get paid a lot of money. Like, he's not a good rebounder. I don't know anybody would argue with that. Not a good shooter, not a willing point of attack defender. Is this team played better when Heath Santos was the first guy off the bench and not Kuminga, right? That's the reality. And so, it's year 4. It's not going to happen, right? This sort of fantastical sort of hope wish of Kuminga becoming this incredible. He's just not. That's not who he is, right? We would see it by now, and you can't always make excuses of Kerr should have played him more 2 years ago or something, right? Like, these guys that just continue to make apologies for this guy are just, that's all they're going to do is just find a new excuse.
But who brought up money this morning? I don't think any of us brought up any money.
No.
We're just talking about where we are right now.
He said, well, you did just say he'll get all his riches if he just does these things, right?
Well, that number, they're all going to get paid.
Let's put it this way. He's not going to be two-way wigs was two-way wigs for 3 months of his life,
Exactly.
right?
Yes.
Jonathan Kuminga is not even close to that. Not close. So, hoping or wishing that that's going to materialize in the playoffs is just not going to happen. Nice kid. It's unfortunate, right? That, it's not going to work out for him here. He's not a fit here. It's clear. This team's 2 best stretches of play the last 2 years happened when Jonathan Kuminga was not available, right? Last year, right? And this year when they put TJD in last year. So it just is what it is, right? But let's just stop the excuses, right? And I'm not blaming you guys. I'm sort of talking general Warriors, Twitter enablement. Just stop the excuses.
Well, he
Right?
hasn't.
He's a
He hasn't been
fourth-year
good. No, and
lottery pick.
I'll agree with you, Brian. I don't mean to cut you off there. And he hasn't been good. And the injury is a part of that. But even when, prior to not getting hurt, and the team and him playing, and he was the second best scorer, it wasn't translating to wins. So I appreciate the call, Brian Palo Alto. It wasn't translating to wins, and we're seeing that right now when he's coming in. And it's fine if he's working through his struggles and they're winning the games. But when the losses start piling up, like he had a bad loss against the Nuggets and JK played a lot. He had a bad loss against the Hawks. JK played a lot. Like that, unfortunately, that is going to be part of it and it's baked into it. And yeah, the rebounding, that is something like that should be better. Like I will agree with Brian on that. Like 2 rebounds is just that's not enough. For a guy that's that athletic and big and large, and he doesn't average a lot of like high rebounds for his career. He just doesn't. Like Brandon Pajemski should not be averaging more rebounds than him. Like that should just not be happening. That's for me is effort level. Okay. That should not be happening. There's like a 3-inch difference between those guys.
Well, rebounding is there's a lot that goes into it. Like if you are guarding the best guy on the perimeter, you're not going to clear a lot of rebounds.
Sure, I do think it's partly a hustle stat too. Partly.
But also like Draymond doesn't rebound necessarily at a clip that you would expect. But when you watch the games, he boxes out a lot of people and someone else gets that.
He also
rebound.
affects us so much.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so your eyeballs can tell you a different story from just the stats. I agree. He needs to box out better and rebound better. The area that I would take umbrage with Brian's call is there's not a person on the planet who thought Andrew Wiggins was going to turn into what he turned into.
No.
I saw Andrew Wiggins for multiple years in the Warriors uniform, and there was and look, he was an all-star.
I was going to say, he was an all-star that year. So, like, there was...
just hear me out. I think if Kuminga was given the amount of runway that we gave Andrew Wiggins for multiple years and the years preceding him, he would have been as efficient offensively. I really believe that. Defensively, I do think Wiggins is a step ahead of him significantly when it comes to the defense. It's just on-ball defender. As a on-ball defender, switching defender. I think a lot of years in the league to get to that point. There was a time when he was in Minnesota, defense was optional for Andrew Wiggins.
He was on a bad Minnesota team, and he got to play for a lot of like bad Minnesota teams. He was there.
There's something to be said for that.
2014, so how many seasons? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5.5 seasons. Like he was there before coming over to the Warriors. Like, it's a long time to like just wet your whistle, if you will. And he had already gotten paid. And he knew he was going to get paid because Minnesota didn't have anyone. But
here's the thing on the money. I hear you on the money.
And he was Rookie of the Year, by the way, Andrew Wiggins.
I don't care about the money. And what I mean by that is like I don't want to hear it from him. I don't want to hear it from anyone on the team. Money has kind of sabotaged the Warriors the last couple of years. You got yours. I didn't get mine. I deserve this. He got that. So like, the last thing I need right now is any of these guys to be taught. Now,
I only brought it up because of the pressure of everything.
No
like
doubt.
The pressure of Andrew Wiggins with Minnesota just was not there at all. Like it was with Jonathan Kuminga. Like I just don't think that it's a fair comparison too, because like playing on a championship ready team is so hard as a young player. Just like look at like what Christian Brown was able to do with the Nuggets. Like I think we kind of sleep on how like crazy that was as a rookie coming out of Kansas and just being able to just shoehorn right in there.
But
and
again,
be a really
it's easier for young ball-centric guys to get theirs who can be facilitators. This is why Jordan Poole had an easy time getting whatever shot he wanted.
Correct.
When you can come into the game as a young player and get any shot you want because you have the ball in your hand, it's different than being a big. Off the bench bigs, a lot of them struggle. A lot of the young off the bench bigs. If you look at who are the best bigs off the bench, 9 times out of 10, they're veterans. Yeah. They're not young guys, right? They're veterans that kind of understand the nuance of how to get theirs. I think it's difficult when you're not a primary ball handler guy off the bench to get yours as a young player.
That's kind of what Christian Brown was, though. He was the shooting guard. Like, he would come out, though, for those Nuggets teams.
But he also had the ball in his hands, too.
He did have his ball. No, but he did. But JK has sometimes. He does have his ball in his hands, too. But I'm just saying, I didn't think of him as the primarily ball handler outside of Jamal Murray. He got some run. He got some touches.
Okay.
But again, I'm saying, I'm highlighting that that's a rarity.
It is rare.
It's not. It's very difficult to join a championship-ready team right now. And that Nuggets team was the best team all season long. Then maybe he was just that piece. Now they had a lot of veterans on that team, the Bruce Browns of the world, right? KCP.
At the time,
At the time. So, like...
Monty Morris before that.
Like, so... it's very difficult. And I do think like when we have these conversations of doing the straight like comparisons, like he's been in the league this long. Yeah, but he's been on a team that had championship expectations for this long too. And it's very difficult to try to find your way on with a lot of egos. And let's face it, on a team that is not known historically with Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond, Iguodala as a great place to develop like as a young player. It just hasn't been for a lot of these players. Like, so yes, like if you want to do the comparison, Andrew Wiggins gave this, but Andrew Wiggins had so much more seasoning, I felt like, before coming here. And yeah, credit to Andrew Wiggins, who is I don't know if he's going to go down in his entire career because Jonathan Kuminga is still so young. I don't know. But he had one All-Star, and he was the second best player on a championship team. I don't know if Jonathan Kuminga will ever be a second best player on a championship team. We'll see.
He's only 22.
The comparison there is a little, it's a little rough for me. Yeah.
But I would say this, that like when I look at what Andrew Wiggins did, he scored, right? A lot in transition and he was shooting better than he ever did.
The ISO game too that he had he was just able to just get it. If they needed a bucket late, he can get one.
He could, but I don't remember fourth quarters where he was taking over.
No. But if they needed a bucket, it felt like during that run, he was just able to just give them that.
He refined his back to the basket game where he became a better post up player over time. But that wasn't in his bag when he first got to the Warriors. It took some time. But I go back. I remember a point in time where Warrior fans had more love for Kelly Oubre than Andrew Wiggins at one time. And I know it's crazy to fathom currently, but that's how we felt.
No, we literally would we had a segment called K-Wig with Dibbs and Steiny, and when it was Willard, like K-Wig would be like, slow jams with Andrew Wiggins. He had 8 points and 2 boards. Like that would be the whole thing. Like he'd be so up and down.
I called him the astronaut.
Why?
Because he would just get up and down the floor because he's floating in gravity.
Right?
Floating. Like the least impactful 17 points I've ever seen.
Ever. He was the hollow man. Like we would make fun of Sabonis for being that, and then he wasn't.
But what was the differentiator? Defensively, on ball, rebounding like a menace, attacking the rim, leaning into his skill set.
Absolutely. Mo is in San Francisco. He's been hanging on tight, wants to join the conversation on Jonathan Kuminga. What's up, Mo? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky. How you doing, man?
What's up, boys? Good morning. Hey, man, Doritos at 8:30 is wild.
It's unhinged, I know, Mo. But I've been up for 5 hours, Mo. Isn't it okay? I've been up for like 5 hours, right?
Fair. There's a lot of options, but that's fair. I hear you. Hey, so, you guys actually just talking about what you were talking about, kind of making me change what I was going to call about. What I wanted to call about and talk about was, I think for me, the thing that's shifting is, and this is maybe unfair to JK, but he was kind of supposed to be the heir to the throne, right? Like he was the next one up post Steph, post Clay, post Draymond. And that I don't see. Could he be a number 2, a number 3? Maybe, but like he's definitely not like the next guy up and like the one that's going to carry our franchise going forward. And I think that's what's unfortunate. Sure, he's young, but to BPA's point, man, he's got years. So you can't say he hasn't had enough time to maturate under this team with a lot of great leadership and a lot of great IQ on the team. My hope is him getting maybe a year or two with Jimmy. I do think he maybe wasn't getting the right type of instruction in terms of understanding the game and developing his IQ from the point of view of a Steph, but maybe Jimmy can kind of give him that. I do think it's an IQ thing. I don't see him facilitating the offense in a way that you need your main guy to do it. I do think he's a bucket. He'll get in. We need points. He'll go crazy. He's athletic. He kind of he could potentially become someone like Malik Monk or like a Lou Williams, where it's like, yo, go crazy, go in there, make something happen.
But those guys all have handle.
Yeah,
those guys all have handle.
They all have handle. That's right. I mean, and I don't know, man. I just think for me, I'm coming and settling into the idea that he's not our next Steph Curry, and that's a hard thing to fill.
Who is?
But I don't think he's our next dude. And there's just so much. I mean, we're watching the March Madness right now, man. There's talent, and like he's not. I don't see him being head and shoulders above a lot of these prospects that are going to be coming over the next couple of years either. So it's tough. And, maybe it's not fair to him. He missed his chance. Maybe that's Kerr's fault for not committing to him. But I'd love to keep him on the team, but he can't be the centerpiece.
I think the minute they made the deal for Jimmy Butler, the algorithm of the future, whatever the timeline was it did totally changed.
They put an expiration date on it. It's 2 years.
Yeah.
All the contracts line up. Steph, Dre, Jimmy, and if you guys missed that piece from Anthony Slater on The Athletic, I keep referencing it. Really good talking about that. Steph references the timeline. Jimmy Butler, it's just, the before and after Jimmy with the trade. All of it's very, very well done. Find it on The Athletic. Anthony Slater doing a whole job. He'll join us as he does each and every week here, Joe Shasky, on the Morning Roast. But yeah, as soon as that happened, we're all in on this year, next year, and then we're going to basically see what happens. And then the year after, do you remember this summer? I don't know if he's going to be here.
Well,
if I had to bet, I don't think he's going to be.
Okay, so let's look at it.
I know the owner loves him though. It's so that's a big part of this.
Okay.
Joe Lacob loves Jonathan.
Do you remember
Kuminga.
when Harrison Barnes declined his extension?
Yes.
Okay. Harrison Barnes declined his extension.
What a blessing.
Well, even if he would have signed it, he might have still been dealt.
Well,
but he declined the extension and was playing really well, and then rolled his ankle.
Yeah.
And then kind of failed to gain his footing. It felt like consistently the whole season.
He just had a really horrible playoffs and
awful.
Yeah.
And the pressure mounted and the decision mounted and the boulder on his shoulder got heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier.
The arenas would gasp whenever he take a three, is he finally? And he just
exactly.
Yeah.
And then you kind of realize all right, well, he's the domino that gets flipped if you don't win it all.
Yeah.
Right? You didn't know Bogut was going to be a part of it. You didn't have a number one thought that, Durant's coming. It could have been anyone. But you were all right, we could match something. We could flip him. That's kind of what the feeling was. And I feel similar to Kuminga. But the difference here is that Kuminga has an opportunity with a run here where he can prove his worth and prove that he deserves to not only be on the team, but he can be a hell of a contributor on a winning team. I'm not ready to just say, peace out. I'm not ready to just trade him for anything like some people are. I want to let it play out. I want to give him an opportunity to prove himself. I think he can prove himself. I'm not ready to give up on him.
Is time running out on Jonathan Kuminga? But that being said,
it's not like the runway is long.
That's what I'm saying. That's my question. Is the time running out for Jonathan Kuminga to prove himself for the future of the Golden State Warriors to be a piece of it? I think it kind of is. The
difference between
11
what you're
games
saying
here in the regular season, Joe Shasky, and then maybe he goes on a crazy run in the playoffs. Maybe that'd be great. That'd be awesome. Then we're talking maybe championship. Great. JK. Awesome. I would love that. I just think time's running out on it.
But I think the difference for me and what the caller said, the next guy, I don't think anybody thinks that he's the next guy. If you do, then you're going to be left.
I thought third option maybe be great. A third option. And even he was talking about Lou Williams and Malik Monk. Lou Williams, how many times did he win Sixth Man of the Year? He's a really good player. That's a really good player, man.
They're just so different.
Well, he's also he's 6'2". Isn't Lou Williams? He's short. What are we doing?
Those are instant offensive guys, and you don't care about turnovers or who they're playing alongside. You're just worried about filling it up.
Yes.
Kuminga's skill set is just totally different. I think he has all the ability in the world to be an elite defender. It's, do you want to be? And then are you paying attention? Right? Those are the things that make great defenders. And you want it, and are you paying attention? Are you maniacally obsessed with studying the opponent's tendencies and trying to take those things away?
Well, and that's the thing in all this. When you have two of the best defenders in the game on your team, and you're practicing with those guys and you're trying to pick their brains.
a lot right now.
Well, they're not. But again, picking their brains and you're being around them and you're on the court with them. Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, respectively, two of the best in the league at defense. And if that doesn't rub off on him at that point, then it is on Jonathan Kuminga. If you're working with those guys and you're still not improving that much, and he's been solid. I'm not saying he's a scrub defensively. He's not. But I would like to see that, come playoff time. If he's going up against the Oklahoma Cities or the Rockets, where I see young, big, athletic guys, and he's holding his own and he's doing his part, that would change how I view about him. Even if the offense is inconsistent, just on one side of the ball, I know what I'm getting would be great, because you referenced it. That is what we saw with Andrew Wiggins. We knew the offensive inconsistencies were going to be there, but we got to a point with Wiggins where we knew what we were getting defensively every night, which was great. We knew we were getting really good defensive work from Andrew Wiggins consistently. We're not there yet with Jonathan Kuminga. Now he's trying to, again, get involved in this team, And I feel like we're having training wheels and we're having like the oven mitts on when we're talking about it. But time is ticking here, Joe Shasky. 11 games to go, less than a month to go in this regular season. And he's playing important minutes now, and it hasn't been great.
So the rumor was that he declined a $30 million a year.
Rumor.
Yeah, that's the rumor. But Moses Moody signed basically an extension for $37 million over 3. So you're looking at about $12.5
Feels like a great bargain right now, given what we've seen from Moody.
Has anyone, fan, caller, texter, referenced Moses Moody's money once this year?
No.
Had Kuminga taken that $30 million deal, we would be referencing the money ad nauseum. He hasn't even signed. We don't even know the specifics. Yeah. And people are already projecting what he thinks he's worth and this and that. We don't even know what the actual details were of what he rejected, what he did. It was just a report. So, like, Kuminga's wanting 3 or 4 times what Moses Moody's getting, and people are already throwing that through. Had he taken that money, let's just say hypothetically it was $25 million a year, I think people would still be on his head right now. And I just, man, it's a tough way to be.
Jason is in San Jose. He wants to join in the Kuminga conversation.
He's in a no-win situation, I guess, is what I'm going.
I think that's a great point. Unless they literally go on a run here and he looks incredible during it, I don't know what Jonathan Kuminga can do to really salvage, parts of the fan base that are just out on him. I don't know if there is anything he can do to satisfy them. Oh, what's up, Jason? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky. How you doing, man?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm doing great. Great conversation. The issue here is expectations and reality. The reason we love Steph Curry is if you looked at him, you wouldn't expect what you get. He exceeds all expectations.
Yes.
And it's because of his great skill. He has great skill. He doesn't jump. He doesn't run super fast. He has great skill, and his IQ is high. Now look at Jonathan Kuminga. Take away the leaping out of the gym. Take away the running really fast. What skills does he have? The skills aren't there. So, and then you add back the speed and you add back the leaping ability and you ask yourself, what does that translate into? Does it translate into rebounds? Does it translate into dunks? Does it translate into scoring? No. So it's a skill issue and an attitude issue. Now, our expectation is that he's going to be a high quality role player. The concern is his expectation is he wants to be Anthony Edwards, and he's not, because he doesn't have the skill and he hasn't developed the skill and he's had time to move toward developing that skill. So the concern is there's a mismatch between his expectations and our expectations. And so he's not gonna get handles. That's not gonna happen. He's not gonna have a post game for years. He may have some of a post game, but he's not gonna have a post game for years. If he can understand that because of that lack of skill, he's not going to be Anthony Edwards for a long period of time, if ever, then he can reduce his expectations closer to where our expectations should be for him, which is an athletic guy that if he gets his mindset right, can slash and get rebounds. That's where we should be in terms of our expectations of him, and he needs to bring his expectations down to that level.
Thanks, Jason. This is Jason San Jose. What were the expectations for you heading into the season, Joe Shasky, with Jonathan Kuminga?
The beginning of the year?
Yes.
I wanted to see him ascend, but at the time they didn't have a second scorer, really. No. Like, we didn't know who that second scorer was, so I was like, all right, could he be your second scorer? But now, again, since you got Jimmy, I changed that. I've recalibrated, and now my calibration is like, all right, I just need you to give me all the things, and this is fair or not, like I'm asking the guy to change on the fly. I need you to give me all the stuff I got from GP2 and then some. And that might be unfair. Like, be the bigger perimeter defender, put yourself in the dunker spot, knock down an occasional three, be a tenacious rebounder and put pressure on the rim. But here's the thing, like, he says he doesn't have any skill besides jumping. I think he finishes around the rim with his offhand better than you're giving him credit for.
I think he puts tremendous pressure on the defense when he is aggressive in his mindset. Again, that goes back to consistency, though. When he has this consistent mindset, he was doing it prior to the injury, getting the other team in foul trouble, getting to the line. He was doing that very well prior to the injury.
I think his mid-range not that bad.
No, I don't think his mid-range shot is bad either. 3-point shot looks clunky.
No,
and it
the
feels
square
clunky.
up midi isn't bad for him. The square up midi. The fadeaway from the block, I don't like that at all. His back to the basket game is not great. I think his handle's okay. I think his patience in passing has gotten better.
It's gotten better. He actually had a couple.
Jay Rich couldn't dribble for 5 years.
No, I actually liked. He had like 2 assists, and they were both to the corner where he was dribble drive penetrating, and then he just kicked out immediately when everyone started collapsing, and twice he did it to the corner.
Yeah.
And there were 2 open threes, and they hit both of them, and it was like. That was great. That was nice to see. And he was doing that a lot. And I want more of that going forward. Again, he's trying to, I can see him trying to play within the team at times. So like, I feel like I'm frustrated on his behalf because like, man, I see you, JK. Yeah. I see you trying out there. It's just not always translating. And I think we do this. A lot of us do it. I do it. I'm guilty of it. We look at the box score at the end of it. It's just like, oh, yeah, again, that was another typical, just ho-hum, not a very good game for Jonathan.
He scored
Kuminga,
a hollow 14 in the first half.
Exactly, right? Like we do this a lot, but who do we just have? Was that Mo? Like, the expectation is the question I have for him.
I think the expectations are wildly out of whack.
What are the expectations from fans with this guy? What do you expect from Jonathan Kuminga at this point?
Steph Curry's a comet. Yeah. All right? Steph Curry's
a top 10 player in the history of the sport.
Right? You don't see comets every day. All right? You're talking about a once-in-a-generation like player. Maybe in my lifetime, I get it. I thought Chris Mullin was going to be the greatest player I ever saw in a Warrior uniform. Yeah. Okay? Now, Mullin is one of the greatest players
He's a Hall of Famer.
the game's ever seen. He pales in comparison to how great Steph Curry is.
He'll tell you that.
And I watched Mully, and one of my favorite players. Dude, he's a white guy. Of course I loved him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, a guy came to our school at St. Gabe's and shot a photo shoot at St. Gabe's. It was the most incredible thing of all time. Joe Garcia put his arm around him. It was like he was touching God. And I love Mully. The gap between Mully and Steph Curry is humongous. So to think that Kuminga would ever even come close to Steph Curry is just insane. If that's what you're thinking, you're gonna be upset.
No, it's interesting though. The caller's saying this is like, hey, what makes Steph is amazing is because you look at the guy and then he outperforms what you thought when you just looked at him physically.
Okay.
Because you had a preconceived notion of this guy. Oh, he's 6'3", doesn't look the biggest.
Brock Purdy, Lincecum, they all have that similar thing.
And so when you see a guy that's chiseled and has a big physique and he's 6'7", he's Jonathan Kuminga and he's athletic, you see the dunks, you want more and you expect more of them. Even though, again, I go to the birth certificate, as Guru likes to say, he's 22 years old. So like, and he came straight out of high school and started playing, and he was a very raw prospect. 4 years into it, though, I can't be looking at you as a raw prospect anymore.
But he was great. But hear me out. It's as if the 2 months of him being great, not good, great, didn't exist.
Well, it's because it didn't translate to a lot of wins.
Yeah, but
That's
you
why.
did win some games, and because of him,
you were a 500 team. But you were a 500 team.
Okay, well, you would have been way below 500 team if you didn't. Like, so that's where, as we balance this thing out, I get frustrated because it's like, oh, so those 2 months didn't matter at all?
No, it mattered at the time. It mattered at the time, but
not enough.
We react to new information, Joe Shasky. You bring in Jimmy Butler, and now you truly see how important a guy like Jimmy is to the outlook of this team.
Well, Jimmy's an all-timer. Jimmy's a Hall of Famer.
He is.
JK falls really short of him. Yeah, and it's really difficult.
It's not a fair comparison, but it's even more so the leap we saw from, let's compare Jonathan Kuminga, and we felt like there was a gap between him and Wiggins, and then we saw the gap between Wiggins and Jimmy Butler, and it was just like, oh my God. Like, so there's levels to these gaps is what I'm saying is, and can a JK even get to the level of an Andrew Wiggins? That seems like a massive gap to even get to at this point. So there's frustration baked into it where it's just I don't see that progression.
But this is where I get frustrated when we talk about Wiggins. It's like everything goes back to the 2 great months. Right? That'd be like me going like, hey, we got to find our next Cody Ross. It's like, dog, that Cody Ross moment was incredible. You were so lucky that you hit the genie bottle and got the 2 series from Cody Ross. You know how lucky the Warriors were to get the greatest 3 months of Andrew Wiggins' career? So lucky, okay? Let's not all pretend like he didn't drive you completely crazy for the year prior, the year after that. Like, yes, you got the couple best months out of him, but Wiggins was a mixed bag too. We act like he was all-star Wiggs for 4 straight years.
I was trying to trade him last year. I'll keep it.
We all were.
I literally, not everyone, but I said, no, you got to.
We all were frustrated.
We got to trade this guy because the vibes were just all-time bad.
We act like JK's the only inconsistent player to ever play for the Warriors. Like, no, I got plenty of guys that have been inconsistent on this Warrior team.
What are the expectations of Jonathan Kuminga? Quite frankly, what should the expectations now
There's a
of
happy
Jonathan
medium.
Kuminga should be?
I just don't think we even know what that is.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. As a collective here, we have a very smart fan base, so let's all try to work on this. let's all come up with realistic expectations for this guy because it does seem out of whack right now for whatever reason. 888-957-9570 is the numbers. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Joe Shasky, you chuckle. What's up?
Well, no, it's just he's in such a no-win situation. All the best role players, right? All the best role players are usually seasoned veterans. Very few are rookies, right? We're expecting him to be Drew Holiday. And it's like, dude, do you know how many games of basketball Drew Holiday has played? Like, it doesn't matter if Drew Holiday scores 25 or 6 because I know what he's bringing to the table.
He's 34 years old.
Okay, think of how many big playoff series Drew, and he was one of the best players on New Orleans when he was there with Anthony Davis. He was their second best player.
Always been elite defensively.
Always. Yeah. All right. He knows what he brings to the table. It is like anything he gives you offensively for the Boston Celtics is like gravy, right? Yep. He knows exactly what his role is. We're asking him to be some version of Al Horford and Drew Holiday and Iguodala for this Warrior team. It's like, whoa. Pump the brakes, everybody. Like, just right now, let's simplify this. I want you to be in the dunker spot. I want you to occasionally take an outside shot when the ball comes your way. I want you to just be tenacious on the perimeter, and I want you to box out like you've never boxed out before. If you do those things, I don't even care how much you score. I know we'll be getting out in transition, clearing rebounds, and the ball's going to find you, and you're going to dunk.
Let's go to Alan San Pablo. He wants to talk about Jonathan Kuminga expectations. What are the expectations of Jonathan Kuminga? And more importantly, what should the expectations of Jonathan Kuminga be for this team going forward? 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, you can call or text that number. I want to tell everyone, you can call or text it. We have the text line open, 888-957-9570. What's up, Al? You're on Spadoni and Shasky. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I think the expectations are way too high, and I think I'm guilty of it too, but it should be much lower. Just think about it. If he was playing 4 years of college basketball and coming out into the NBA, you would expect more. But he's got something better. He's got a 4-year education playing in the NBA with some of the best players ever. I think that's a better choice if he had to choose it. You take that route. But yet, he's only 22 years old, so he's just now getting 4 years. He needs more time to develop and to become better. But I don't know if the Warriors can afford it, only because of the fact that he's going to be a restricted free agent. The Warriors may not be able to afford to watch him continue to grow. I think that maybe when he's about 26, 27, you'll see Jonathan Kuminga at his very best because of the fact of his inexperience. But I don't know if the Warriors can afford to do that.
It's a good call, Al. I appreciate it. And that's where I'm getting at with this. You have 11 games. You have 11 games to go here. Like, Steve Kerr, when we're talking about the relationship between Steve Kerr and how much is this on him to put him in a position to succeed, Jonathan Kuminga, that is, like, the patience level has got to be waning when you see a guy like, and he was campaigning. And again, I'm not comparing the two players because that's not fair to either of them. Like a Guy Santos, who was playing very well in his role. I just want to know what the role is for J.K. now.
But that's the problem, is I feel like
it's different.
He puts up the counting stats, and people are like, yeah, but you're not doing the little things. He does the little things. Oh, look, he's not putting up the counting stats.
It's never good enough.
No, we're like let's look at Podziemski for an example. And Podziemski's putting up a lot of numbers right now in terms of points. He's actually shooting a lot better. Yeah. He's got the ball in his hands a lot. He's putting up some assist numbers. He's getting some nice rebounds. He's a turnstile on defense.
He gets absolutely hunted on defense.
Now, what does he do? He occasionally gets a block charge call, right, where they get a free possession, but he makes up for it in these other areas, right? And it feels like all that stuff, like the fact that he literally creates chaos on your defensive end almost on every possession because he can't stay in front of someone, and that causes tension on the other 4 players on the floor rotating and constantly helping. That never gets talked about.
You can get away. No, it will get talked about because you just skip past it during regular season games. Come a series,
sure,
you're going to be talking about it.
Look, I like Pods. I want to make this very clear, but we gloss over the huge negative hole in his game, and we're like, wow, look at all these other little things that they bring to the table. as a ball stopper offensively, that is the thing that frustrates Warrior fans to no end with Kuminga. But yet when he does alter a shot, when he does play good closeout defense, we don't even bring it up because it's not a counting stat. And I feel like this guy just can't win. He can't win with a certain segment of the fan base. Look, do I want more from him? Of course I do. But it's just, I feel like he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Be in the 26 minutes you're out there, you better score 20 points a game. You better shoot the 3 ball well. You better play great defense. You better get a couple of blocks. You better get 7 or 8 rebounds. Like, we're asking this guy to be one of the best two-way players in the game.
Well, and people are probably wondering. People are probably wondering and joining us right now, and they're like, "Hey, it's 9 o'clock. Why are we talking about Jonathan Kuminga when they had a Why was Jonathan Kuminga the main focus when he had a bad loss to Atlanta, 124,
when everyone didn't play well?
No one played well, and Jimmy Butler. I know his stats say he played well, but I thought he left a lot to be desired on the offensive end at sometimes as well. 25 points for Jimmy, and for JK, he had 16, 6 of 14 shooting for him, just 2 boards and 2 assists, but. The reason I'm talking about Jonathan Kuminga and we are today so much is because so much has been made about him joining this roster and how important of a piece he is for this team to truly go on a deep run. You only have 11 games left. And the conversation was when Steph got injured that it was a potential blessing in disguise going on this road trip and seeing Jimmy with JK and them trying to build some chemistry. Well, we didn't see it in that one game. Will we see it tomorrow against the Miami Heat if Steph can't go? By the way, if you're just joining us again, Stephen Curry did make the trip out to Miami. Don't know if he's going to play tomorrow or not. Should they start rushing him back after that loss? It was a very concerning loss and disappointing loss. Or was that just a one-off? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Quay in Oakland, Joe Shasky. He wants to join in the Kuminga talk. What's up, Quay? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky on the Morning Roast. How you doing, man?
Hey, what up, dog?
What's up, bro? How you doing, man?
Hey, so I was never really big on Kuminga, to be honest. Like, I know he had the athleticism and all that stuff, but, in today's game, everybody's dribbling and shooting. Like, I even had a friend who's, like, a diehard Kuminga, and he has turned the corner, like, this year, saying he just doesn't see it no more, All and, like the threes that he settles for is, like, drives me crazy when he settles for threes.
What would you also... Wait, okay, one sec. Here's the thing on the three-pointers, because we'll look at the box score or we'll look at a missed shot and we'll be like, what's JK doing? If I counted the amount of times someone threw him a grenade, meaning a pass...
You love the grenade.
Because it's like 4 seconds on the clock. No,
Can we get Bruno Mars? I'll catch a grenade for you on the other side.
Are all shots created equal?
No, they're not.
We played at a high level.
I know what you're talking about, Joe.
It's 4 seconds to go on the shot clock.
I like the grenades from Jersey Shore.
And no one's moving, and it's like, here's the ball. And JK's like, well... I guess I got to fork this up because if I put the ball on the floor, we're either going to get a 24-second violation or I'm going to settle for a worse shot. Look, I don't love the threes either, all right? But we act like all of these shots are created equal. They're not. And I look at the combinations that are on the floor.
Thanks, Quay.
No one's making plays for anyone. And we're settling for really bad shots late in the shot clock. That's not just a JK problem.
No, well, that's a Jimmy Butler thing, too, when Jimmy I feel like has to, they pass it to Jimmy at the very end. He's like, "Oh, Jimmy, you got kind of a mid-range, right?"
He had one the other day. He pump faked. You guys were talking about. He pump faked. This is Butler, and had to throw it off the backboard. And you know what? No one questioned it because we're like, "Oh yeah, well that was a grenade. You had to get a shot up with the shot clock cooking down." We're so unreasonable with watching the game.
Our expectations too high on Jonathan Kuminga. We're going to wrap this conversation up on the other side. One more segment to go before handing it off to Steiny and Guru. 888-957-9570. Plus, do we start thinking about rushing Stephen Curry back after that loss? Does that recalibrate your thoughts on Steph being a part of this team going forward and not giving him all that time off? Again, they play tomorrow, but then they have a couple days off in Miami again. Back Friday in New Orleans. So he would have had an entire week off if he does not play tomorrow. Do you think about that, or do you rush him back? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types, welcome.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're all recycling. That's what we do here. We're in the Bay in California. We do like to recycle. What's up, Steve Kerr?
I was driving around the lake yesterday. I was on my way to pick up some coffees, and I look over and I see this recycling truck, and who's driving? It's my boy Della.
Oh,
so shout out to the Recology drivers that are out there.
I love it. And you know what? The kids love them too. Every time a recycling or garbage truck, they wave at them. It's great.
And I looked at him and I go, Sunday? You're working on Sunday? And he just did the money time, money time.
That's right. It's like the postal workers like trying to get extra.
No, I'm just teasing. He didn't do that. I'm teasing. But I was surprised to see him on a Sunday.
By the way, Steve Kerr, you heard him in the rejoin there. 3:00 today with Willard and Dibbs Appointment Radio. Each and every week, Steve Kerr joining them. By the way, and we have like full phone lines, Joe Shasky. A lot of people are fired over this Jonathan Kuminga conversation. Are the expectations too high on Jonathan Kuminga? 888-957-9570. And if they are, what should the expectations be?
I think his own expectations are too high too at times.
My expectations of an event I went to this past weekend, and again, it was a little diatribe. I'll get right back into the Warriors real quick. But I just wanted to give a shout out to the Oakland Roots, and I went to the Coliseum this past weekend. And when the news came out, and the finality of the last games at the Collie for the A's came to fruition, it was a lot of sadness, and it was like, man, like Raiders are gone, the A's are gone, like the Collie's just there, and I get it. It's a dump, but it's our dump, and I live in Oakland. My kids were born in Oakland, and I love it. And I was watching that Warriors game. I was like, man, the Warriors aren't there anymore either. It's like no one's there anymore. But the fact that the Roots got to play their first game and there were 26,000 fans there, it was great. It was awesome. It's USL, so it's United Soccer League. It's like a tier below MLS. So, but it's professional soccer, and it's soccer in California and America. Which again, it's not the English Premier League. I get that, but I just saw a lot of people, all different backgrounds, ethnicities, whatever. It was just so Bay Area, and the fan base that showed up there and had a blast, whether it was with your wife, with your kids, like I was. I had baby Nora, baby Benjamin. It was just such a fun atmosphere, and I highly recommend it. Again, if you're trying to get that itch, again, like you got with the A's or with the Raiders, and again, give soccer a chance. If it's not your cup of tea, doesn't even have to be. Go out there, have fun, kick it with the friends, hang out, learn something about the game. I don't know. It was fun, though. Good date night, good opportunity. I had a blast, and I just wanted to say, the Coliseum is not dead, Joe Shasky. Oh no, it is still alive and kicking. And that Bart walk is alive and kicking.
Nice.
And it's one of the best. Tailgate, they were tailgating there too. And tailgating at the Collie is still elite, whether it's soccer, baseball, or football.
So expectations. A lot of kids in 8th grade found out over the last 2 or 3 weeks on Friday what school they were going to go to. Either public school, private school, whatever, right? And I'm a big believer in you've got to be flexible, right, with whatever your choice is, and you have to be realistic, and you have to understand that not all situations are going to be a great fit for you. And also, you get in what you get out. Now, I'm a guy who went to multiple schools, and I failed at multiple schools.
I knew I was going to community college immediately. I didn't apply to any 4 years. I knew I was like, I don't know what I want to do. I don't want to pigeonhole myself into a 4-year university when I don't know how to do. I worked, and then I went to junior college, which is okay for a lot of people that are thinking about that right now. There's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, but if you show up at junior college and you think you're just going to waltz your way through it, right? You get in what you put out.
It's the same general ed courses you're going to be taking at a 4-year anyways. It's the same thing. It's just the first 2 years of general education.
So I'm a big believer in the type of experience you have is based on your own mindset. Now, are there circumstances that are better, worse, whatever, out of your control? There's always going to be that in life. Right? And I got a lot of young men that I coach in baseball, and it's like, I play shortstop. It's like, all right, well, do you want to play at the next level? You better learn to play other positions. That way you can get yourself onto the field.
Yep.
All right? And give yourself an opportunity to prove yourself.
Jack of all trades.
Now, it's different for the pros because there's money and there's legacies, and they don't have the long runway. Not that you do in high school, but the point that I'm getting at is I do think at some level, JK's own expectations of who he is are a little out of whack. And I would tell
Who do you think JK is?
I think in his mind.
Who do you think he thinks he is? Sorry.
I think he thinks in his mind, which I love this about him, by the way. I want to make this clear. I think he thinks he could be a great player in this league. I don't want to say the word superstar or anything like that. I think he thinks he can be an over 20-point-a-night guy if he had 35 minutes to just figure it out over the next couple of years. I think he thinks he could be 20-plus, no doubt about it in his mind, an ascending player.
Do you think most young players feel like that, though? Right?
Sure.
Right?
I think a lot of guys do.
Yeah. But you need that confidence, too. Yeah, and that's why you alluded to. You need to have that mindset. Yes.
100%. But I also think that he needs to be self-aware enough to realize that, like, on this team, to my analogy about the kid that all want to play shortstop, you're not going to be the shortstop here. Yeah. You're not going to be the main focal point. And now that they got Jimmy, it's even less so. So you need to temper your own expectations and be self-aware and realize, all right, how do I make the best of this situation for the time being? Well, the best thing that you could possibly do, whether you want to go to another team or stay here, is to prove that you can play winning basketball by just maniacally being a unbelievably self-aware defender, aware of where the ball is at all times, not fall asleep off ball, help defense, box out, rebound like crazy. And when the ball gets kicked to you, make smart decisions. You're not going to score 30 points with one bucket. Make the extra pass. Make the extra kick. Cut to the basket without the ball. All the little things. You might only score 8 points a game. Maybe you score 20. Maybe you score 9, but you cannot think that your entire self-worth is just coming through scoring the basketball. That's not going to be the best way to get more minutes on this team and to endear yourself. And if you play a winning brand of basketball, the money and the minutes and all the things that you think are coming will finally come your way. Will you get $40 million a year? You probably won't, but I don't think you're getting $40 million a year the other way either. So he needs to be a little more, he needs to meet in the middle here.
Shout out Jimmy Eat World, the middle. I go in the 2 C's here. This is where he needs to make his bread and butter. It's efficiency and consistency, which sounds like hard or difficult. I was like, no. Just efficiency and consistency. I don't need the high volume a lot. Now, there's going to be moments where, you know what, maybe Steve Kerr says, you know what, JK, go out there and chuck. We're relying on you.
When you put Looney, just one second, when you put Looney and GP2 and some of these combinations out there, who else do you want creating?
Some non-shooters, exactly.
Yeah, it's a no-win situation.
Exactly. So there's going to be some moments there where I'm not saying that, but the consistency level, like you're alluding to, you just want to see that game in and game out, that he's learning and getting better.
Effort is the only thing that you could control on the floor, no matter what.
Any life and at the workplace, effort and just energy level. If you could bring that and that positive mental outlook every single game or every single show as we do.
I don't think his attitude is as bad as people make it out to be.
I actually think his attitude's been pretty damn good. There's like a fake quote that was floating around yesterday about his attitude, like trying to like poke fun at his attitude. I was like, stop.
No, what I will say is I do think there's a problem, not just with him, but he does it as well, but Potts does it too. So arguing mid-play. Get back, stop crying, get back and play defense. Go get that loose ball. Stop turning to the official and looking for a bailout. Play through contact.
You know who plays through contact is Dennis in San Francisco. We got a lot of callers on the phones, and we want to get to them. 888-957-9570. What's up, Dennis? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky. How you doing, man?
How you doing, guys? Yeah, I'm frustrated with hearing stuff about Kuminga. I think that he's a young guy with a lot of talent. Kerr wouldn't play him in the beginning of his career. Jonathan would play. He'd play well, and then he'd put him on the bench and wouldn't play him for a while. I didn't understand it. That's happened throughout his career. The only time Kuminga got a honest or just a run was last year when Draymond got suspended or there was injuries, and he played well. Jonathan Kuminga is 22 years old. When Steph Curry was 22 years old, he averaged 36 minutes a game and 17 points a game. Kuminga is averaging 25 minutes a game, 10, 11 minutes less than Curry, and averaging 1 point less than Curry at 22 years old. So look at the stats. The kid needs a break. He's got a world of talent. They've done a horrible job of developing him and Moody. You look at the guys they've drafted, Poole, Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody. How did they get developed? Poole got punched out of town, and I thought they did a horrible job with Wiseman, but maybe Wiseman wasn't going to make it anyway. But they've done a horrible job with Moody and Kuminga. Now the fan base wants to put all kinds of responsibility on them. Now we didn't play you before, but now you should play, and you got to play well, or we want you out of here. The kid is developing. The Warriors are doing a lousy job developing young talent or picking it out of the draft. Maybe they should have drafted Franz Weiger and Alperen Şükür instead of Kuminga and Moody. Maybe we ever off those two guys.
But here's what I would say to you. Franz has played more minutes than Moody and Kuminga combined in their careers.
Yeah.
I'll say that again. Franz has played more minutes than Moody and Kuminga combined up until this year. That's a lot of minutes for one guy.
Dennis, I get the Steph thing, what he was trying to do, but the comparison is there. It's not a comparison because the expectation levels of both those teams are completely different. The expectation level of the Warriors since Jonathan Kuminga's been here, it's basically been playoffs or championship.
Do you really?
That's literally.
I know, but let me stop you there. Do you think if they don't win a championship, it's on JK? Because I really think it's way deeper than that.
I don't think that, but if they don't go on a deep playoff run, people will blame him. Yes. I'm just telling you what it is.
We did this to Jordan Poole.
I'm just telling you that's what is going to happen.
I know. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. People will do this. We're a couple years removed. Why did the Warriors lose to the Lakers a couple years ago? Was it because of Jordan Poole?
No. It's because they didn't have the size and the shooting.
They weren't good enough. Yeah. Okay? Now,
they'll play the refs too. The refs were a part of it. So.
But they weren't good enough at the end of the day. Was JP a part of that? Absolutely, he was a part of that. But he wasn't the reason they didn't win.
Their Lonnie Walker and Austin Reeves stepped up. There you go. That's the difference between winning and losing series is the role players and the others.
Okay. Let's go to the last year, okay? Why did you not make the playoffs last year? Was it because of Clay? No. The team wasn't good enough. So if they don't win this year, it's not because of JK, okay? It's because the team doesn't play well enough, all right? I'm not saying that he isn't a factor in that. I'm not saying he's not a slice of the pie, but to think that it's all on one of these guys, whether it's Clay, whether it's Kuminga, Jordan Poole going back years ago, that's just so unfair. That's not how teams win and lose. Teams win and lose.
But we always have to have a scapegoat.
And that's stupid.
It's just society, unfortunately.
I know. You're right. It's just stupid to me.
Draymond Green, after the game, he says, you know what? They didn't show up.
We came out like we were just going to win the game, and we got diced up defensively in the first quarter, and from that point on, you're fighting uphill battle. So everybody's comfortable, and they took it to us. So we got to be better. That starts with me. We were terrible defensively. Once guys get into a rhythm, it's hard. They got into a rhythm, had it rolling. It's tough to stop that. So we got to come out ready to play.
I appreciate Draymond being honest because I thought it was a bad game. But again, I'm not going to sit here and crush Dre when he played great for, 4 weeks straight?
4 weeks straight. I would say if you're going to crush Dre for anything, it'd be him and Jimmy. But also just, you're the leaders there without Stephen Curry there. And it felt like there was a little bit of lackadaisical effort from those guys early on in the game, and the Hawks sniffed blood. They were at home. They felt good. They felt fresh, and they clapped them. 40 points in the first quarter. They just clapped them. They slapped them.
It felt like Dre was going through the motions for him. He didn't have that same fire. And Okongwu, I thought, took his lunch money.
He was really. That's one of the best.
He was really good.
That's one of the best games I've seen Okongwu play. And again, I'm not watching Atlanta Hawks ball like everyone else, but specifically at the Warriors, he looked incredible.
But I think that's my point. It's like okay, Dre didn't play that great. Have we had one Dre call this morning?
No.
No, look, Dre gets you earn a lot of credit by playing well for weeks on end. Teams win and lose. The team didn't bring it. And yeah, JK got benched in the second half, but he wasn't the only one.
Speaking of the team, they're the sixth seed right now in the West, the Golden State Warriors. They are a half game up over the Minnesota Timberwolves. We're the 7th spot. The Clippers at the 8th spot. They had a narrow loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder last night, so they're 40-31. Got the Grizzlies. They've lost 3 in a row at the 5th seed. Then you got the Lakers, Nuggets, Rockets, Thunder, respectively. So right now you're flirting with a play-in or playoff scenario. What's it going to be? 11 games left. Stinker on Saturday. Stephen Curry, he's back with the team. Is he going to play tomorrow? Do you need him to play tomorrow? There's a lot baked into that. We're going to talk about that tomorrow as well. We'll probably know by the show tomorrow if Steph's going to play, I would assume. And again, Steve Kerr.
Why would he go on a flight?
Right. There's a lot. Exactly. But again, they're staying in Miami for 5 days. So there is a lot baked into that.
I don't want to miss Wet Willie's.
Right. That must be awesome. God, that must be.
I think they shut down Wet Willie's. I don't even know if it's still around.
What is Wet Willie's?
It was a place Lil Wayne used to rap about.
Oh, Young Moolah, baby. Draymond Green. They got 11 games left. I give myself a 3 for that. It wasn't bad.
Gangsters don't die, they get
terrible loss. When you're in the position we got a chance to compete for something. 11 games left with everything to play for. You shouldn't have a loss like this. Too much on the line. Got to win the games you're supposed to win. Obviously, Steph's out. Still a game we should win. So, terrible loss.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I started doing the rap line. Gangsters don't die. They get chubby and they move to Miami. I moved to Miami. I'm banned from Wet Willie's.
There you go.
That's the Lil Wayne. Like him and Birdman, they got some. Whoo,
He's got so many bars. Lil Wayne's so good. Wee. Morgan and Morgan Hill wants to join the conversation on Jonathan Kuminga.
Morgan and Morgan Hill.
That's right. It's Morgan. It's Morgan Squared.
Is this Morgan Wallen?
This is the Morgan roast. How about that? What's up, Morgan?
Hey, guys. Yeah, hey, thanks for taking my call. I like hearing all the defense of Jonathan Kuminga, but I want to present 3 reasons why I think the fan base has frustrations with JK. So hear me out. First thing, he complained about Kerr not working out for him and the amount of minutes he was getting earlier in the season. That complaining, places a shorter leash on the fan base psyche on you. I think even though he's right to complain, right? He's got infinite potential, and to fulfill that potential, he's going to need to play. But I think when you contrast that with the way Moses Moody has handled his kind of minutes frustrations, it just places Kuminga in a poorer light. So that's one. And then 2, I think his shot selection, while Shapke, I like your defending that, his threes, that some of them are like dump off threes that he has to take. But, we've heard Steve Kerr so many times over the last year or two talk about what JK needs to do, which is not shoot threes and to just attack the basket. And he was getting better at that before his injury, but it seems like he's regressed a little bit on his shot selection since he's been back, taking a lot more threes.
I would agree.
Where he maybe could have just... Yeah, and so I think that's reason number 2. And then I think the third reason that kind of compounds it all is that we all realize that he's the heir apparent to the post-Curry future. And so we all, in the back of our minds, need him or want him to work out so bad. And when you see these characteristics, there's a feeling of uncertainty, but that goes along with the unreal expectations that we've placed on him as a fan base. And he's still so young, and I still am optimistic that he can make it. But when you could put these 3 things together, I think I can see why the fans are so frustrated with it.
Thank you, Morgan. Real quick, I'm not even thinking about life after Stephen Curry.
No one is.
No one. I don't care what takes place after Stephen Curry. We've put a lifeline on this thing for the next couple years. That's it. Like, I'm not even thinking about life after Stephen Curry. If fans are still thinking about that, and that's how they're viewing Jonathan Kuminga, I don't know what you're doing.
Did you ever think of Jordan Poole as the heir apparent to Steph Curry?
It's Jonathan Kuminga's not. There's no heir to Stephen Curry.
No.
Like, that doesn't happen.
The Celtics have been looking for the next Larry Bird.
Like, come on,
and they just
man.
won a championship.
Right? Like,
and is Jason Tatum the heir apparent to whatever? I'm just asking.
No, he's aligned. He's in the long line he's his own guy.
His own guy.
He's the long line of great Celtics players.
Yes.
Like, that's what he is. He's not Larry Bird, right? You're not going to find like another Kobe Bryant, or another Michael Jordan. Those things don't happen.
You better be the heir apparent to LeBron.
Oh my God. Well, he kind of plays like him, except that not the
he's his own guy.
But he's his own, exactly. Can we just, in the 2 timeline thing, there's no 2 timeline. There's 1 timeline now. Like, it's all morphed into one thing.
Every business in America has seasoned veterans with people that are newer to the company that they're trying to get up to speed.
I have a seasoned veteran on the line right now, Joe Shasky. Her name is Jan in Mountain View.
Hey, Jan.
She's very seasoned. What's up, Jan? You're on the Morning Roast. How you doing?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
You sound crystal clear. You sound great.
Okay. I'm going to piggyback on something one other person said, and I'm going to put this blame on Kerr and Jimmy regarding JK. You're talking about, throwing a hand grenade and then tucking it up at the last time or something. Well, if you take a look at the last couple of games, you'll see that, Jimmy gets the ball, and I know that he plays more isolated defense than or offense than the other players do. And so he holds on to the ball too long, and then he throws this ball to the next player and expects them to score or whatever. And I'm thinking that that's what's been going on with why Jimmy can't play with JK, because Butler holds on to the ball and throws him a grenade and expects him to score. And then when J.K. doesn't score or it doesn't go in the hoop, well, he gets frustrated, and then, it kind of, makes him feel like he's the reason that they're losing or that they're not playing like Kerr wants them to. And so then Kerr brings him out of the game. And I don't think that's right for him either. And I understood that Kerr was going to bring J.K. back slowly and integrate where Jimmy was going to work with him and they were going to succeed. Well, that hasn't happened, and I'm a little disappointed that Kerr didn't, implement that better to work with Jimmy onto J.K. because that's part of the reason too. And when Curry's out, this is what you get. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan.
Thanks, Jan.
So one thing that he needs to work on, Jonathan Kuminga, is moving without the ball.
She was basically saying, and I love Jana Mountain View, she feels that Kerr is not bringing him up slowly enough.
Okay, so here's the other. I think this is where she was going, and maybe I'm wrong, but this is where I think she was going. There's nothing worse as a player who is not a star player than to walk on eggshells and to play any sport with the fear of I'm going to get yanked. I don't care what level it is. I see a lot of high school players, and in fact, I know a bunch, and I've watched plenty of basketball where you get these role players who don't get a lot of minutes. They go out there, and at the first mistake, you can feel they're tentative to make a mistake. You can't play that way, number one. But number two,
I did that.
They're so afraid to make a mistake that they're not playing free basketball, and then they do make a mistake. They look over their shoulder, they're out of the game.
Sixth grade.
You've lost that kid.
Sixth grade, I traveled my very first possession, and I got benched, and I was lost the rest of the year. No, I was that kid. I was.
The best teams empower people to go out there, and it's not empower for success, empower to play through failure. That is the number one thing. And so the games are hard enough. People are going to second guess themselves. They're going to over criticize whatever. I do feel like Kuminga at times does play under Steve Kerr like he's on eggshells. And I think that he's afraid to make a mistake. Yeah. And I would say to JK, like, look, JK, you're going to get yanked no matter what. Yeah. You might as well just go out there and do everything you can. And I think Moses Moody's done a great job of, you know what? Hey, I'm only going to be out here a short period of time. I might as well make the most of it. I think Moses Moody has handled things the right way a lot. And I think JK could learn a lot of things from Moses Moody.
I was, my very first at bat, too, in Little League, I got hit on the wrist. I hit a lot. I guess I crowded the plate and no one told me to back up at all. But I just keep getting hit all the time. I got on base. My dad, I was like, I got hit twice in my very first game in Little League. I was like 11 or 10 or whatever it was.
Was your dad standing right behind home plate?
No, he wasn't.
Because that's the worst. No, all right, little Timmy, keep your elbow up.
He was in the bleachers. He was fine. He was lurking.
Squish the bug. Mike Dyke.
But like, as Peak Boss Spinoni, you got to spin it positive. He's like, hey, you're on base percentage, kid. Like, you're doing a great job. And you keep going. I was like, Dad, this isn't fun for me. These guys can't throw straight, and I keep getting hit. I don't want to play anymore. It's like, no, you're going to keep playing. You made a commitment, right? So I was like, you're going to keep doing it. I was like, but yes. My confidence was gone after I got hit a couple times.
Confidence is huge in sports. I don't care whether you're a 10-year veteran or, a guy who's in his fourth year like Kuminga or a rookie like Quentin Post. Confidence is everything. We've seen it with the Warriors. How many random role players have lost confidence and they're unplayable?
Well, Buddy Hield at times lost confidence. He feels like unplayable. He's a seasoned veteran.
How about young TJD? The young TJD has very little confidence right now around the rim, right? On anything that's not a dunk. All right? Andrew Wiggins is a great example. You could feel the confidence zap out of him as the free throw percentages dipped and dipped and dipped, and he was less aggressive. Like confidence, psyche, however you want to phrase it, it's a big thing. And right now, I don't think he has a lot of confidence.
I hate to go Hawaiian and bring up the punch again, but Jordan Poole, after that,
he was totally
it was gone. It was different, but again, confidence. Like it was shot. It was gone. But that was also a trust level.
The aura was gone.
Yeah, the aura was gone, and he's actually in North Carolina State now. The aura.
Talk to him. He's aura. This is aura right here.
He's in North Carolina now, as he signed over there with the new head coach. I forget his name, Will Wade or something like that. Sushi Steve wants to join in the conversation.
Sushi.
And Sushi Steve, he has my back when he says he wants sushi at 9:40 in the morning. He knows what's up. What's up, Sushi Steve? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? So listen. I'm gonna be a little bit negative about Kuminga. Like I haven't been a fan of Kuminga in a long time, and I know that he's super young, and I see all the positives, but like I watch every single one of his minutes. Like the guy without the ball, like his IQ is very low. His basketball IQ is very low. He can't dribble. Like Jonathan Kuminga downhill, full speed downhill. You give him a bounce pass, the guy's dunking it. That's the best thing he does. But I mean, he bombs up threes. It's like when the ball's like moving around the offense, and the ball gets him, and he'll just stop, and he'll try to do it in ISO. He's not a creator. He's not a. I go back and forth. I'm just like I'm a normal Warrior fan, where it's like, oh, give him time. He needs more minutes, and this and that. Look at Moody. Yeah, I agree a little bit of that, but I'm one that loves Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr for president, no doubt about it. But yeah, I just think the best thing we can do with Kuminga is sign him to a fair deal and then shop him in the summertime. I don't think he's the one. I mean, he's not the one. That's it.
That's Sushi Steve.
See, we're asking him to be a creator. Who thinks that he's a creator? Is Gary Payton Jr. Gary Payton II, excuse me. Do you want him creating?
No.
Where does Gary Payton? When GP2's on the floor, does he catch the ball at the top of the key?
No.
Almost never.
He's literally going to be at the bottom of the basket, doing a quick layup or something, or a dunk, and then he's
or in the corner.
Or
in the corner.
There you go.
So again, by the offense, and this is on JK too, though, moving without the ball. JK gets the ball where? Top of the key. It's the same thing with Klay Thompson. Did I want Klay Thompson as a creator? No. Yeah. No, not. And no, he got a little better at dribbling. He got a little better at playmaking. Got a little better at passing as the years went on. But I don't want him creating either. Not everyone is born to be a creator.
No, they're not. 888-957-9570.
I mean, do you want Giannis at the top of the key with the ball? Not really.
No. That's okay. Like, not everyone's Luka Doncic.
I'm not saying that Kuminga's Giannis, by the way.
No, he's not. Well,
I'm just using different examples.
Well, no, there's certain players that is their skill set, and certain players where it's not. There's literally, you create a player, you could be a ball handler, you could be a playmaker.
Yeah.
Like, it is rare that you have like a Jimmy Butler player, but even Jimmy Butler has his limitations. He's a great playmaker. You can create things for others and do that. Can't shoot the 3-ball. Can't shoot it at all. Stinks. Horrible. 1 of 7 on Saturday. That's okay.
The thing everyone says, he can't play with Wiggins. He can't play with Butler. I think he can't play with GP2 and Looney. That's the big thing no one wants to bring up, because he needs to be in the spot of where either Looney is or where GP2 is, in that dunker's role. That's where I think that's my biggest problem, is those guys can't play together.
888-957-9570. We got about 10 minutes left in the show here, 5 minutes before Fast 5. Let's squeeze in a call. We can. Tony is in Virginia Beach, wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Tony? How you doing?
I'm doing all right, guys. Look, I just want to say about Kuminga. If you look at his stats before he got hurt, he was averaging 20 points a game. He was averaging almost 6 rebounds a game. And his plus minus was better than Wiggins and was better than a lot of guys that were coming off the bench. But what you need to look at is how the other guys were playing. During that time, Pods was shooting less than 30%.
Mm-hmm.
Buddy was shooting less than 30% from 3. Steph had a 2-point game during that time. Everybody was playing like trash, except for Kuminga. And when if you go back to last year after he complained, when he was actually given minutes, he was scoring. He was doing what he needed to do. But if you look at, he, like you say, Steph needs help. Everybody has to do their part. Now, after Jimmy came, other things changed too. Quentin Post started getting minutes. And he started hitting threes, spreading the floor out. Then Buddy started getting his percentage from 3 up. Pods got his percentage from 3 up. All the other players started playing well. So that's why the Warriors started winning.
Are you taking a walk right now?
Yeah, you all right, Tony?
I am.
Yeah,
okay,
it's all good. I was worried for you, man. I thought you were getting emotional. Then I said, maybe he's taking a walk.
No, I'm good. I'm just,
it's still real to me.
I'm just a little hyped up and walking around.
I feel you.
But I was just looking at, when you take Kuminga in a vacuum and look at, well, he did this, but they didn't win. You got to also include everybody else.
I would agree with that.
That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm with you. Look, teams win and lose.
Yeah,
it's never one player.
Yeah,
and so like I was watching film, on Twitter. It was popping up, and it was, wow, look how good James Worthy was, right? It's an example. James Worthy is one of the greatest players of all time. When we talk about the Showtime Lakers, no one ever brings him up.
He's literally, what was the number 1 overall pick?
One of the greatest players, and by the way, played with Jordan at Carolina.
Yeah.
One of the greatest players of all time.
3-time NBA champion, finals MVP. That's with Kareem and Magic, and he's still a finals MVP. 7-time All-Star,
His
top
bag
75
of moves
player.
was unreal.
NCAA champion.
Yeah, it was in the wrong spot at the right time when the ball got past him in the Carolina. I still don't know who he was guarding in that situation in the Carolina game.
Didn't matter.
But again, all I'm saying is that like teams win and lose. Okay. And the point that I'm getting at is that, Magic was great and Kareem were great. They had James Worthy as well. And then eventually they got Byron Scott and they got all these other guys, it's just teams win and lose. Boston right now has a $400 million payroll. $400 million. They are loaded. They're top to bottom loaded. That's why they're so good. Cleveland right now, why are they so good? Top to bottom, they are stacked. I mean, Ty Jerome is out of his mind.
Ty Jerome, Warriors legend, baby.
Even the guy who I love more than most, Max Strus, is a really good, solid player.
He shoots threes.
Look at OKC. How deep is OKC? 8, 9?
Deep, like one of the deepest teams.
Could be 11 if they wanted to.
Right? Did you watch any of that game last night? Them and the Clippers. That was to me, watching that game, I was like, oh God, are we going to look at that Thunder team like we looked at the Nuggets a couple years ago, or you looked at Sam brought up the Warriors in their first run? It's just like, maybe it's just their year. Maybe they do all the way and they win the whole damn thing and they're that good. I still got to wait to see it because, again, that's what we do in society. You got to prove it to me first. But in a given series, it is hard for me to take any other team but the Thunder in the West. But when you have LeBron, when you have Stephen Curry, when you have Jimmy Butler, when you have all these other players, when you have Jokic and Murray, it's like, they're going to go with the guys still that I know have won it, right? I got to give it to them. But if Shea's going to be Shea in the playoffs, that's going to be a whole nother monster. Joe Shasky, oh man, what a show! Jonathan Kuminga, huh? He's not the next Draymond Green or Jimmy Garoppolo where you just throw out the name and get calls. But exactly, we'll see, because it kind of feels like that today. We just throw out Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr, and the phone lines lit up. By the way, Steve Kerr, 3:00. With Willard and Dibbs today, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. You are not going to want to miss that. And by the way, tomorrow, that's going to be a juicy one. Revenge game. We've circled this one here, Joe Shasky. Miami. Jimmy Butler's back. Is Steph going to play? Is he not going to play? Jonathan Kuminga now, the expectation's there. Draymond Green's going to get out with someone. Is Draymond Green going to tussle with Andrew Wiggins? That's what I want to know. No? Fast five? Are we ready?
I'll start.
Sure.
I want to defend the San Francisco Giants.
Oh.
Kyle Harrison's just not good right now.
Yeah, we had a Kyle Harrison conversation built in. Maybe we pick it up tomorrow or something, but Jonathan Kuminga took off. Yeah, he's got option down. Kyle Harrison, the guy that people said you can't trade if you want to trade for Juan Soto, that Kyle Harrison? That guy?
Every year in the minors, he had less innings pitched than just the major league output last year of Paul Skeens. I want to say that clearly.
Paul Skeens, by the way, one of the great pitchers already, was in MVP conversations.
Okay, but he also pitched in the minors and then threw 133 innings in the majors and got shut down at the end.
Yes.
Okay? He has thrown more innings in the majors in 1 year than any level of Kyle Harrison. So Kyle has a long way to go. I like the kid. I'm rooting for the kid. I think him being the number one left-handed prospect in all of baseball, we set him up. And I'm guilty of it as well. He's not that good. I told you guys off the rip, Hayden Birdsong needs to be in the rotation over Kyle Harrison, and they made the right decision. Credit the Giants for not messing around, putting him down in AAA. Don't come up with a fake injury. He needs the reps.
And you know what it tells me? It tells me these guys, it's a crapshoot when it comes to the draft, when it comes to some of these players. They might be good, they might not be good. And you know what? I know Bryce Eldridge, he might be a thing. He probably won't play a lot this year, or if any, with the big league club. If I have an opportunity at the deadline and I'm competing and I can go get Vlad Jr. and Bryce Eldridge is part of that deal, yeah, I'm going to get Vlad Jr. Sorry. That's what that tells me with Kyle Harrison. What's up? What do you got, Carter?
Mine's simple for the day. I don't know if you guys probably
Your
didn't
voice
watch
sounds so much better, by the way. It
Thank
sounds
you.
great.
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
working on it. That Oregon-Arizona game last night, man. I want to shout out Caleb Love on Arizona. That kid is a stud, man. I think he's going to do something to the next level. Hopefully, I don't have to bring that back on Walk It Back Wednesday, but I think he's headed for somewhere.
The only Caleb I acknowledge is little Caleb at St. Cecilia's, 7th grader, who pitched a gem on Saturday, and we won, come from behind, 3-2 against Town School.
Not Caleb Williams?
Let's go, Caleb.
Caleb Locke, I think his last name is.
Okay.
I might be pronouncing it wrong.
All right, sure.
Caleb's a baller, though. Love
There's
that
not
guy.
a lot of famous Caleb. So if you're going to try to be like the next big Caleb, you got an opportunity to do so.
Caleb Martin.
There you go. There you
go. My final thought is I feel like today's really just shown just how intense the spotlight is on Jonathan Kuminga right now. It just feels like it's getting a little too far with him. And that being said, my God, our guy needs a big night tomorrow night against Andrew Wiggins in the Miami Heat. So I'm rooting for JK, but it's at a point right now where you got 11 games left. Is this guy going to be a part of this rotation or not? And it's a really unfortunate spot that he finds himself in. But hey, I'm still holding out hope for the guy. And Kyle Harrison.
You know, I always am hopeful of the U.S. men's national soccer team. And I liked when they hired Mauricio Pochettino as their new manager. You know, he came over from the likes of Tottenham, amongst other English Premier Leagues or Serie A or whatever. You lose 1-0 to Panama. Panama? How big is Panama, Joe Shasky? Look it up. How many people live in Panama?
I know that we like to stick our money there when we're on the run from the feds. All the movies, they always go to Panama.
You lose to Canada then in the third place game.
Joe, I'm so tired of hearing from you soccer people.
You know why?
This is our year. In 20 years, USA soccer. You guys have been saying that for 40 years.
Do you want to be rooting for Team USA when it's the World Cup next year at Levi Stadium? Do you want to be rooting for them? You got to start paying attention now then, Joe Shasky. Don't jump on the bandwagon next year when you're poo-pooing me now about it.
That's what we will all do.
I think if you're from the country, you could jump on the bandwagon.
Exactly. You can't. I'm not allowed.
I'm an American citizen. I'm allowed to be a bandwagon.
I'm actually not allowing it. You guys don't get to.
You soccer elites.
You're revoking our U.S. soccer fandom.
No, because you guys aren't all in right now, then you're not all in next year. That's all I'm saying. That's what I thought. Yeah, you're not even.
I'm still gonna jump on the bandwagon.
You're gonna be going to a Giants game during the summer instead of watching a World Cup game over at Levi Stadium.
Yeah, probably.
There you go. And that tells all you need to know.
Yeah, it'll be more fun.
The biggest sporting event in the history of the world.
It's soccer.
And Sam Lubin wants to watch Bryce Eldridge go 0 for 3.
If I see another soccer player, an adult soccer player, kick a ball onto the field that we're playing a game, our little baseball team playing a game, I swear to God, my head's going to explode. My boy Brent, he's like, hey, Pele, get that ball off the field. The kids are playing. It was like a great delivered line. Great line. And these adults, dude.
And that was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Guru are next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
It's bothering me.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. That was a little step back for the Warriors this weekend.
Man.
No, we saw.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Well, gave up 124 points to the Hawks, got beat by 9.
Gave up 23 to George Niang. This fat self.
Well, you got to guard him. I mean, you got to guard him. And if you don't guard him, then he's just taking open threes.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good loss for the Warriors. I'm going to just come right out of the block.
Go ahead, baby.
Here we go. This is Draymond Green after the loss.
Bad loss. Terrible loss. When you're in a position where we got a chance to compete for something. 11 games left with everything to play for. You shouldn't have a loss like this. Too much on the line. Got to win the games you're supposed to win. Obviously, Steph's out. Still a game we should win. So, terrible loss.
No lies detected,
Well, I do. I actually do have a lie detected. Okay. So the Warriors didn't have Steph Curry.
Gotcha.
They're playing on the road. They're playing a team that came into that game winning 6 of 8. Came into the game with a guard on their team that we've never really been able to get under control. Like, why do the Warriors think they can just go into Atlanta and win a game without Steph Curry? Like, that's what I'm curious about. Because it felt like on Friday when we left, everybody was just saying, easy win over the Hawks. I'm like, the Hawks aren't that bad.
And well, I'll tell you what, I don't play on the team, but just from everything that's going on in the 16-4 record since Jimmy Butler started, I was at a watch party, the family gathering, and I thought this was going to be easy street. So it wasn't
for the Hawks.
Yeah, and I'm shocked. And I got to, again, Stoney, I mean, the Atlanta Hawks shot 50% from the field, higher than that. And this is the third game in a row that other teams have been eating on the Warriors in the paint, but they've been able to fix it and put lipstick on the pig and win the game. But, you hadn't asked me yet, but I'm just telling you, moving forward, defensively is where I was most disappointed about Saturday night's game. And, I don't want to say that had nothing to do with Steph Curry, but I think the Warriors have had guys show up and Atlanta to win that game without Steph Curry wasn't that big of an ask. And I was totally wrong. I was wrong.
I mean, here's the other thing. They can't beat the Hawks in Atlanta.
Well,
it was wrong. They can't beat them. They lost 6 in a row there.
Who did you know that?
I did know that.
I didn't.
I did know that because
ATL.
They just haven't played well down there. And we'll see what happens today. And I know the Warriors don't play today. They don't play till tomorrow against the Miami Heat. But hopefully we'll get a little update on Steph Curry. He's joining the team in Miami today, as will Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler will join the team today. But no, seriously, who will?
Yeah,
he will. Everybody's expecting
But you got to tell the people where he's at and why that is. Because we just read the article, the piece by Anthony Slater. Great job in The Athletic. And I guess Butler got traded, Stoney, so he misses his kids. And I guess he went separately to be with them and the fam.
Yeah, it's an interesting story by Anthony Slater in The Athletic on Jimmy Butler. And I'd encourage everybody to read it. I mean, this guy marches to the beat of his own drum. Whoa. There's no doubt about that. He doesn't travel all the time with the team. There are just there are interesting things about Butler that he just assumes everybody's going to be okay with, and he's got enough juice that people have to be okay with it.
Do you have a problem
apparently.
with your partner saying, just in life, Stoney, people like a Jimmy Butler or Draymond Green or whatever entity you work in, just because you have juice or you get special privileges, you don't have to voice it. And I think just seeing it in writing, what he has available to him and that he's been afforded, you got a problem with the regular man saying, you know what, just hearing it sometimes comes off a little different.
I don't have a problem with it because he's not the only NBA star who takes advantage of his own clout. This is an interesting quote from the story, though, from Butler. After the Warriors played in Brooklyn earlier in the year, they had 2 days off, and he said, "Look, I'm not flying back with the team. I'm going to Miami because I haven't seen my family since the trade."
Get that.
And Butler goes, "I pulled Steve aside and said, 'Steve, I'm going to fly home and grab my kids.'" Butler recalled. He said, okay. Yeah, see you back in the Bay. Like nothing else? Nothing. But the next line is interesting. It says, Butler makes it clear this wasn't a request. It was a courtesy alert. His stature and success have generated an amount of power he has and will unapologetically leverage. So Butler's a different type of guy, and he's obviously a member of the Golden State Warriors, but he's got some rules that apply just to him. It's just it's interesting. That's all. I'm not saying this guy's a problem or this guy is trouble brewing, but you do realize that Butler is a little bit different, and he's just started to get to know the Bay Area and vice versa. And I don't know. It's just an interesting story about who Jimmy Butler is.
Yeah, and people want to know, and they've gotten to know us, Donnie, but one thing I know about you is family over everything, FOE. With me, the same. I'm not perfect, but when I read that, the part where he said it wasn't a request, I'm sipping my coffee like, I love that. I know he misses his family. I get that. But again, there's just something to the common folk about, did you really have to say it wasn't a request? Those little things. And it's good right now. They're winning. They didn't win Saturday. He's been a godsend. But Steiny is just, I don't think I'm on wrong street for just scratching the waves like, you don't got to announce every time you use the juice card.
So Butler was asked by Anthony Slater over the weekend if he was worried, this is after the Brooklyn game, if he was worried that Kerr might have a bad reaction to Butler saying, hey, I'm not going back with the team, I'm going to Miami.
Okay.
So he said, Jimmy, were you worried about what Steve's reaction might have been? And Butler said, no, because I was going to do it anyway. I'm going to let you know, but nothing comes before my family. Not a game, not nothing. I'm going to go pick up my kids because I ain't seen them since before the trade. I need to see my babies. But
see, I feel that.
Was he worried? No, because I was going to do it anyway. All right.
Yeah.
No, yeah. He was going to do it anyway. So, Steve Kerr's made it clear he likes individuality. He likes players to have freedom, and Jimmy Butler's going to be one of those players, clearly.
Yeah.
So, didn't help him on Saturday.
So, where are you at with me and my concern about this defense moving forward? Scotty, they can have moments. They gave up 40 points in the first quarter. Like, to the team you just described, Atlanta. Not exactly lighting the world on fire. So, moving forward, I still love where we're at, Steiny, but I am concerned if this defense controlling athletic bigs or just point of attack defense is going to be something that will be the death of us if that day does come.
Well, here's what Steve Kerr said about the defense, and we can get into it on the other side.
I didn't feel good about it tonight, but we were the second-ranked defense in the league coming into tonight since we traded for Jimmy. So overall, the defense has been really good, right at the top of the league in deflections, forcing turnovers. Didn't happen tonight. The biggest thing is we got to respond. Bounce back. We got a big game in Miami. It'll be a great atmosphere. You lose a game like this, you got to respond, and especially where we are, in the playoff picture and with everybody right there in the West. So we got to bounce back.
All right, so that was Steve Kerr talking about how this team's got to bounce back. And look, he said they're second in defense since Butler arrived. Mm-hmm. I mean, I believe him, I guess, if he says that.
And I feel like I'm watching that.
Well, I don't. I don't feel like I'm watching a great defensive team, watching the Warriors.
See, now I need to, real quick, I got to be careful. I didn't say great. It's been way better than what it was when they were 25 and 26 before he's come over. But now they're settling in, and we're starting to see things, even though you can have two great individual help defenders or, defenders, Steiny teams are eating.
They struggle to stop guards who can penetrate, and they struggle to stop athletic big men.
And Atlanta did that for 3 quarters.
Look at Okongwu on Saturday.
Man.
He just got whatever he wanted, and the Warriors don't have an answer for that. And that's where I kind of wonder about Draymond Green. We'll talk about it all on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. How disheartening of a loss was that Saturday to the Atlanta Hawks? Or, look, do you feel like they were due for one of those? Steve Kerr talked about traveling cross country, how it's always a tough game. But they got 5 more games on this road trip, and we'll find out more about Steph Curry. But the Warriors get handled 124-115 on Saturday. Atlanta shoots 57% from the floor. You're not going to beat a team when a opponent shoots that. So 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source.
I'm going to ask you about what's going on in the nation's capital, Sacramento.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the Warriors, they lose to the Atlanta Hawks on Saturday, 124-115. No Steph Curry. That's the bad news. The good news is the Warriors are wrapping up practice right now in Miami, and Steph Curry participated in practice today down in Miami, so hopefully we'll get some kind of update on him in the next hour or so and figure out what his status is tomorrow against the Miami Heat.
But if he's practicing, Stein, that's a good sign.
No doubt. Yeah. No doubt about it. So it looks like it's going to be a shorter string of games missed than a longer string. And, the thing about the game on Saturday that was troubling, if you're a Warrior fan, is they actually shot the ball pretty well.
Yeah, that they did.
They shot 46 from the field. They shot 42 from three-point range. They only turned it over 9 times. But Atlanta was in control of that game all night long. The Warriors just could not ever get the Hawks on an offensive dry spell. And when a team's scoring at the rate Atlanta was, you're not going to be able to catch up. And that's exactly what happened on Saturday with the Warriors. And their defense had been pretty good, but you can see they're vulnerable to certain types of players.
No doubt.
And I think we've seen that over the last 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, and I don't like it. And you said Atlanta was in control, Stoney. They led all but 11 seconds in that game. And get this, they made 49 total field goals, Atlanta did. 37 of them came by way of assist. So that just lets me know Atlanta was comfortable. And they did what you just mentioned offensively. Like, I'm just starting to wonder moving forward, Steiny, and you guys could say, oh, Goo, what are you talking about? I mean, how many teams are afraid of the Warriors' front line or just them defensively? Now, they have stretches where they get after it. The Warriors do. But if you have those lapses that we've seen against Milwaukee in the third quarter culminated in a win, you just wonder if better teams are going to take it to a point to where they get so far ahead, Steiny, you can't come back like we saw them get that lead down to 6, and I thought they might have some action. Didn't happen.
Well, and the other thing I'm looking at is the last 5 or 6 games, and let's go through it. I mean, they played the New York Knicks, and Karl Anthony Towns had a big game. They played the Nuggets, and Aaron Gordon simply was phenomenal, and he was instrumental in that win. The Bucks came in here, and we know Draymond Green did a great job on Giannis.
Yep.
Well, then the Raptors came in. They shot over 50%. Scotty Barnes with a monster game. And then yesterday, Onyeka Okongwu was just bullying people in there, whether it was Podziemski or whether it was one of the Warrior big guys. So do you think the Warriors have a problem with handling skilled interior players? And if they do, let's see what they do tomorrow against Bam Adebayo. But I do think, maybe somebody can answer me this, because Evan just told me that Draymond Green is right now the favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, I think he surpassed our guy Evan Mobley.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
A lot of big men have been putting it on the Warriors lately.
Right.
And just I guess wondering about that. That's all.
Yeah. And when you said Pods was guarding Okongwu, Stoney, I'm like, that's not how you draw it up at the chalkboard, but things happen, switches or whatnot. But when you mentioned big men, I'm going to ask you, Stoney, who were you talking about? Because outside of post, TJD got some minutes. He came in.
Draymond.
Yep.
I'm talking about Draymond.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the limitations that he has. And as great a defender as he is, you're asking him to do an awful lot when you're asking him to cover bigger, stronger, more athletic guys. He can do it, but I think eventually it catches up with you a little bit. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, little step back against the Atlanta Hawks. Didn't play well. They haven't played well the last 2 games. I thought that game against Toronto, they won by 3, but Kerr wasn't crazy about it. And now they got to go into Miami. Miami just snapped a 10-game losing streak, by the way.
Yeah, we had talked about that.
So, I mean, what? And of course, there's always Jonathan Kuminga. He played 15 minutes in the first half, then only 6 in the second.
I saw that. It's not a lot, Stoney, in the second.
He ended up with his numbers were fine.
Well, one column wasn't. 22 minutes and 2 rebounds.
Yeah.
You got to do. I wonder if that had anything to do with him playing 6 or 7 minutes in the second half. I'll let you answer that. But
probably.
I was shocked.
Probably.
Yeah.
And
team high minus 18 if you're into the plus minus.
Yeah, nobody defended on Saturday. So I'm not blaming Kuminga for their defensive shortcomings. Too many guys. How can you? 415. Draymond was defensive player of the game on Saturday. Yeah, okay.
There wasn't a defensive player.
They gave up 124.
That's all I would like to tell to the texter.
So
yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors got a break last night. The Clippers looked like they were going to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. And Oklahoma City came back and won that game. But the Warriors, teams are bunched up. And they got 5 more road games to play before they get back home. More Draymond Green.
We came out like we were just going to win the game, and we got diced up defensively in the first quarter, and from that point on, you're fighting uphill battle. So everybody's comfortable, and they took it to us. So we got to be better. That starts with me. We were terrible defensively. Once guys get into a rhythm, it's hard. They got into a rhythm, had it rolling. It's tough to stop that, so we got to come out ready to play.
Yeah, and I think the problem Saturday was they couldn't stop Trae Young, and then they couldn't stop anybody on the interior.
And that's why Atlanta had 60 points in the paint. Like, that's a lot, Stoney.
Yeah, it's an awful lot.
Anything you need.
It's an awful lot. Niang was 6 for 9 from 3. Okongwu was 10 for 16 for 22. Trae Young was just...
He's good, man.
I mean, he was in complete control of that game. 9 for 15 from the floor, 10 assists. He didn't really even have to turn it on for the Hawks in terms of his offense. He didn't have to look for his. He just got what he got on his own. And, the Warriors suffer there.
You think this is a one-off, Stoney, since the games that you mentioned, since New York? Because I get what Draymond's saying, and I'm just a fan, but nobody can deny the Warriors have took the basketball world by storm since the trade, and we see glimpses. We've seen games to where they're dominant on both sides, and we already know that they're small, but they're a good small where it doesn't come back to bite them most often. But now I'm just checking myself because I said Western Conference Finals. You didn't even ask me. I'll just leave that there because I think on a good day, that's where this team, if they're clicking, they can get to. But, Stoney, your boy is over here just kind of like, okay, that was Atlanta. That was Denver without the guys or what, a letdown. But I am really starting to fear other teams eating and feeling comfortable on the offensive end against us. So I know Andrew Bogut's not walking through that door. Either is, Sean Livingston. So I'm asking you, is this just a one-off or a few games? Or
I don't think it is.
Where do you go from here to, fix this? Especially when you got Batman and Robin out there in regard to defenders of the ilk of Jimmy Butler and Draymond. That's what's so confusing.
I mean, I know how good of a defender Draymond Green is. I'm not sure I know how good of a defender Jimmy Butler is. I know he's smart, and I know he knows where to be, but I don't know. I haven't seen him enough, take the opposing players, the opposing team's best player. And the one thing, and we always have to evaluate this, and I know we always get into this, you can only play who you play.
Yeah.
But I think we've got to acknowledge the schedule. I really think we've got to acknowledge the schedule since Jimmy Butler has gotten here, and it has just been very, very favorable. And good for the Warriors to win 16 of those 20 or 21 games. But the reality is, they beat the Mavericks. They beat the Hornets, the Magic, the Hornets again, Brooklyn, Portland, Sacramento when they were in trouble. The Knicks without Brunson. Toronto. Like, they have not played the types of teams that they're going to have to play in the postseason.
So do you think people like myself got ahead of ourselves, or are you saying, Goo, I just need to see more?
Well, yeah, I need to see more. They've shown they can beat a lot of the teams that they're better than. But they also are finding out that good teams give them trouble.
And let me just throw this to you. Hell yes, they missed the chef. But Steiny, do you have a problem if I look at Steph not being there, like the defense kind of would have been the same? Like, you know, he's
Might
not
have been worse.
He's Mutombo. Yeah, he's not Mutombo, you know? So when I think of Steph coming back, I'm thinking of offense and firepower, but defensively, your boy's concerned. I just am. I don't know how you can not be.
Maybe they play the Heat tomorrow. The Heat aren't a great offensive team, so maybe they play a game where they can hold Miami down to 100 or under 100 or something like that. But the last 3 out of the last 4 games, they've given up a lot of points. 114 to Denver, 114 to Toronto, 124 to the Hawks. So the Golden State Warriors gotta figure some things out. And I know it's only one loss, but games are just tougher on the road, obviously. And I guess what I'm wondering about is why do we think the Warriors are so good now that they can go to Atlanta? And listen, I'm not saying Atlanta's world beaters. I know all about Atlanta. They're probably 7 now in the East, even though they're under 500. But they can score, and they're at home. And the Warriors were shorthanded, and I don't understand why it felt like that should have just been a gimme game for Golden State. It was never going to be a gimme game for Golden State.
Yeah. Well, you're talking to your partners, Donnie, and that's where I had them. And I still believe, but that's where I went wrong. Like, oh, boy, this thing is not going to be and nobody told me it was. I just assumed, and I had been watching the games, and they've been going in the Warriors' favor. But I'm going to just ask you this. No Steph Curry. We already say three-point shooting is a concern, and I'm not calling anybody out, but a stat that kind of just had me scratching my head. Atlanta's not known for their defense. Stoney, 17 minutes for Buddy Hield and 2 field goal attempts? Do you say props to Atlanta's defense for that? 2 field goal attempts? And we don't have a chef?
I don't know what to tell you. I think it's a good point. I don't know how to answer that one. I think Buddy's got a little confidence issue, to tell you the truth, and he's probably not letting him fly like he did before. And maybe he's got second thoughts about his 3-point shot right now. But I think as a team they were pretty
good. They shot 16 of 38, 42%. That's what's more alarming is you shot it. You did what we thought you didn't do well, but you won that battle and you still didn't win the game. So I'm just looking at the, some of the notes in the box score. Stoney, I got to say one more thing about another guy.
Mm-hmm.
Gary Payton II. Do we need to see more of him? Because I'm starting to think we do. His offense has improved. Everything about him has improved. I'm not ignoring the fact that maybe he's in a zone, but I'd like to see him play more than 17 minutes on this team right now. And, I'm looking at what he did, 5 of 7 from the field, 4 rebounds, and 11 points, but only 17 minutes.
Well, he's injury prone, and he was coming off not playing the game before because of injury. He's a guy you gotta monitor.
Huh?
You just have to monitor him in a big way. I hear you. You look at the weird thing is this is a box score. A lot of times that should win you a game. They had multiple guys scoring. They had Butler with 25. Moody ended up with 20. Pods had 19. Kuminga had 16. Post was in double figures. Payton was in double figures.
But if you
can't guard Trae Young and Okongwu and somebody's leaving Yang left and right, yeah, you're going to get beat.
And Quentin Post played 28 minutes, Stoney, 3 or 4 from deep. I love every time the ball goes in. but defensively it's a work in progress. But I just go to his counterparts. Kevon Looney played 5 minutes, so did TJD, 5 that he hadn't got, probably felt like 20. So I got to believe Steve Kerr, between 10 minutes of Kevon Looney and Trace Jackson Davis and us watching the game to where the Warriors couldn't stop Atlanta, point of attack, defense, and in the paint, that Trace Jackson Davis and Kevon Looney did nothing in the eyes of Steve Kerr for them to only get those short amount of minutes.
I mean, this is where if you think your best lineup is Draymond Green at the 5, which I still think Steve Kerr believes,
and I do too.
Well, then if Post is going to get 28 minutes, then that only leaves 20 other minutes for the 5, and Draymond Green's ahead of Looney and Trace Jackson Davis. And that's where he'll probably end up leaning for a good chunk of the time. He's got a decision to make. What'd you think of Kuminga on Saturday, Goo?
Listen, I'm his biggest fan, and I'm watching him, and we've watched him since he's come back. And I don't know, and I'm not blaming him because he's being him, and that's what we wanted him to do. But, Steiny, I just feel like I'm watching a guy thinking when he has the basketball and thinking all he has to do is try to score. It just feels like the offense is bogged down, and it's not even his fault. But when he goes to get his or he attacks, it feels like everybody's just standing around watching. So I don't know if that's a Kuminga thing, his teammate thing, but I do wonder why he wasn't in there in the second half when team-wide nobody could stop anybody, and he did score. He had some nice shots.
Yeah, I mean, to me, he looks like he's just really trying to figure stuff out. He doesn't look comfortable. I feel like he moves the ball when he should drive, or he drives when he should move it. He shoots a jumper when he could drive. He drives when he should shoot a jumper. And we all know what he's capable of. But he just looks like he can't figure out right now where to fit in and how to fit in. And that's, I guess, there's two things. One, he's got to figure it out, and two, Steve Kerr's got to help him figure it out.
Yeah, he's not by himself. And like I said, I don't know. It's not a Kuminga being selfish issue. It's just like I thought this fit would be a little more seamless than it's gone. And Steiner, I feel like when he has the ball, he's working on correct me if I'm wrong, the Kevin Durant package where I'm like, ooh, Kuminga, that's not your at the elbow. You could take it and make it at times, but that's not your thing. And I feel like that's what he's settling for.
Yeah. He does not look comfortable. And I do think that when Steph Curry doesn't play like he didn't play on Saturday, then that does make Kuminga a more important player.
Like Pod said, he rubs his hands. And, Pods, where would the team have been without him? My point being is you look at that as more opportunity to cook. And he wasn't in the kitchen the whole second half, felt like.
This is Steve Kerr on what might have happened. They got off to a terrible start. What happened, Steve?
These games are tough, when you fly across the country and the team's waiting for you, and, they've been playing well, and they just blitzed us. It's disappointing. You want to have a better effort coming out of the gates, but I've been in this league a long time, and I've seen this an awful lot. Tough to get the legs moving and the mind working. First game, we had this earlier in the season, I think, at Charlotte. Terrible first half. It's not an excuse because it is what it is. Everybody deals with it, and they were by far the better team out of the gates, and that set the tone.
All right, so
I love Coach Kerr. He helped me out. Fly across country in a hotel in the air. I kind of but I mean, I don't play. He's coaching it, so I don't know what you'll give me for that. But again, I watched it with like 20 other Warrior fans. Steiny, you always keep it real. I don't need you to lie here. Not that you have. But when it got to 6, I was like, they got him right where they want him. Did you feel like, nah, this ain't the game?
No.
I'm stuck in the past, man. No Curry. I still thought when Pods hit a 3, like, here we go. Okay. And like you said, you couldn't get that stop.
That was a game where even this is the way I look at a game like that.
Even if you won?
No, they weren't going to win. They weren't going to win that game. And the reason they weren't going to win that game is because they never, ever stopped Atlanta. Atlanta never had a scoring drought. And so they get up with a big first quarter, and you not one time, like, oh, we were okay in the last three quarters. Yeah, you were okay, but they still scored 75, 80 points in the last three quarters. So they never turned off the Hawks offense for more than a minute or two.
Yeah.
So when I look at a game like that, I just know that they were completely outplayed. They were, they didn't, it's not one, like this is one of those where, don't let anybody tell you 3 weeks from now, we let that Hawks game slip away. No, you didn't.
Well, right.
You got handled start to finish by the Hawks. So now you got to regroup and you got to play the Miami Heat. And here comes Jimmy Butler back to Miami.
It's going to be an emotional game.
That becomes a wild card type of game for the Warriors. Who knows what to expect. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What happened on Saturday night? Warrior fans, what happened? Did it take you by surprise? I thought it was going to be a tricky type of game. Because the Hawks can score, man. Because they can score.
I hear you.
They can score.
But they always can.
Who can guard Trae Young on this team?
And I'm a Trae Young fan.
Okay.
But,
who can guard Okongwu?
But I would say who can guard Butler? And who can go?
Dyson Daniels.
But before the game, that sounded like, whatever with that. You know what I'm saying? And I get that. But I sat there, with my barbecue like this is going to be easy street. There's been a whole and a hell of a lot of winning, man. And what's bothering me that the Warriors aren't doing because they can't control it is what you said. Stoney, there are no days off with where they're at. The standings, like you can't slip up and forget to bring your defense to Atlanta on Saturday night. And they did that.
I just don't know how good a defensive team they are.
And that's a concern. I'm looking at you telling you now, I thought I knew.
But what did you think you knew? Like they were a really good defensive team?
They could snuff you out and turn your water off when they wanted, and they got down by 6. And if they turned it on against the Raptors, they got like multiple blocks. But if that's what you're banking on, a lot of times these dudes are skilled. You're not going to be put in that situation. It's either you're stopping them or you're not. But that's my only Achilles heel, and it might be a big one, Steiny, is how good are they defensively? Butler and Draymond played, and I feel like it's not 2-on-5. That should be enough.
Butler, who is he defensively? Like, okay, we've watched him play 18, 20 games. Is he a great defensive player? I haven't seen great. Now, I know he's smart, and I know he knows how to help, and I know that he and Draymond work together, but I also think this is where we also have to acknowledge that even though they're pretty good defensive players, one's 36 and one's 35. And neither of them are at their peak right now, or I should say in their prime. So I think, I do think defense is going to be a challenge for this team.
And that's the estimated eyes and Uncle Ludi on the chat, starting when a team travels the miles that the Warriors did on the first game of a road trip. Their winning percentage is 32%. So almost, but I'm not buying that. Like, I get they travel cross country, but I thought we were working on the standards of the silhouette of that Warrior jersey, whichever one they're wearing. We're here. We got it going. We could take care of Atlanta. And just like you said, it was Thanksgiving for Atlanta. They feasted.
Super chat from Jason Battle. He's paying $5 for this. Trae Young was doing whatever he wanted to us. Nobody could guard him. Pods, Moody, nobody. Yeah, I agree. And the worst part to me about Trae Young is he didn't have to do anything special. They never made him do anything that he was uncomfortable doing. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll get into some more of this sound on the other side. But if I'm a Warrior fan, that one worries me a little bit. That one's not for me to think That's just one, and we'll forget about it. There was too much going on there for me, and in the last two games. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types are welcome.
It's your boy Guru, and 2025 is here, and I've been telling you guys I'm trying to start my year.
the whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Out of touch.
You know, this is being played for a reason. You're out of touch.
But Evan, I needed
You're out
this.
of
I'm a
time.
music dude. I'm gonna bump this on the way home.
Evan, did you mean Guru's out of touch with his sports takes?
No, you
I'm
always
sorry.
take it there.
Right.
I didn't know.
That's a slapper.
I was just asking.
Yeah.
This from the text line.
What you got?
Hey, Steiny. It's the same old story with JK. JK was playing well, gets hurt. The team makes a trade. Great. Now, all of a sudden, JK hears he will need to adjust to fit the new team. JK needs to learn from Jimmy, play more like Jimmy, and then Saturday with Curry out, he has to watch a second-round pick start the game. It's the same pattern all over again. It's enough to confuse any player.
What would you put on that 1 through a 10, 10 being the valid? We don't even know if he was told, hey, Steiny, don't be Steiny. We talked about it. I would have, if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I like to hear, go be yourself and get in when you can. And when he's trying to cook and work, Steiny, this offense needs him, so he's not ball hogging.
It feels like, I don't know, it feels like he's out of place right now. It just feels like when he gets the ball, he's sometimes he tries to force a little bit, and that doesn't look good. And then other times you can tell he's trying to fit in. Like, the one thing I will say is, he's not being defiant or he's not bucking the system. I just think he can't find his niche right now. And what do we got? 10 or 11 games left, and then the postseason, and also the schedule's going to get a little trickier with some tougher games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't that's the thing, and I'm not even here to say, I like him, I don't like him, but who can say what Kuminga's role is going to be? No, I don't think it's going to be defined as we move into the postseason.
Yeah, but we're talking about a few players like that, not named Dre, Steph, or Jimmy Butler, Stoney. So, moving forward, you step up and you do what you got to do. And right now, there's a need for what he's trying to do. But like I said, he wasn't bad. He's not why they lost. But I don't know why Kerr, what he would say on why he got 7 minutes in the second half.
Well, Evan Giddings, our great producer, Steve, we didn't cut it, but Steve Kerr did talk about Kuminga after the Hawks game. All right, so here's what Steve Kerr had to say about why Kuminga played 15 minutes in the first half and just 6 in the second.
JK did a good job in the first half. And then second half, I just went with, the guys who I felt gave us the best chance.
Well,
yeah, what? What do you...
I think of Guy Santos and guys that were playing in JK's spot, and it was a combo platter. But at the end of the day, Stoney, I believe him, but I just didn't see, wow, Kuminga's maybe not doing something on the defensive end, but I don't know how to single him out because he wasn't that bad on the defensive end. That was a collective.
But
Kerr is the coach, and he knows
who
what
had
he's
Yang.
20. Man.
Who was guarding Yang? Who was coming off Yang? I was looking at Yang. It wasn't all Kuminga. It was not all Kuminga guarding Yang. So I don't know. But I don't like that answer. Evan, can you hit that one more time? Because this sounds like a coach that's looking for a reason not to play a guy. Take a listen.
Yeah, JK did a good job in the first half. And then second half, I just went with, the guys who I felt gave us the best chance.
So what does that mean about Kuminga in the second half?
It means that he thought other guys gave him a better chance to win.
And I'll just say this, Donnie, 8 minutes is not a lot of minutes, I guess, if they're not the best 8 minutes. And obviously something went down in that 8 minutes for him not to continue to play. But moving forward, I didn't like seeing him sit.
Yeah, Saturday's game to me is not the one to single out Kuminga because nobody was great. I don't think, at least on both sides of the ball. That includes Jimmy Butler. Like you got to be better defensively than they were. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors play Miami tomorrow, and Jimmy Butler heads back for his first game since being traded by the Miami Heat. And I don't know. I feel I haven't liked the last two Warriors games. And I get that they're 16-4 with Butler, but I didn't like how easy it was for Toronto to score. I didn't like how easy it was for the Hawks to score. And the more I think about it, the more I think
I'm putting the Knicks in there.
That the more I think about their defense is I know the numbers say they're a good defensive team since Jimmy Butler got here, but I'm not convinced that they're a really good defensive team.
Well, then they were really hampered, a shocker goo, but they were really hampered then because they missed the chef. If offense is how you're going to win games, and I'm not saying they're there, but it looks like it could develop into that, and you don't got a guy that can get you 30 or 40 and Steph Curry, Stoney, then if you're not going to bring it and forget to pack your defense, then you're in for a long night. And you said the last two games, I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to say the last four for me. The Denver game, the Knicks, and when you say the Knicks, oh, Guru, they won. It was a hard-fought battle. But, yeah, Cat, Mitchell Robinson, and OG Anunoby were eating. And now that thing is growing.
This is Super Chat from Miguel R. He's paying $1.99 to say the following. Looney looks 80 years old out there, but Kerr still plays him. Okay. He doesn't look 80.
And he played 5 minutes. He logged all of 5 minutes down. He don't look 80. He looks like a guy. The priest ain't calling, Evan, but he looks like a guy that is going to get a chance to help this team win number 5, Stoney, because I don't know if he's got the DNA. He's got some size. You're a small team. You can't sit there and ignore Looney and TJD for that matter. You're going to laugh, but in the 5 minutes that you saw him, do you think maybe that can grow to 10?
Who?
TJD. I know he had a possession where he kind of fumbled the ball, went up for a dunk. I was like, But there were some other positives.
I mean, I don't think they have a center on the team that can demand a certain amount of minutes every game. And that kind of includes Looney right now. Another $1.99 super chat from Miguel. Ime Udoka would not kill Jonathan Kuminga's confidence like Steve Kerr has.
Well, how do we know it's not alive?
What isn't?
His confidence.
Oh,
I think this is a lot of rust, and he's working himself back. But this was the first game, can we just agree on, where we're past the minute restriction to where he wasn't featured in the second half. And you do with that what you will. Kerr said, I played if I didn't play and I thought I was okay, I'd be like, well, damn, I must be under the column. I wasn't doing something for coach not to put me in.
I mean, he was a team high minus 18. So at the very least, when he was on the floor, they couldn't stop anybody. Again, is that Kuminga all Kuminga? Of course it's not. Of course it's not. But I just think that Kerr, there are things that other players do that Kerr values more than the things that Kuminga does. 888-957-9570 is the number. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. This from the 415, Goo, and I want to get your take on it. When Jonathan Kuminga is cooking, we're a 500 team. We're at our best when everyone is in sync, strength in numbers. That's how we win.
Okay, then I'll say to that, Stoney, the game was lost before tip-off because you were not whole. You did not have the chef. But I think this team is more talented to where they can win a game without Steph Curry and vice versa, without Dre or Jimmy Butler. Not saying it's going to be easy, but yeah, I'm not sitting here telling you in a game that Brandon Pajemski scored 19. Moody had 20, 8 threes between the two of them. So it wasn't all bad in regard to the others.
Yeah, Don Dada, 1200, says Moody was the only guy in positive plus minus. And nobody said anything a few days ago. Yeah, that's why I'm not singling out the minus 18. I don't think anybody was great on Saturday. And I'm not going to blame Kuminga for the team giving up 124 points.
14 shots in 22 minutes down, and he's cooking.
But is it in the flow of the offense? Or, I mean, I do think that when he's out there, he's just not fluid right now. And I don't know if he will get that way. I don't know if he's, these are just some bumps in the road. And when the playoffs come, he'll understand what his role's going to be, and he'll fit in a little more. I do think it's a tough situation for him because the team is significantly different than the one he left when he was playing a monster role on this team.
Yeah, and you didn't ask, but I'll say this. I think he's been a positive more so than a negative. Obviously, Steiny, since he's come back.
I don't.
I'm on record as saying they can't get to their full potential if he's not getting that 25 to 30 minutes. So the coach has, his own decision and own thought process and information that they go off of. But just from a Warrior standpoint, a guy wanting to see Kuminga do his thing and have an identity and a role, Steiny, I would not like to see the minutes cut or his role reduced, because then I think he's thinking about that, and then that becomes bigger than ball. So when he's out there, he's more robotic because of the strip in regard to the reduced role. So I hope one game, and he was 6 of 14, made all 3 free throws, 1 of 4 from deep. So,
but that's not good enough, and especially when there's the other side of the ball. But now, the one thing I'll listen to is, you're right. If you look at the box score, I mean, Butler, like Kuminga, Butler, Moody, Pajemski, they were all about 6 for 14.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Kerr sees but
he saw something Saturday.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be on the defensive end and the defensive rebounding. Let's go to Caleb. Caleb is in Livermore. Hey, Caleb.
What up?
Hey.
How y'all doing? Happy Monday.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah. I didn't want to do it, man, but Goo, that Cowboys jersey, man. Seriously?
You'll be all right. You'll be all right, man.
No, go ahead.
The best thing you guys got going on, Goo, is Michael Parsons and his podcast. Look, Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
What do you mean, Goo? That's a 10. That ain't a 4.
All right. Go ahead, Caleb. Go ahead. All right. Go ahead, baby.
Look, so I'm going to say it again. Jonathan Kuminga is the ultimate X factor for this team. I believe if the Warriors do win a championship, it's because Kuminga is playing at a high level. Yes, we know we're going to get from Jimmy and Steph and Dre and key role players from Pajemski, Post, Moody, and whatnot, Gary Payton. But Kuminga is the guy that I believe just takes this team to a whole new level.
Yeah, I'm with you, Caleb.
I'm not.
And I'll say this to you and Caleb, Scotty. Oh,
well, no, and I'm not. It's got less to do with Kuminga than. And here's what stuck out that Caleb said, and this is where I think we got to
slow down.
Yes, it's a joke. I mean, even Caleb said, I think for us to win a title, Jonathan. Yes. How about winning a round in the playoffs?
Well, that too.
Why? I guess that's my question to Warrior fans.
We're assuming that.
Why did the Warriors play 20 games with Jimmy Butler, not play any really good teams, win most of them. This team was dead in the water. Why did we think this team was dead in the water, then had a favorable part of the schedule, took advantage of it, and why did we jump right away to they can make the Western Conference Finals or they can win a title because they have all this pedigree and stuff?
Well,
we shouldn't have done that.
But it doesn't matter, Steiny. You didn't do it personally, but we all can do what we want, right? But the bottom line is nobody's wrong yet. And we were excited because what we saw, we think is tangible. And you're right about the schedule and who was in. You can't control that. They played great basketball. It was a metamorphosis right before our eyes. It still is. So I'm with Caleb, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful here to Jonathan Kuminga because he is my X factor. Steiny, I'm going to ask you if they go on a run like they did in 2022, because I think more highly of who's going to be the Jordan Poole of this team. I have thoughts like that. And if somebody said Jonathan Kuminga, they might take that as a diss. No. Who's going to be able up into the finals to be counted on to show up and show out when they can after the big three? And right now, if that might be Pods, and maybe that's not good enough. It might be Moody. But I'm telling you, Steiny, they're going to be a part of it. But to me, it's Jonathan Kuminga. And just the only thing I can ask you or tell you is he up to it? And Saturday, his coach felt like, I believe, wasn't glaring at me on my TV as I watched the game with others. Was he that bad? And that's just a question. It's something to watch tomorrow. Now has he reached a point to where if he's not doing whatever the coach, will 22 be 18, 17? I don't know.
We were over at Chase Center, about 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. And Steph Curry was talking about how he likes where this team is, but they got a long way to go. And when they were beating, I'm just wondering, okay, let me ask you this. What did you see in those 15 games? And I'm not just asking this of Guru, I'm asking it for all of you. Right. What did you see in those 15 games that led you to believe that not only could the Warriors make the playoffs and make some noise, but what did you really see that made you say, oh, this is a conference final team. This is an NBA championship type team now. Like a couple wins over the Hornets?
No.
And the Mavericks and the other mid-range teams?
Oh, not at all, Stoney. And this is actually a layup. It was the space that Steph Curry got to remind us just how lethal he can be. I look at him as closer one. Then you saw Jimmy Butler controlling the game, which he's done more often than not without scoring or going for 30 points. So then you think to yourself, oh, my gosh, we got two closers. And we do. Then you got the likes and the smarts and the intelligence of Draymond Green on the defensive end. And shame on me and others, Stoney, for thinking that that's going to make it easy. It's not. But I haven't run away from that. Like, I saw a whole hell of a lot now to where I'm feeling like in a series every other night, you might not want to see this team. And I still feel that way. But I can't come in here and front and lie when they get away with the game against the Raptors where, Steiner, you just know me, you could have lost that game. You didn't. But then you go to Atlanta and I'm thinking, okay, this will be a walk in the park. And now I'm back here on Monday telling you something that's growing and festering in your boy. It's about this defense. And it's not Warriors are playing bad defense. Stoney, sometimes the big dog beats the little dog. And that's just it.
But why, I guess this is what I'm thinking of. Why in the world would we think that the Warriors have a walk in the park against the Atlanta Hawks? Like, the only way you think that it's a walk in the park against the Hawks is if we're looking at this team like a 1 or 2 seed. This reminds me of some old Warrior teams. It doesn't, but I think the one thing we got to realize about this team is they can be beat if they're not clicking.
Well,
by anybody. By the Hawks. We'll see about maybe the Heat. tomorrow. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Listen, I'll be honest. You know, we talked about this team making a big run in the postseason, and I'm just going to lump, the last 5 games in. And I'll start with the Knicks. You know, you beat the Knicks at home by 3, but Towns goes nuts. The Nuggets completely demoralize you with their big men. The Bucks you beat. Good win over the Milwaukee Bucks without Steph Curry. But then the Raptors and the Hawks, they lose to the Hawks. They barely beat the Raptors. Like, this is a team that right now is 6th, but other than the names on the jerseys, are they really playing championship basketball? And have they even since Butler got here?
And is that fair in 20 games I'm just asking you, Sonny, is that fair to even expect that, even as good as this looked? Like, it's still a work in progress.
Exactly. And that's why when Steph Curry says, I like where we're at, but we got a long way to go, like, the team isn't even talking about outside Draymond Green, and I wonder how much he believes it at this point, or whether he just said it, but I don't know. Let's talk about a championship team and what the characteristics some of the teams have, and can they overcome their weaknesses? Point of attack, defense, size, all that kind of stuff. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, what are we doing with Steph Curry? He practiced today.
Yep.
If he feels good, do you play him tomorrow against Miami? Or do you err on the side of caution and give him another game off, which would mean that he won't play till Friday? That still tells me that might be the way I approach it. Give him tomorrow off, and then the Warriors don't play again till Friday, so he gets about a week off in its entirety. But we'll see how Steve Kerr handles it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are facing
Shut up! It's called following the team.
That's
it's
not
what we
following
do.
the team.
I follow on IG.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Thanks, Moses. Appreciate the call. This is from the 510.
Did he call us?
Who?
Moses. You said you appreciate the call. I did. I didn't know if he was on the phone.
He's 3 hours ahead, dude.
What do you mean?
I mean, he's in Miami.
No, I mean the legal call.
Well, you know what? I owe you an apology.
That's all right.
It's
technically I done.
It's called a rejoin.
Okay. Thanks for the rejoin call. Okay, let's get. Somebody's now gotten me a little annoyed, and you tell me how you want to discuss this team, because I thought this the minute he uttered it, the minute your guy uttered it.
Wow.
Why are you taking it to a championship status? That's so dumb, Steiny. That's on you, not the fans. Okay, fine. How should we interpret Draymond Green saying this team can win a title?
We can start there. Right.
Draymond Green said, I've seen championship teams. I know championships. We're going to win a title. I've seen what it takes, and we have it.
Wow.
Okay, so this ain't a championship team right now. It's just not. They have too many deficiencies.
Well, since Jimmy Butler's got here, Steiny, we don't look at deficiencies. We look at the win-losses. We can say they got stuff to work on, and they do.
Well, they're never going to get bigger. They're not getting bigger.
Right.
So that is a big problem.
Yeah. But if I look at you right now, and I'm scratching and clawing right now, if Steph plays that game, do they lose?
Well, who's he guarding?
Well, I would say I don't think they lose if he plays.
Okay.
But
that's another thing. That's another thing. That's another thing I was thinking about. If the Warriors make the playoffs and go on a run,
right?
How many playoff games would they theoretically have to play? The most would be 28. 28 games. All right, but let's say they don't all go. So let's say they play 24 games. Do you really think Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler are going to play every single playoff game this postseason if they go to the finals?
I would say yes.
I don't think so.
Barring some, fall on your back ankle.
I don't know. I mean, we're still asking for a lot out of this team. But I'll ask Warrior fans that. If we look at this team like a 6 seed, which is like they are, then I say, you know what? They get into the playoffs, they're not going to be a gimme. They're going to be a tough out. I'll be happy to talk about the Warriors as a 6 seed. But why? But if Draymond says they're a championship team, then don't we have to talk about them like a championship team? And if they think they're a championship team, then I can say they have not looked like a championship team, even with Jimmy Butler.
And I think that's why we're having legitimate discussion about it, because that's the standards I'm holding them to. And to the Texas point, the beautiful thing about sports is projection. You get to project. And, as a fan, I have a feeling of what I've seen in a series. I'm really excited about the Warriors' chances, regardless against who it's against.
Well, right now they'd open up with Denver,
and that'll be a problem. And they're going to have to earn that. And I'm not saying they can't beat Denver.
Well, they've lost to them like 8 or 9 straight times. Like that's kind of what I mean. I mean, I just think we got to be more realistic about this team, and maybe Draymond has set up some expectations that are going to be really, really difficult to reach, but he planted the seed in everybody's head that this team is going to be a problem come the playoffs.
But Sonny, I don't think that's necessarily, it's not at all a bad thing. And I think he knows it when he echoed it. Like, all we can do is not make it, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna amp up the fire in regard to expectation around here. And let's be honest, the TVs, the national media, the way the Warriors were playing, people were running rampant with it.
Right, they played 20 good games with Butler. 20 good games against an easy schedule, relatively speaking. I don't, you know what? You're right. Draymond brought it up. So
he's got to back it up along with his teammates.
Yeah. Tom's in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How you guys doing
today,
man?
Doing well, man.
Hey, so first off, giving up 40 points in a quarter, you hurt yourself. We got 5 people on the court. We got 2. We got Paz and we got Post, and they got defensive holes. The defense looked horrible in the first quarter. Moody's been struggling the last 2 games, and it's not his fault. I'll tell you why. He is playing great defense, but his shot is hurting us a little bit, and that's the problem. We need to find 20 to 30 points for Kerr, and we need to have Kuminga start. We need him to start. When you got those guys out there, there's only 2 or 3 people that can shoot. You got 5 people. We need more offense. KJ, and you got to get him started early. We come and have him start the second quarter. He doesn't show up until the 3rd or 4th. We need to get him started. We need to get him shots right away, guys. That's what's going to make the difference. Warriors, listen to me, please.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Tom. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, Kuminga's coming off the bench, and one of the reasons he's coming off the bench is because they want to feature him with that second unit. But he looks a little out of place in the second unit. I'm not a fan of starting him alongside Curry and Butler because that's not the group you want to isolate Kuminga with. I mean, if you're going to let Kuminga go to work with that group, that means Butler and Curry aren't going to be handling the ball. So I still like him coming off the bench. I just feel like he's got to figure out what his role is and how he's got to play to make this team better when he plays.
Yeah, and Kerr's like the parent, right? So all the players are his kids, and he's given to-do lists to all the players, and each one has a different one. But it's kind of funny that I'm doing this right now, Steiny, in the game to where we only saw him play a few minutes in the second half. I'm wondering, and you owe it to every player to kind of get them out their funk, because I'm not saying JK's in a funk, but Steiny, I'm wondering how far we're off or how many games we're far off, because I remember Kerr and what he does. He'll shock us before maybe we see Kuminga in the starting lineup for a game just to see if you get him going differently, like unless Kerr's already ruled what you just said out. You know, I'm just wondering if we see a game moving forward here, maybe come tomorrow, you see him back in the starting lineup. More so, not that this is how it's going to be all day, every day, but let's see if we can get him jump-started with some other guy, with the starters. Who knows? I don't think that's too far-fetched.
I don't either. I mean, you got to try something.
But I will say this. Go ahead.
I don't know how big of a priority is get Kuminga going.
Well, you need
for this team.
It's big because Evan came in here. I had mentioned Jordan Poole, and I know he's a laughingstock. Not to me. I appreciate everything he did in the Warrior uniform. But do you know the season they won the chip, Steiny, from March on, he averaged, we had to guess, 25 points. And when I say Jordan Poole, I think we forget that firepower that he was as an option. And I'm wondering who on this team can fill those shoes, because they need to be filled. And maybe the 25's 22, we'll take it 20. But I'm wondering, I assume that was going to be Kuminga, but they need it, Steiny, and they're going to need it consistently.
Well, I can't see him doing it consistently. I mean, can anybody right now see Kuminga getting 18 consistently? With Steve Kerr as the head coach. And here's one I want to get to, the 510 on the text line. Did they look like a championship team in 22?
From day one.
They were 31-9 halfway through that season.
Yeah, so the answer is yes on that, Jack.
That was a 53-win team that finished third.
But there probably were a lot of people like, this is a fluke, it won't last. But please.
Let's go to Mark in San Leandro. Hey, Mark, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, Steiny, to answer your question, you wanted to pose a question to the listeners as far as, do we think that Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy are going to play every game in the playoffs? And the absolute answer is yes. Absolutely yes. And barring injury, Steiny, they are not only going to play every playoff game, but they're going to play up to 40 minutes every playoff game. Why? Because everybody knows in the playoffs, your rotation shortens. So that 10-man rotation now is 8. And then out of those 8, you go with 6 that you can trust. And don't be surprised if Kevon Looney is not left out of the rotation, because he's a guy that Kerr trusts also in big playoff moments. Yes, they are going to play every game unless there's an injury of some sort to where they can't.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
but the injury part is the only other part of that we don't control. You know what I mean?
So if the Warriors
get in, I would come on, Steph. Again.
Yeah, okay, they're gonna that's the other thing. Okay,
what would that look like?
They're gonna play 38 minutes a night every game to bring home a title.
That's their job, and they
right.
want to.
I know they want to, but they're also 36, 37, and 35.
Right, and that's why I'm asking you, what would it look like outside of injury? Because that's across the board. You got me there, but other than that, they're going to be ready to go if they're not injured. I'm not saying.
Well, again, I've said this from day one.
Like, damn, this game 3, I'm tired as hell.
Well, that's why I don't think they're a championship team right now, because their veterans are very old and their young players are a little too young. That's what I see. That's all. Maybe next year you still have your big 3. Let's say you can get another veteran in here who's like 30, and then the young guys are grown up another year. Yeah, maybe they have a chance to be better next year. But again, what does it look like? That's a great question, because they've got players on this team that have won championships, but they've got a lot of players on this team that have not made a playoff contribution of significance. So that's why I am just asking how we are gonna, how do we want to assess this team? As a 6 seed? If they're a 6 seed, you know what? They're a pretty damn good 6 seed. There's no doubt about it. But the minute we say, well, this is a championship team, then I think we have to have a different discussion about some of the things we've seen that they got to get better at.
Well, I hear you. Let me throw this to you, because I do wonder this. So Draymond Green, as Evan said, has jumped Evan Mobley. If you're into that, Defensive Player of the Year, he's got the lead right now. If you have Jimmy Butler, what he is right now, what are your expectations just as a fan watching the Warriors defensively? I know that's 2 of the 5. If you were to have the other 3 be labeled bad defenders, they don't have 3 bad defenders alongside those 2. So is it too much for me to expect, or any Warrior fan, Saturdays not to happen too often, to where a lesser team can lead the game all but 11 seconds, shoot 57, almost 60% from the field, you outshoot them for 3, but yet you couldn't get a stop. So where is that good defense and that connection between Dre and Jimmy really getting you? If you can't cover up, if we're going to just blame the other 3 spots all throughout the game.
I don't know what kind of defender Jimmy Butler is. I don't. And here's the other thing. They're different. They're different kinds of defenders, I feel like, too. A lot of people think really good defensive teams have athletes and guys with long wingspans on the perimeter, and they can contest 3-point shots, and they're quick enough to keep guys in front of them. I don't really see Butler and Draymond like that kind of defender. I mean, I think Draymond's more of a rim protector and garden of forwards, but I don't want to say Jimmy Butler's a terrible perimeter defender, because I don't know, but he's not a lockdown defender. I mean, he's.
They had nobody for Trey. Trey was just being Trey, he's Speedy Gonzalez anyway. But you couldn't put Dre or Jimmy on him, or could you? And feel like, okay, we feel pretty good about it.
I don't think you can put either of those 2 guys on Trae Young, but they tried pods on him a little bit. I'm sure Moody gave him a crack at it. But yeah, I mean, Trae Young's hard to guard. I mean, he's a pain. There's no doubt about it. The Warriors, this is from the 925, the Warriors are going to be lucky to be the 6th seed and maybe lucky to beat the 7th seed. I watched the Clippers last night, and they look good, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The Warriors in Minnesota, no slouch. It's ridiculous to talk about them winning the whole thing. They're not that good. So why Draymond say it? Do you think he believed it, or do you think he just said it?
No, Stoney, I think he believes it. And we've seen, again, if you're going to tell me they didn't play the 85 Lakers, I have nothing for you. Or the 88 Celtics, if that's what you're judging it on, then I have nothing. I got to be quiet. But the bottom line is we have seen the numbers back up that this Warrior team is now the second best defensive team in the league since Jimmy Butler. When you talk about turnovers forced, what else do they do, Stoney? Loose ball recoveries, all that stuff, deflections. That's their thing. That's what they do. So, that wasn't on display Saturday, and I just thought it was odd to have a couple of days off. You're feeling good. No Steph. We'll take care of business and have a professional win. But then I go back, Stoney, when you had Jimmy Butler and we barely beat Brooklyn. Like we beat them they got that game within 2. But when do you let it go? Because I'm just focused on the greater good. Then I believe Dre thinks they can win it all. And I feel like we've seen the Warriors play like, oh boy, they're going to be a problem.
I just wonder, we all know Draymond is super intelligent. And we all know that Draymond doesn't, if there's one player that doesn't have a lot of respect for also-rans or teams that aren't great, it's Draymond. And so as they were knocking off, the Kings who were in turmoil and the Mavericks who, didn't have Davis and Charlotte a couple times. And I'm just wondering, and it was during All-Star weekend, so I don't know, maybe he did it then, but I don't believe, I'm not sure I believe that he believes it. I think he said it because he was feeling good, but
why was he feeling good? Because they had been playing good
against terrible teams. I mean, and not terrible, but I don't know.
Sometimes it's about what you're doing and not who you're playing, right? And that's where I think it starts and what made him say that. It's about sometimes what you're doing, Stoney, and what he sees and what they're capable of, and the fact that they got the know-how. A lot of dudes on this team have won it and won it multiple times. They know what it takes. He said that much. So, I'm not packing up shop and going headed the other way, headed west, Stoney. I'm not doing that. I just oh, boy, to beat these better teams night in and night out, and I'm assuming the playoffs and not play in, something's got to change. And that I don't know where that's going to come from if different bodies and taller and bigger bodies aren't coming in. We can't ignore it.
No, but okay, we can't ignore it. Did we ignore it when they were winning?
Well, wasn't on display. I feel like until New York came to town.
I mean,
then Aaron Gordon happened.
Yeah,
now Toronto happened.
Right, now they've gotten
Milwaukee third quarter, but they got through that. They won the game, but they stopped Giannis, but I was just man.
They can't, again, why do we think this team is a championship-level defensive team? They've got no size on the interior. They've got a rim protection problem. They have a big problem with point-of-attack defense. And there's not we got Anthony Davis and he's coming back in a week or two. I think Draymond Green is a fantastic defender, but I don't know that this team can be a championship defensive team with the personnel they have.
Yeah. Well, they're going to try to make it happen. And Stoney, we're not overreacting. It was one game they lost, and I was sitting here telling you, they can go undefeated on the road trip or maybe drop 1 or 2, and that could still happen. But the bottom line, it was just one game, and if you're into – and I'm not making excuses. I'm not into it, Stoney, how far you got to fly to get ready for a game. That's why Saturday happened. I hope you sleep well. But I'm not sleeping well when it comes to the Warriors on the defensive end because I feel like sometimes, E equals MC squared. It's just science, and it's DNA. And 9 to 10 times whoever the Warriors play in the playoffs are going to have length and the athleticism down low on the other team's side.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, can we really Can we really consider the Warriors a championship contender if they have to open with Denver, which is who they'd have to open with right now? I mean, you could almost make a case it might not behoove the Warriors to stay in 6.
I wonder, that's why I told you. I know Minnie's not throwing games, but I'm wondering if they've realized, you know what, that 7th might not be the worst thing for us.
I got to tell Willard today that I actually now disagree with him.
In regard to?
I'd rather, if I were the Warriors, I'd rather be 7, knowing that if we win that game, we don't play the Nuggets, we play somebody else.
I like that.
As opposed to 6, avoid the play-in, but have to play the Nuggets. I think the Nuggets are a death knell. I don't think you can beat. You can't lose to the Nuggets 8 straight times for the last 2 or 3 years and think you're going to beat them 4 out of 7. When 9 in a row? Yes, okay. 9 in a row.
Right.
They've beaten the Warriors 9 times in a row, but the Warriors are going to beat them 4 times in a series.
I'll say this to that.
I don't see it.
They hadn't beat them 9 in a row with Jimmy Butler. So from that vantage point, that bodes well, right? Like, you did just come in here and beat them with your second and third team, but you know what I'm getting at, Steiny, like, that wisdom kind of goes out the window being like, well, we're different.
No, you're not. You didn't get bigger. In fact, you got a little smaller.
But we got better.
Did you?
Yeah, Jimmy Butler's shown 16-4.
That's fine, but I'm saying against a good team like Denver. Like, you got no bigger. Let's go to D in D.C. What's up, D? How you doing?
What's going on, Sinatra? What's going on, Guru?
Hey. Called you Sinatra.
I know. Hey, man, Guru, I have a question for you, man. It's simple, man. What was our records when J.K. was injured? How many games did we win and how many games did we lose? I'm asking that question for a reason because listening to you guys, it seems to me that you guys don't think this Warriors team can win anything if Jonathan Kuminga is not a big part of it.
Yeah, I feel that way. Yeah, I feel that way.
Y'all have forgotten we have Steph Curry, man, the nuclear, the greatest player to ever touch the freaking floor. Y'all have forgotten we have Steph Curry, man. You guys are putting Jonathan Kuminga in a light that he doesn't deserve to be in, man. You're putting more pressure on that young kid than necessary. You shouldn't have to count on a 4-year player the way you, especially you, Guru, the way you view this kid, man.
All right, well, who's going to be, real quick, who's going to be the Jordan Poole this year? What guy can they lean on? I'm just asking that question.
Anybody can be Jordan Poole. It could be Moody. It could be Pods. Why must you put so much of a heavy lift on Jonathan Kuminga? Why? I know you love the kid, don't get me wrong, but Goo, let's think about it. Let's take a few steps back, man. Every time you put a young player in such a high pedestal, that young player fails. Do I need to cite some of them for you?
No, I got it, but I'm just telling you, he's a part of the team. It's year 4, and if you're trying to shock the Western Conference, I hope I'm not coming across Jonathan Kuminga's Kevin Durant. I'm not saying that, but I just want him to be playing good ball, and he could help this team, man. And I'm gonna die on that hill.
I mean, me too. I would love to see the young kid do well, but it's just the way you speak about him, man. It's just it's not just you, by the way. It's basically majority of the dudes with the microphone within San Francisco. You guys are putting this kid at too high of a level, too high of a pedestal.
You think that's true, Steiner?
Some of you.
Let him develop naturally, man. Let him develop naturally.
Wow.
Thanks, D. Appreciate the call.
A pedestal.
I mean, yeah, I think there's a difference of opinion on Kuminga. And certain people probably think he's better than he is, and other people don't think he's as good as he really is.
And for the one that matters, how do you think the Warriors think about him? Because I think they're closer aligned with me.
Yeah, I don't.
Not so much Saturday in the second half. I don't.
And the reason they're not aligned with you, and you can say you think Joe Lacob loves him, but the reality is 95% of the guys in Kuminga's class got an extension. And he did not get an extension because he wanted more money than the Warriors were comfortable giving him, no matter what that number is. I don't know. Was it 20? Was it 30? Was it 40? it almost doesn't matter. But the Warriors did not feel like Kuminga, that number was fair. And so now he's going to be a restricted free agent. The other thing with Kuminga that, I'm worried about is it's kind of the irony is we all say, boy, in order to reach your potential and beat some great teams, you're going to need Kuminga. But when you're playing a great team or you're playing a playoff team or you're in the playoffs, that's when Kerr's least likely to use Kuminga, because I think he feels those are the games where he may end up hurting you.
Well, then we're not as far as I thought we were, if you're right.
I don't think we are.
Wow. I totally hope you're wrong with that one, Steiny. I mean, and we're up against, I'll save it for the other side.
All right. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Saramani Ford. And let me tell you about Friedman's Appliance, their once yearly red tag sale clearance, and 2304 Monument Boulevard in Pleasant Hill. You guys know this is one of my favorite places. It is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Friday, March 28th from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, March 29th and 30th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. You can take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, and special pricing on floor models. And it all has convenient financing if you need. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. It's the best time to save on new appliances for your home. And here's the big thing. We are going to be broadcasting there from 12 to 3 this Saturday. That's going to be Mark Grandy and Sam Lubman. And your boy, that's me. I'll be out there from 12 to 2. I don't need a reason to go to Friedman's, but when I have one, it's a lock. So come out and say hi on Saturday for the once yearly red tag clearance sale at Friedman's.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members.
A real GM will go pick up Dwight Howard.
And that's what life's about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How you doing in the KPIX pool?
I'm in third. Why would you? That's what he thinks about my gambling. But I'm at a 98. You're at 100, first place, and I'm third, 2 behind you.
Yeah.
Who you got winning it?
Which pool?
Your work pool, Steiny.
My work pool, that's why I still have life in the work pool.
KPIX.
Okay.
You're at 100.
Let's use office and then KPIX.
Okay, all right, got you.
In the office pool, I still have life, even though I'm in 9th, because I'm the only guy with Tennessee. Tennessee. Thank you.
All
and KPIX, I don't know. I just think I'm just
that explains it all.
I've been nailing everything left and right.
Evan, how's your bracket?
In terms of the tournament. Evan?
Sorry, we had some motion back
How's
here.
your bracket?
It looks like there's a big party going on back there.
Yeah, and you're not invited. Not too well, Goo. Not too well.
St. Mary's.
I still got my champs, though.
Still got your champs. Oh.
Like the champions in both my brackets.
Let me guess. Duke or Florida?
Yes, I think for both.
Exactly.
Cooper Flag didn't disappoint.
He stinks.
Please.
You're an idiot if you think he stinks.
He's going to be a problem, man.
I'll tell you who's going to be good. Ziegler. Tennessee. Little lefty point guard.
So your new connect?
No.
He didn't have one this year.
No, I didn't.
Connect. You need to let that just marinate. He got traded and came back.
You know, we're talking about the Warriors, and I was thinking about this. What?
That last caller got to me. Like, I don't put Kuminga on a pedestal. That's a strong word.
Well, you kind of elevate
we need
him.
Jordan Poole. We need that version of it. No, but we need
Kuminga
he's got first dibs on. Shout out Dan. He's got first dibs on that. And
so you think he could score 25 a game like Jordan Poole for a 30-game stretch?
Now, I'm not. That sounds lofty, but
possibly.
Let's just put it at 20s, Donnie.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And rebound. And do some other things. I feel like you're really laughing.
I am, actually.
You know, there's that radio laugh, and then there's the real laugh.
I was with you until you said rebounding. That's funny.
I said what I said.
No, all right. On a serious note, here's what I was thinking. Steve Kerr and a lot of these coaches that have won titles, they always tell you that they like players that they know what they're going to get out of it. Like they know what to expect every night. Obviously, you can't expect shots to be made every single night. So this is I wrote 4 players down. We'll start with Quentin Post. All right, when Steve Kerr puts Quentin Post in the game, he knows exactly what he's going to get. He's going to get a terrific three-point shooter who stretches the floor. He's also going to get a player that gets attacked on the defensive end, and you're going to have to live with some of that. But if he's making 4 out of 7 threes, then
you'll take it all day.
Then you can have a place for him. Moses Moody. When he puts Moses Moody in there, he knows right now he's going to get a pretty solid defender. He's going to get a guy who can make some threes. And he's also got a guy who's not going to hurt you. He's not going to turn it over at a high rate. He's not going to gamble defensively. He's not going to make risky plays. He's kind of a safe player. You know exactly what you're going to get from Moody. Podziemski, he's going to rebound. He just will. He's going to get you 7 or 8 rebounds a night.
Man.
He's going to make 3 or 4 hustle plays a night, whether you like it or not. And
can hit you a 3.
He's also a player that Steve Kerr calls a connector. So he likes to have Podziemski. He thinks Podziemski can play with multiple lineups. Gary Payton II. He's going to defend the ball like nobody's business. He's making 3-point shots, so he can make you 3. And he's a very good finisher at the rim.
Man.
Those are all things for those 4 guys you can count on. What can you count on with Kuminga? When you put him into the game, what can you be assured that he's going to do?
Be explosive. And when I say be explosive, it might not be enough of that, but that's my word for Jonathan Kuminga.
But that's not a
Like, we think it's easy getting to a foul line in the NBA. It's not.
Okay, getting to the foul line.
And Jonathan Kuminga's been doing that and quietly been making them.
Yeah, this is where I see
problems.
Yes. I mean, and if you're going to say, like, that's the thing. Yes, he's very explosive, but that doesn't in and of itself translate to something you can count on night in and night out. I mean, yeah, you can count on his athleticism, but
I'll tell you this,
Kerr wants more out of him.
No, man, and he probably not the only player, but what's concerning me, again, about this defensive side of the court is Quentin Post. I am so excited, Steiny, but the reality is set in. Goo, are you going to run up? And I think the first one out the chute could be Denver. Are you going to run up against a team to where you can't be afforded that luxury of him out there because they're attacking him so much on the defensive end, or another team to where you don't get what he brings, that beautiful shooting? And that's why I was in here basically subconsciously, not even knowing it, lobbying for TJD to kind of thaw him out because of what's going to be on the horizon. So with that said, Steiny, Kuminga is who he is, and you got to take the good with the bad. Saturday wasn't bad, but I believe through a coach's prism it was, and that's why Kerr felt like in a game that they needed points, stops to even get back in the game, which they did, he felt like there was a scenario or a collective of the team that didn't involve him. And that, to me, would be something I would tell Jonathan Kuminga. I don't know what happened. It's been about 4 or 5 games, but you got to get back on it in regard to doing the things that I can't see that the coaches want you to do. Because that's the only explanation Saturday for Kuminga not to be out there.
I mean, it feels like Kerr didn't like his defense at all. That's what it felt like. The other thing I was thinking about Kuminga is when people say, I'll tell you what, he's a good on-ball defender. He can defend.
That's me.
Yeah, well, he's as good as an on-ball defender. He's not even close to Gary Payton. Like, if you need an on-ball defender, you're going to go with Gary Payton second instead of Kuminga. Like, he's better at that than Kuminga, even though that's something Kuminga supposedly does pretty well.
Now, I have noticed something about JK, and you tell me if I'm off here, Steiny. I don't know if the scouting reports come out, but have you noticed they're not crowding him out there in his area where he can go by you where he wants you to? They're kind of sagging off.
Exactly.
And it's made, and I'm seeing him think more like, all right, well, just swing it then. Maybe it'll come back. But I've been noticing that's how teams are defended. Like, we're daring you to shoot it.
Exactly. And right now, where he's at in his career, he's never going to make enough for the rest of this year for them to guard him out there. Like, if he shoots 70% from three, they probably still won't guard him out there because the alternative might be worse.
Now, he had a couple, what word am I looking for, Steiny, where it didn't even seem like he had a vertebrae, just athleticism on 1,000 in regard to, contorting his body and all that stuff and making the bucket. But I am not watching teams get victimized by getting in his space and he go around them like he was. It's like I'm watching them and I'm like, oh, boy, okay, if that were me, now I'm thinking about, do I want to take the shot? And if I miss, you know what I mean? It's like they're not helping him. They're not running at him anymore. Doesn't seem like. Like the chessboard is set, but I'm still going here. It's crowded and and that's what's happening.
So he's not a good chess player.
No, I'm not saying that. The chessboard is crowded. You know what I mean? When he's trying to cook and he's still scoring, but it's crowded in there. Yeah. As opposed to when they're like, let me check this. No, wrong move, and he's by you and dunking.
We haven't seen that in a while. Shooter in Virginia. Hey, Shooter, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Shooter.
Hey, Steiny, man, you gotta ease up a little bit on these guys' ages, man. I've been listening. I heard you just say like 5-10 minutes ago. You said our main 3 guys are 35, 36, and 37. Jimmy and Draymond, they're both 35, and one just turned 35, man. You got to stop trying to age these guys.
All right.
But yeah, you know, and when LeBron's playing at the level he's playing at the age of 40, man, I don't want to. There's no excuse on as far as what the ages of these guys are. LeBron's playing at an all-time level, but
so you're not worried about real quick, Shooter. You're not worried about a deep playoff run and this team's veteran guys being able to hold up.
Nah, I'm not really worried about that. I think these guys, you know, they're built for this, man. They know when it's playoff time, when it's crunch time, they take their games to the next level. I mean, I'm not really worried about the ages of these guys. I'm more worried about our role players like Moses Moody and you know, the scoring droughts, man. When we're playing some of these teams, you know, like when we don't have the chef in, like. These scoring droughts we're getting on where the ball gets stagnant, and you know we need some scoring, man. Like Moses Moody and Buddy Hield, you know we need more from these guys. That's, you know, to answer the question, do you need to see more? Yeah, I need to see more from the role players. But then another thing with that Atlanta game, we got to put it into context. Like Steve Kerr said, you know we're flying cross country, you know, and we got a team in Atlanta that was waiting on us. Those guys had 3 games off. They hadn't played in They hadn't played in like 3 games. If you check the last game they played, they were fresh and waiting. So, you know, you got to put it in a little context. That game kind of was a little more reminiscent of the game we just played against Denver without Jokic in it. I mean, it wasn't no Steph Curry. We had a bad defensive game, and yeah,
the Shooter. 2 games you got to win, bud. I'm not saying you're doing it, but it sounds like a lot of excuses. I get the traveling, man, but when you're supposed to do something and be something, and you got the likes of Dre, Jimmy, okay, no Steph, I get you with Denver. That can't happen.
Oh you're right. And I was just saying, like, the game kind of reminded me of the Denver game. And as far as like our defense, our defense wasn't there. And hey, man, you take Trey Young off of that team Saturday. I mean, it's probably a different result. We didn't have the chef, but like I said, it was a bad defensive game, and you know we got to bounce back tomorrow. But you got to start putting. It was one game. You got to start putting stuff into context. If you know, stop kind of overreacting to one game.
Appreciate the call. I think the game more was like the Toronto game. The one Saturday was more like Toronto.
But Toronto never put up 40 in the first quarter, and
Toronto shot 50+%. That's 2 games in a row where the opponent shot over 50%. I give you. Well, exactly.
But Atlanta was up 22 going into the fourth. You know what I mean? Toronto never got ahead of us that far.
Right, but the defense in both games was not very good.
What could it be, you think?
What? What do you mean? They're not as good defensively. They're not. Do you think they're the second best defensive team?
No, I don't.
I don't either. I think they're probably middle of the pack. That's just me. They're, again.
But is this a lull, though? Do you think the last 3 games might just be a lull?
I think the Warriors have a big problem stopping point of attack.
I agree.
And I think they have a big problem with size and athleticism in the interior. Those are 2 things I think that are going to get them beat at some point. I don't think there's any remedy right now.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. On 95.7 The Game.
Like George Niang should not have 23 on the Warriors.
Well,
and Grimes shouldn't have went for 40.
But that comes because Trey Young is getting into the lane. So you have a choice to make. Yeah. Do you stay with the shooters or do you help out on Trey Young? He's a hell of an offensive player. Evan, I can read this at any time. Thank you very much, my man. Okay, let's go to Craig's in Houston.
H-Town.
Hey, Craig, everybody up here thinks the Rockets are fish.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm a Warriors fan, not a Rockets fan, so I don't really ride with them. But I want to say, all these guys talking about Kuminga and what's his value sound like complete idiots. I would love to see him get away from Steve Kerr and get with a coach that actually values 16, 17, 18 points a game, 16 in the first half, and then you guys talking about what's wrong with him. Brandon Podziemski is a horrible on-ball defender. I've heard nobody mention that. And those few points he do give you here and there in the rebound, that is irrelevant because he cannot stop anybody on the defensive side of the court. Most of the fouls Dre get is because Podziemski has been blown by, and don't take my word for it, review the tapes. He's been blown by, just like the 40 points they gave up in the first 6 minutes in that Atlanta game. It's because Trey was blowing by Podziemski the whole first quarter.
Yeah, I mean, hey, when I said what can you expect out of Podziemski, I said rebounding. He's going to give you 3 or 4 hustle plays a game, and he can make some threes here and there. I don't think his on-ball defense is top of the charts. I'm not disagreeing there.
Well, nobody's ever said that. Stoney, you left out shot creation for Pod. Sometimes when that shot clock is going down, he has the ability to create his own shot. But the caller is saying, Stoney, there is a contingency of Warrior fans that feel like Kerr has not. They want Jonathan with a different coach. Okay, that's neither here nor there.
I see it.
But the bottom line is he did have all his points in the first half, so something must have been so alarming that Kerr went or forgot about him.
Probably.
Like that is a question. Like, he had 16.
So
in 2 quarters.
Right, that leads me to believe his defense was bad.
Okay.
Or at least Steve Kerr believes his defense wasn't great.
And I'm not trying to make anything up real quick here, but if you're the player that had 16 in the first half, let's just say that happened to you, how would you read that? Or you must have known, you know what, I stunk on D. That's why I was a team on minus 18. Yeah, I scored, but I still was a minus 18.
There's more to the game than scoring.
No doubt about it.
And
plus minus will lie sometimes.
You know what doesn't lie? The rebounding column. The rebounding column doesn't lie. And we keep hearing about how athletic he is, how strong he is, how big he is. Get a rebound then. Get a rebound.
Man, I can't argue that.
Say it again. Get a rebound.
I wonder if Kerr's saying that.
Now, I'll say this. I agree. This organization hasn't done Kuminga very many favors. And the reason they haven't done him any favors is because their head coach is known for leaning on veterans. And their head coach, apparently, as we know, was a championship player and a championship coach. And he thinks the way to be successful in the postseason is to play veterans and to rely on the veterans and to ride players with experience. And yes, that's where Kuminga gets hosed by Steve Kerr. So
I should be past that, though, is my point.
Well, who should be? Steve Kerr or Kuminga?
Well, the favor was Kuminga was drafted onto the Warriors. We're 4 years in. There should be no questions. He's hurt. He came back. Okay, he's got to get up and running, and maybe he's already there. But, Stoney, my point is Steve Kerr owes it to his own team and himself to get everything he can out of the Kuminga bottle for the betterment of the team. And now we're almost 12, 11 games from the playoffs, and we still, I'll use this word, Stoney, I feel like we're still fiddle-faddling around with the Kuminga just question mark, or the enigma, whatever you want to call it. It's not set in stone, and I don't think that's doing him no good.
What do you mean it's not set in stone?
Like, we don't know. I feel like we're still in year one with him. How he's being used, and you're saying he's being hosed. Is he being hosed really?
I'm not saying he's being hosed in terms of...
Like the movie's almost over.
Well, then, honest to God, get another coach. You got to get another coach in here. It's like you wouldn't hire Phil Jackson to not run the triangle. You wouldn't hire Steve Kerr to coach a young team. You just wouldn't. You wouldn't you want Tom Thibodeau because he's going to rely on his Iron Man 5, and he's going to play them a lot.
But why have Moody and Pods gelled or been able to, shine bright?
Because they're developed significantly more as all-around players than Kuminga. That's what I believe Steve Kerr must think.
Right.
Let's go to Shane in the Mission. Hey, Shane, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
One thing that I've noticed a lot recently, and maybe this is impacting Kerr's playing time of Kuminga, is Kuminga complains on every offensive play. He thinks he's always fouled. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. He comes into the lane so haphazardly. He probably is. But then he'll run down the court. His guy's doing a fast break, and he's complaining to the ref. The Warriors get an offensive rebound. He's still complaining on the way back. I saw a play 2 trips up and down the court. He's complaining. And then I don't really remember him being in the game after that. So I just kind of feel like Pajemski and Moody, the maturity of team ball, team winning is so far ahead of Kuminga. I feel like he's still, a little too much about himself and the complaining. He's definitely a ball stopper, but that's kind of his style of play. So I can't really fault him there. I just kind of wonder what your guys' thoughts are on, how much his attitude might be impacting his minutes on the court.
You brought that up last week. It's the NBA, Steiny. They all complain. So I'm going to leave that there, but I just want to run this by you and Evan before you respond to that. Go ahead.
Right. No, go ahead.
So this is just me. Jonathan Kuminga played 22 minutes and didn't register 1 foul. Now, I know how the game is played nowadays. Not 1 personal foul. So am I wrong to think, who are you guarding?
No, it's a fair question.
I'm like, mix it up. 22 minutes, not 1 foul. And you mentioned everything that I love about him, his size, his body. But not 1 foul in 22 minutes. So I'm just saying maybe that's why you didn't play as much as I would like you to have played in the second half. But man,
I agree.
Just a thought.
Like here, I don't know how, and boy, he just comes up all the time. But the other thing that I just look at down the line is, okay, Kuminga's a free agent, but we want to keep him. I mean, you've just committed $110 million to Jimmy Butler. Like, Jimmy Butler is going to keep Kuminga off the floor. Draymond Green keeps Kuminga off the floor. Those are Steve Kerr veterans. They're here for 2 more years. Like that, and as it relates to Kuminga, even if you like him, you don't like him, or you're somewhere in the middle, can somebody please explain to me, especially with Moody now playing more minutes, where do we see Kuminga down the line?
I want to put a rat on the table on the other side.
All right, there you go. Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. What's come 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water?
Blake Snell. He stinks.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. Hey, we got the Sweet 16 at Chase Center this Thursday and Friday.
Ooh.
Former St. Mary's player and USF coach Todd Golden and the Gators take on the Terrapins of Maryland in the first game. And then the best coach in all of college basketball, John Calipari, and his Arkansas Razorbacks take on Texas Tech in the second game. You want tickets to the Sweet 16? You can do it. Go to chasecenter.com/events for your tickets.
Calipari.
God, he's great.
He's just so weird. Like, why do you like him?
Because he's real. He's real.
And what makes him real?
He's not a faker.
What makes him real?
He tells it like it is. Calipari. And don't sleep on his coaching record in the NBA. Everyone's like, he couldn't coach it. Yeah? Go look at his numbers.
Him, Patino, and Magic Johnson, all the same in the NBA coaching.
Yeah, you're so wrong. It's not even funny.
It was ugly.
Yeah,
Maryland won on a travel. I thought my boy traveled.
Okay.
What?
Took 3 steps.
Yeah, one was a gather.
Well, man.
Steratore was on the fence, should we say.
Wait, he does college basketball too?
Yeah, he's a CBS analyst for every sport.
Well, so they wake me up and introduce me to new news. I didn't know that. I thought he was a football guy.
Dude, he's a courtside at all these games.
Yeah, I watch a lot of college a lot of times. Just like to watch Arkansas. Oh,
now,
here's your guy.
What is up with you and Calipari?
The hair.
He's a great coach. He understands that the players are the most important. He doesn't take himself too seriously. He puts guys in the pros, baby. He makes NBA players out of college players.
Because he gets them.
He puts more guys in the pros than anybody else.
But those guys were getting there anyway.
Yeah, that's what you think. That's what you think.
I don't dislike him.
Well, I don't want you to like him anyway. It'd figure if you wouldn't like him because he's a great coach. Sometimes you don't like great coaches.
A little tougher to recruit in Fayetteville.
Not next year. They're going to be loaded next year. Well, I mean, they're in the Sweet 16 this year. And this is rebuild. Give the man some credit.
No, he's Sweet 16.
Mm-hmm.
And he took our guy from Reno that knew about your jump shot. Who was the coach?
Well, he's already...
Musselman.
He's already supplanted Musselman's legacy at Arkansas.
Oh, this is what I wanted to say, Stein, before we get into it.
Sure.
And I don't like doing this, but it's just a thought I had. So I guess I'm on the side of the street with just a few others, and I'm not making this about Kuminga and the guy I'm about to bring up. But are you really on this Monday telling me you think this Warrior team could reach the same plateau if there were no Jonathan Kuminga and his minutes were allocated to Guy Santos? Because I can't forget how Guy was balling. He knew his name was going to get called. It still is, but not in the way it was, not the way it was before Kuminga got back. Can you really look at me and tell the listeners you think Guy Santos, without a Kuminga, the Warriors would get to that wouldn't be the reason they couldn't get to a higher level in the playoffs?
Say it again?
So no Kuminga on this Warrior team, and Santos is getting those minutes. You feel like what you've seen from him in a short sample size, the Warriors are going to go where they're going to go?
Yeah, I don't look at it like that. If you would tell me, well, you got to give all Kuminga's minutes to Santos, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do that. I would split Kuminga's minutes. If Kuminga weren't on the team, then other guys would get it. I don't necessarily think it would all be Santos. But, just the idea, well, they can't get to where they want to get to unless Kuminga's playing great. I mean, when has he consistently played great in team when they were winning?
Yeah.
Then they were playing championship type basketball. Again, I'm with I forget who the caller was, But I'm kind of with him. I like Kuminga probably has to go somewhere else to succeed. There's just too much water under the bridge here. There's still too many veterans on the team. There's still the coach who perhaps overly respects veterans. And yeah, I'm with you. Like he probably may need to go somewhere else to succeed individually.
Well, I'll tell you this, they've never needed him. You could say the Lakers series, I didn't expect much of them that series a couple years ago when they lost in 6, but the opportunity is greater than it's ever been for him if he were to start playing better individual or team basketball, for him to make an impact on a series, Steiny. I would tell Jonathan Kuminga right now, it's right there in front of you. What you do with it, I don't know, but what this team needs and maybe what the coach thinks you haven't provided a lot of, the opportunity, Jonathan, is there like it's never been. And I'll leave that right there.
See, that's where I'm not sure. I don't know how big his opportunity is. Because
you're saying
yeah, I mean, I don't think he's got an automatic opportunity every game to play 30 minutes. I mean, I think, obviously he's going to play, but Kerr goes in other directions. Let's go to here's your guy.
All right.
Coach in Vallejo. Happy 70th, Coach.
Talk to us.
How you doing, buddy?
Happy birthday, man.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for wishing me a happy birthday.
That's what's up.
I'm really glad. I made it 70 years, and I've seen a lot of basketball. And like I said, I went to college with Dennis Johnson down there at Pepperdine.
Nice.
So I played some pickup ball with Dennis Johnson and Raymond Lewis and those guys back in the day. So I've seen a lot, and I do want to talk about a little bit about Kuminga, and I think you guys are kind of both right, but you're both wrong also. I think the guy from Houston is right, and Goo, you're right. Kuminga, the Warriors go nowhere this year without Kuminga playing a major role in the playoffs, because he's the one Warrior, period, that has the athleticism to play with Houston and to play with OKC and to play with Boston. He's the one Warrior that can do that. Now, the problem is, with what I see where, Kuminga love-hate, is that people look at what Kuminga's doing wrong versus what he's doing right. All players have has a weakness. Kuminga may never be the rebounder, Steiny, that you want him to be, but what he does is he draws a lot of fouls, put the other team in foul trouble. Like Goose says, he's been making his foul shots. He was never a bad foul shooter, and he's not a bad shooter, period. Now, I think as Kuminga gets healthier, because he's still coming back, I don't think he's trusting that ankle right now. Goo, you're going to see even more explosiveness as he get more comfortable with that. So, again, I think, though, and I don't want to be a Pods hater, but the guy from Houston is right. Pods cannot guard any point guard in the league, and that dribble penetration is killing the Warriors. I like Guy Santos, but he's light in the pocket, okay? He has no weight on him, and they kind of toss him around out there. But, guys, thanks a lot for wishing me a happy birthday. I enjoy your show. And the wife has put on a great weekend for me, so everything's going real well.
What do you got going?
Yeah, Coach.
Well, the wife took me out of town to my favorite, Cache Creek. She
nice
special dinners, special gifts. I mean, she's spoiling me to death, and it's still going now. But it's been going since Friday. So
Coach,
the Mrs. Coach is doing well and making me feel real good.
Coach, why don't you just give a shout out to your wife and tell her you love her?
I love you, wife.
There it is.
On the radio.
Hey, Coach, before we go, let me tell you who didn't give you a gift. I got to get this as quick as you can. I got to get this off. Coach Kerr didn't give you a gift Saturday. I'm still trying to battle with Steiny as why Kuminga didn't play much in the second half. That didn't make your birthday go better, because what's your answer to that?
Okay. I noticed that, but I first noticed they were down by 20 when Kuminga got in, and he cut the lead to 10. But why he didn't play him in the second half is a total mystery to me, Goo. Wow. Total mystery. I have no answer for you.
All right. That's honest.
Appreciate the call. I wanted him to say her name. Like, thank you, Betty. I love you.
People don't like the government names over the radio. Some do. I know them.
It's a first name.
Yeah. Hey, you looking at Pods? Is that the point of attack? Like, it's a problem. I didn't say it was Gary Payton the first, but
Pods is a great defender.
Houston and I'm not saying he's great, but they're talking like he's below average.
If you watch the game, it's not a mystery, according to Uncle Looney.
Loon.
Let's go to Floyd in North Carolina. Hey, Floyd, how you doing?
Actually, it's New York City, and I'm doing well. How about yourself?
New York City. What's up, baby?
There you go. Okay, I want to talk about Kuminga for a minute. One of the problems I think we have with Kuminga is Kuminga envisions himself being a Kobe Bryant. He wants to be able to go coast to coast, pull up the three, and do it all. And we need him to play much more like an Aaron Gordon, that mid-range and around the rim.
Yeah.
So I don't think he sees his spot correctly as to where he should fill in. We have Steph Curry. We don't need you pulling up threes. The other night we had a 5-on-3, and Kuminga pulled up and bricked a three rather than get to the rim. And those are just bad court decisions, and it's because he doesn't get to the rim first. He wants to, again, be out there doing Kobe Bryant. Now with Pajinski, when Pajinski's on the court, on the defensive end, we are in a 5-on-4 situation. Pajinski he doesn't do it for us defensively. And it's hurting us, and it's hurting us big. That's why you notice in the non-Steph Curry minutes when Pajinski's on the court, they blow up a lead or they take away our lead because we're playing 5-on-4. And that's basically what I had to say to you.
Thank you, New York. That's Floyd in New York City.
Yeah, man, I love this one. So when did Pods get bad on defense like this? Help me out, but come on, man.
What?
He's not that bad of a defender like this bad, but man, I watch him a couple of times, starting like, I'm not seeing this. I'm not telling you he's DPOY, none of that. But man, he ain't getting killed like that.
Like Kuminga?
No, like the last three callers.
I mean,
Trae Young is an all-star. And he's, what do you call him? What's the bird that's a road runner? Fast.
I don't think they fly.
That's why I said fast.
You said bird. I don't think a road runner is a bird.
I think it qualifies as a bird. Anyway.
510 says Brandon's actually a pretty good defensive rating if you look at the stats.
Steiny, there's flightless birds.
Yeah, the emu.
And penguins.
Dodo.
That's what I was thinking about, the penguins.
And roadrunners.
So why'd you say
Roadrunner's a bird? I thought a roadrunner was not a bird.
Yeah.
Find out. I'm probably right.
No, I'm right. I watched the cartoon. Come on now.
Gosh. Okay. Did you? No. You know what, Steiny? Enough.
Ask me about the party that you didn't go to. Cole Dixon.
I wanted to make it out there.
I sent you the address. They asked, met his mom, sister. They're awesome. His brother.
Yeah. Fun time?
A fun time. I had a good time. Yes. Nice house he grew up in Walnut Creek, Donnie. Had a basketball, tennis court in the back. Nice little setup to watch the games.
Wow. How much does Paris make?
You could ask mom. That's just yeah, dude. That ain't cool. I don't believe he would do it in real life. Like, you wouldn't be at the old ship. How much do you make? This is just a stick, and it's fun.
I've been trying to get that out of Todd forever.
But there's one way you do it, just straight up.
Trades are hard.
Joe.
Hey, 650. Why these folks making pods out to be barbecued chicken?
I guess that's what I'm like. Again, Stoney, I'm being real because I stick up for everybody, man.
He's all right. He's fine. Pajemski. Pods is okay. Too much criticism of dudes that can play. Yeah, I mean, he's in his second year. Give him a break. Well, I mean, it's not like he's in his fourth year and isn't playing defense like Kuminga.
Yeah, I don't think he's your problem at all.
I'm going to stop. Yeah. I'm going to stop because people are going to think I am serious about Kuminga. But the one thing I'm serious about
is... They need him, man.
Do they? I mean, that's...
I believe they do.
Yeah, and I don't.
And I believe they know they do.
And I believe they know they don't. Seriously. Like, I'm not... Like, I don't think they need Kuminga.
So...
Not the Kuminga that they see... Like, let's talk about Kerr. Like, he doesn't believe they need the Jonathan Kuminga that he's coached for the last 3.5 years.
Only Kerr could tell us if you're right or wrong, but I just don't believe that. Now I feel like if we go off of the sound bites of Dre, and I keep going to this, but I will, Stoney, because it plays, and I heard it. Both, giving Kuminga love at different junctures when this team was different before Jimmy Butler. Even though you acquire Butler, you don't just throw that away. And I guess that away is hope that this guy can be what Coach Vallejo said he can be. And I'm going to say this, since he's come back, the one thing we cannot say about Jonathan Kuminga is Coach Kerr's been in his way. He's been playing.
Yeah.
So I'll leave that there.
And I don't – we bring up
getting his minutes now.
Like this, and this is why I think it's a joke that people think this guy's going to get paid by the Warriors. I mean, he's not a starter. They have two forwards, Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. So I'll ask you again, how does Kuminga become a player that this team's going to pay a lot of money to when they have to shoehorn him in there because of the way their roster is?
Well, I guess the key word is shoehorn.
He shoehorned Moody in at 4. How come he couldn't do it to Kuminga?
Because Moody's doing some other things more than Jonathan is, not named scoring.
Yeah.
And if that light is not on, Stoney, and I'm wrong about Kuminga and just the impact, because I'm not wrong about the player. And again, I'm hoping it's here, but I'm hoping it happens here in the next 2 to 3 weeks in the month. But if it's not on, what's it going to take for it to come on here?
What?
For the light to come on for Kuminga to be like, I need to concentrate on the other stuff.
So, okay, this is where,
I'm being real, man.
I know, and this is where you frustrate the hell out of me. We've been watching Jonathan Kuminga for 3.5 years, and you're saying, well, do you think he's going to rebound? I can only go on the last 3.5 years. He's never rebounded. They've wanted him to rebound. He hasn't rebounded. And he'll tell you, well, I need to get out on the break. I think a young player at 22 can do both. I think Jonathan Kuminga, if he's the athlete that people think he is, well, then, you know what? Go try to get a defensive board, and if you don't, beat everybody down the floor because you're 22 and you're athletic. But I just think right now it's getting very late for Kuminga to come back and make a big impact for this team.
Well, there's nobody that's going to replace him. Like game 1 of the playoffs isn't going to come. I don't believe in, let's just say he's so-so for the rest of the regular season. I don't think Kerr, Gee, you're in for JK, where JK is going to get 10. Those days are over because that kind of happened to him.
What if they need rebounding? What if they need hustle? What if they need defense? What if they're scoring a lot of points? You still want, that's the thing. Guy Santos, as limited as he is, I think Steve Kerr believes Santos does things better than Kuminga. And he does. He does. He's scrappier. Why can't Jonathan Kuminga play as scrappy as Santos?
No, that's valid.
And Moody.
Because he probably feels like he's in a different talent bracket. You know what I'm saying? I'm a cook. You guys go do that. I'm guessing.
Well, that's ridiculous.
And I'm not saying JK's frowning his nose up on that, but those 22 minutes and not one personal foul, I would say, Jay, even if you thought you were playing hellified defense, that's not a good look. You're not getting active unless you got the ball in your hand.
I love when you answer your own questions. So you got it figured out now?
Nah.
Let's go
I'm
to
still rooting for him.
I am too.
Yeah.
I just think he's probably going to have to go somewhere else to reach his potential as an individual player. And then ideally he starts to reach that potential, and then he can shift toward how he can be a hell of an individual player in the context of winning. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to make 2 comments. First, about the last game they played, Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
They had that game. The problem was Mooney missed those shots. If that was Klay Thompson or Steve Curry hot, they win that game. It was Mooney that missed those wide-open threes. He was wide open, and Kuminga kicked it out to him. Now, about the other things about Kuminga and not, but this is coach. This has all come down to coaching. And I just think the Warriors need a new coach. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, if you want to change direction, yeah, I'm with you. And I've said that. Like, if you don't think you're a championship team, I'm not sure, or you can contend.
But they do, Steiny.
Right, that's why he's still here.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. And I think he's aligned with Curry, Dre, and their contracts. That's like, I guess what I'm telling you is.
He's not.
How sacrilegious is it to call and say you want Coach A moved when he's got 4 rings? You got 35, 37-year-olds trying to make this happen. It looks like they got some action. Will they get it done? We don't know. But what I'm trying to say, Steiny, is that just doesn't fit, that comment. Now, Kuminga might need another for Kuminga, but for the team, Steve Kerr's got him.
Well, if they don't make the Butler trade, Steve Kerr shouldn't coach this team, right. You could almost argue.
But that's like saying if I didn't have kids. I did. You know what I mean? Like,
no, but what I'm saying is the team was 500. They didn't look like they had a move. They got desperate and they got Jimmy Butler. And now they think they're a player. They think they're a championship
16-4 later, they're having thoughts like we got some action.
I'm just saying, I agree. If you want to, Steve Kerr should not coach this team when it becomes apparent the old guys can't do it, and they were really close to being the guys who couldn't do it, I thought, before they made the trade. 888-957-9570 is the number. Like Jordan Poole reached his potential. I don't know what that means. I mean, Jordan Poole,
he reached his potential and some, and got a ring, and again was a part of getting the ring. But to Evan's point, and it'll stay with me today, from March on, Steiny, he averaged 25 points a game for the Warriors, and that was a big deal. Steph was out, Dre was out, and he held it down. I'm just wondering, I'm not crying about Kuminga, Cody. I'm just telling you, I think there's another level of 2 for him to get, and it's going to take the team and him to get there.
Well, he's not going to get there in 11 games if he hasn't gotten there in 3.5 years.
But he could already be there. It's just not coming out. And maybe it can be just game 1 of a play-in or playoff series to where the lights shine bright, and here we go, and it's time. Well, have you seen – I disagree with Coach real quick. Again, happy birthday. Steiny, I don't see him hampered physically. Like, if that was it, I'd be like, Steiny, he ain't right. It's people sagging and him driving through traffic.
Okay, so why is he so important if he doesn't know how to play?
I didn't say that.
Well, if he's driving into traffic a lot, that's a problem.
But as a young player, he's trying to do, sometimes a quarterback's going to throw the ball regardless, not need the coverage. I'm just throw it and bad things happen. If you're telling me that's all on his to-do list is the score, as a young player, do you blame him? Like, I'm out there with the ball and I feel like Superman, and I'm going to try to make it happen.
Right, so the thing he theoretically does best, which is offense, he has no feel for.
Well, 16
I mean, I'm
first
just
half.
And they were down 15. Like, that's – I mean, I don't know. Like, that's got to be – like, are we really sitting here saying, I can't figure out why Kuminga doesn't play more? Like –
no.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Foster Farms boneless, skinless chicken breast, $2.99 per pound. And